Testing, testing.
काय बोलतोय? हॅलो.
ग्राफिक लिंक आहे ना, आपण लाईनच टाकूया.
Hello, hello. Gönüş, Daga. Hello.
तुला नको आवाज चालले. पडव. टँकी घेऊन जायचे तुला बरं का क्लोज हाफ कमरेपासून वरती मला पण वरती झोम जाशील आणखी ठीक आहे कमरेपर्यंत हा अँगल.
Pitch from Nikhil. I believe that one was called a strike. Again, first look at both of these two teams. There's the 0-1 pitch. That one is swung on and missed for a strike, and so now quickly ahead 0-2. So no balls, 2 strikes here. And there's strike 3, so back-to-back strikeouts for the Falcons pitcher. And now in the top of the first, 2 down here for the Falcons as the Spartans will look to get a 2-out rally going. As you see another look here, it's a beautiful pitch, not a good break right there. We've been really impressed early on by the Falcons pitcher. As there's another strike, so 0-1. Again, day 2 of our APL 2025 series. Saw a lot of good teams, a lot of good baseball on day 1, and we will get 6 games today like we did yesterday. That pitch is outside for a ball, so the count will be even. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. That one is hit on the ground, and that one's going to get through the gap and be a base hit. So now 1 on here for the Spartans, looking to rally with 2 outs currently in the inning. So now Nikhil, 22, the pitcher, will have to work with some runners on base. That first pitch is right down the middle and a great strike. So 0-1. He's done a good job so far in this inning, getting out ahead of the hitters, getting into pitchers' counts. It's the 0-1 pitch. That one's in the zone, and so now he's quickly ahead 0-2 on this batter. A chance to get out of the inning with no damage and a pretty clean first inning. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. That one swung on and missed, and he strikes out another batter as that will end the inning. So a really solid pitching, 3 strikeouts from the Falcons pitcher Nikhil to end the inning. We will head to the bottom of the first, still scoreless. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to welcome you back here for the bottom of the first inning. It'll be the Falcons coming to the plate. As we now have Kumar joining us from the stream, we want to welcome him on and want to welcome you guys all again back to the ABL season, day 2. We saw, Kumar was telling, we saw a lot of great baseball action yesterday, and we're looking to see even more today.
Indeed, Calvin, a very good morning from India. We did see some exciting games on day one at the Ahilyanagar Baseball League. My pick of the teams were Hunters and Titans, but day two, 4 new teams, Lavenders, Spartans, Falcons, and Rockers. Right now, we have Spartans versus Falcons. And as you rightly said, the Indian baseball revolution is well and truly on, as we have this pitcher coming up to the mound now, making sure that he does what he does best. I think there
First
was
pitch
a
is going to
breaking
be
ball.
outside for a ball.
Yes.
So this is our first look at both of these two teams. It looks like it's going to be number 4, Sopan, on the mound for the Spartans. And he'll have to follow up some really solid pitching in that first inning by the Falcons pitcher, number 22, Nikhil.
Indeed, bottom of first right now. 1 ball, 1 strike the count.
It's a nice pitch finding the zone there to get the count back even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Number 4 on his back, Sopan the pitcher. Jersey looks beautiful for them. Red and black. Making sure that they play on this sunny day today. It's the 15th of December, 8-9 the Indian Standard Time, as Sopan looks to pitch.
And that ball is outside for a ball, so the count now 2-1. Sopan doing a good job taking his time, making sure he's focused in for these pitches as he gets set to throw the 2-1 pitch. And that one is going to be hit on the ground. It's going to be splayed by the third baseman. Throw over to first is in time, and he records the out. What a nice play over there by third base. And Kumar, that's something we saw a lot yesterday. Those third basemen have a tough task playing defense over there in the hot corner, but they have done it very well in all of the games that we've seen so far.
This is one thing, Calvin, that's pretty good to observe, because the country plays so much of cricket that their awareness of picking up the ball and throwing it is developed. We see once again on this replay a good grab, and then an early release, and the release was pinpoint, accurate, and then that results in a ground out. So, Calvin, because of the country playing too much of cricket, the throwing arm is quite developed, and they understand the concept of picking and grabbing the ball and throwing it in, and that's what you saw right there on display.
So now that one is hit high in the air, and it looks like it is tracking foul. But the catch is made, and so that will be an out recorded. Something to note here for all of our India viewers who may not be familiar with the rules. If a ball is hit into foul territory in the air and the fielders catch it, it is still recorded as an out. But if the fielders do not make the catch, then it is a foul ball, and the player will then come back to continue the at bat.
Indeed, Calvin, a good insight. If the ball is still caught, if it's in the foul zone, it will record as an out. And that's what makes the game very interesting. Right now, at two outs, bottom of first, we are here. New batter comes in. The pitcher still open, has done very well till now, and this will be called as a ball, I believe.
Yes, that one does. And it gets away from the catcher. It looks like they may not have been on the same page there, but they do end up since nobody's on first base or any base, they don't have to worry about a steal. Something that we do see a lot of, or we saw a lot of yesterday in the game. Haven't had a base runner yet, and for either of these teams, but we do get a lot of steals that we saw yesterday.
Indeed, Calvin, you were talking about it. I was talking about it. And indeed, we did see a lot of steals right from the first game to the sixth game. And I'm sure we're going to see much here. This one also gets to be called a ball. So two balls, zero strike right now, the count. Bottom of first, we are here. Three balls, I believe the scorecard says.
Yes, 3 balls, no strikes, still 2 outs, so they still have a chance to get out of this inning without any damage. Some nice plays on the defensive side for the Spartans. So here comes the pitch. And that one is outside in a 4-pitch walk. And so the first base runner of the game for the Falcons, as they will look to try and do some damage here with 2 outs.
And Calvin, one thing we were talking when I was commentating with Ryan the other day, that these teams have got very good names actually. So look at the names on display. Spartans versus Falcons. Looks like a proper naming game over here. The kudos to the guys who have named them. Looks very decent. Looks very good to. Oh, he looks to steal over there, but this time around, look at the awareness on display. So as we were talking, Calvin, that these players are trying to steal. The more they tries to steal, the more the pitcher and the defensive player are also on alert now. And that was a display.
Yes, and again, with the rules in baseball, the pitcher is allowed to throw back with the runner taking a lead, and they can pick them off trying to go back to first. Something we saw a lot of yesterday, executed by the, I believe it was the Panthers and their pitcher Messi. He loved to throw back to test the runners to make sure that they weren't stealing, as that pitch is in there for a strike.
Indeed, bottom of first strike now.
That ball is hit on the ground. It's going to be a tough play, and that one's going to get through for a base hit, as it looked like it took an awkward bounce in front of the third baseman. It got through the infield, and so now runners on first and second here for the Falcons. Still 2 outs, trying to put some runs on the board early.
This is very motivating indeed. Signs of life here shown, because now you have 2 base loaded, and this time around, as Calvin said, maybe an uneven bounce on the surface that caused the misfield, but it's to the profit of the batting team right now. 2 bases loaded, first and second. Here goes Sopan once again now.
And they are going to check the runner going to third, and he is not going to be in time. And so a stolen base. So now the Falcons will have runners on the corners. And Kumar, we were just talking about it. There's those steals.
Yes, once again, Calvin, the steal on display. We didn't have to wait much to see that, and a steal executed to perfection. So that's a good point to see.
Here comes the pitch. And that one's going to be high. But I believe it might have actually hit off the bat of the batter, because they ruled that a strike. And so now it is going to be quickly 0-2.
Indeed, Calvin, that did go out as a strike. Maybe the umpire deemed him to actually hit with the bat, or maybe, probably he made a contact, not so sure. But as of right now, that's 0-2 the count right now.
The 0-2 pitch, and that one is outside for a ball. Catcher and pitcher thought it was a strike. Not sure about that call, but it is going to continue this at bat as the Falcons runner at first stole second as well on that pitch.
Look at that, Calvin. Once again, that steal on display. We were just communicating, and once again, the runner at first went to second. And look at him, number 75 on his back. He's ready to take off to third now.
It's the pitch. And that one is swung on and missed, and a huge strikeout for the Spartans to get out of this inning. And we will head to the top of the second inning, still scoreless here in India.
Indeed, Calvin, it's 8:16, the Indian Standard Time, 15th of November. It's gentle winter breeze coming in right now. One of the best times to play any sport in the country. It's such sunny, no signs of rain. My name is Kumar Satyam. I'm joined by Calvin Ritchie, and we are bringing you the live action from Ahilyanagar Baseball League, Maharashtra edition. Stay tuned with us as we begin with the top of the second right now between Spartans and Falcons. To everybody tuning in the live stream, I hope you guys are enjoying on this game as the baseball revolution continues here in Kopragaon, Maharashtra. Calvin, who was the pick of your teams? Like, who do you think among the four teams that you saw yesterday, who do you think impressed you the most?
I believe, and I'll have to pull up my notes again. We did see a lot of great baseball yesterday, but I think the team that impressed me the most um, was
I
the
think, yeah,
Hunters. I thought the Hunters played really well. We saw them in that third game against the Panthers. They did a really good job, hitting, making contact on the pitcher Messi early in that game, and their pitching ended up being really well as well.
I was about to say that Calvin, I was commentating the last game with Ryan. Hunters were playing Titans, and Hunters actually, I thought they were the best team of the day yesterday. Hunters did a great job alongside Titans. Titans and Hunters both were actually teams as we see the first strike right now. Titans and Hunters both actually displayed good baseball overall. Even Panthers and United played well, but I think Hunters and Titans were a notch above them.
As number 22, Nikhil comes back out for the second inning. His first pitch was a strike. The second one just misses the zone, and so the count will be even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
And also to the viewers tuning in, we originally were scheduled to have this tournament 31st of October to 2nd November, but the rain gods did interrupt at that time as we see the second strike, and we had to delay it. Right now it's 14th to 16th. The tournament schedule today is the 15th of December, day second. 6 games we have in store, 4 teams playing 3 games each. And tomorrow will be the final ultimate day where we watch who comes out on top.
And another pitch and another strikeout. My goodness, that is 4 strikeouts now for number 22, Nikhil, for the Falcons. He is on his A game right now.
And he's doing it all alone. He's saying, I don't need fielders or defensive thing. I'm going to strike them all out. As you said, Calvin, strikeouts on his own. That shows he's a good pitcher. Number 22 on his back, Nikhil.
That's the first pitch. And that one is hit on the ground, and a nice play defensively by Nikhil, and that gets an out. My goodness, he still says all the defenders can go home. It's just going to be me today.
Indeed, Calvin, indeed. We were talking about Nikhil, and he's just doing it all on his own right now. The ball struck right down at him, jumps, takes it, and then throws it for the grounder. The second out right now, top of the second we are right now in. Nikhil making sure that we can call him one man army.
That's the first pitch. And that one is fouled back. And I was talking, Kumar, with Eli yesterday, and he was talking about how rare it is to see pitchers have to play any sort of defense, but we've seen it quite a lot early on, a lot yesterday, and then early on today. And I would say the pitchers have done a really good job playing defense.
Calvin, as we look at this one will actually result in a base run, I believe. Yes, it does. Batter
Yes, so
goes
it's
to
base
first.
hit.
So as we see, Calvin, as I was talking about it, because of the country's rich cricketing culture, This is something everybody in the country growing up does, is catching a ball and throwing a ball. Even if you're not a very big cricket fanatic, because of the culture, your parents, your relatives, your siblings, somehow you'll find yourself playing a ball game, catching, throwing. And that's why you see, as he tried to bunt, but this will count as a strike. That's why, Calvin, you see that most of these guys are good at catching and throwing. And that's how the defensive play is actually good.
As we saw the first pitch in there for a strike. So here comes the second. And that one is on the
This will be
ground.
over.
Really nice play there by the catcher as that ball looked like it was going to get away from him and roll to the backstop, but it does not. And that keeps that runner at first base.
Keep an eye on him, Calvin. Soon he would be looking to steal and run to second. Keep an eye
That
on
one
him.
is in there for a strike. So now it is quickly 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Another chance to get out of this inning and a chance to possibly pick up a fifth strikeout here for number 22, Nikhil, for the Falcons. And this is a sort of a different, more a pace that we saw from the games yesterday, as we didn't see a ton of strikeouts from the pitchers yesterday, and right now we've seen a bunch so far in this one. As it's hit on the ground, it's going to be played easily by the third baseman. Throw over is going to be in time, and that's going to end the inning. So more strong defensive plays there from the Falcons as we will head to the bottom of the second, and they'll look to try and add some runs and take the lead in this game.
I'll tell you, Calvin, as you said, this game has actually started off to a flyer because it feels like a professional setup right now. These guys, the defenses are doing their work great, the pitcher is doing good, the batter is trying to hit. So this game has got to a flyer right now. We are at the bottom of the second, and it's very interesting. As I said, the Indian Revolution, the Indian baseball revolution is well and truly off. And these guys, Spartans and Falcons, are truly a part of it and displaying good baseball overall till now. I'm impressed by the quality of baseball I'm seeing, especially the defense part, especially the defensive part, and the pitching as well. As you said, not a lot of strikeouts yesterday. Today we had like the pitcher Nikhil showing his class, 4 strikeouts, I believe, Calvin.
Yes, 4 strikeouts, and then I believe it's Supan, the pitcher for the Spartans, already has one as well.
Indeed, indeed. Making sure, hoping. Yesterday, did we have a home run yesterday, Calvin? Because when me and Ryan were commentating, we were talking about it. In our games, a home run didn't happen. Then, in when you Eli and you were commentating, you get to see a home run.
We did not see any home runs. I will say that there was a little bit of time at the beginning of the day where we did have some technical difficulties. So we missed most of the first game and a little bit of that second game. So we weren't able to catch those moments. But from the moments we were able to see during those first 3 games, we did not see any home runs. So looking to see if we can maybe change that here day
Yeah.
2 and see some home runs.
Well, manifesting some home runs today, some big hits today, and some sweet spot contact from that bat right now as this new batter comes in. Look at that jersey, yellow and black. Bottom of the second, we are. Here we go once again, Calvin.
As that pitch is high and it'll be a ball. So immediately he's behind in the count. 1 ball, no strikes.
Also, I was speaking with Ryan. He actually says he loves the jersey and the design because a lot of colorful jersey. Everyone is colorful. Someone's wearing red, purple, yellow. So it gives a fresh touch to it when you come and watch a tournament like this and you have jerseys. As we see, this one will be counted as a ball, I believe. Yes, it does. As you see the fresh jerseys coming in, you are actually on the eyes very pleasing. So once again, kudos to the graphic designers for putting on the jersey for these boys. They look absolutely beautiful in this.
Yes, and that's something that we're starting to see a lot more in Major League Baseball as well. Typically, when you watch a Major League Baseball game, you see most of the teams wear all white uniforms or all gray uniforms. And, every once in a while, you'll see a team wear blue or maybe red. But now we've seen more frequently teams going with more vibrant, more interesting colors with their specialty uniforms. So it's something we're trying to maybe, integrate into United States baseball as well.
Yeah. And Calvin, it's a fresh thing to watch. When you are colorful, when you're wearing different dresses, it's actually a fresh thing to watch. And I don't know if you're familiar with in the Indian Premier League. It's a cricketing league in India. As we see this one, this will be count as a ball. So there's 3-1 the count right now. the Indian Premier League is India's cricketing league right now, and if you watch it, you will love jerseys, and that's one of the major attraction because each team has their own jersey, has their own branding, some different colors on display. So yeah, I think the Major League Baseball with implementing new jersey colors, I think is going to be a hit, and people are going to love it throughout the globe right now.
It's the 3-1 pitch. And that one is roped towards the second baseman, and that one's going to get through. So maybe a fielding error there as the first runner gets on for the Falcons of the inning. Now, it looked like that one was just a little bit of a mental error there by the second baseman.
I'll say Calvin a bit lazy of an approach. He thought that the ball was very easy. He thought he had time. But in baseball, you can never ever lose your focus. As Calvin said, maybe a mental fatigue over there. Thought the ball was very easy to hold. But this one man's loss is other man's gain. He misfielded. The batter goes to the first base.
They are going to check the runner back at first. And it looks like the ball actually got away, and so the runner will advance to second. And that's one of the things that you have to watch out for if you are going to check the runner back at first base is when that throw comes over there, sometimes the first baseman's not expecting it and it could get through, or it could be an errant throw, and now it's essentially a stolen base for the Falcons, and they have a runner in scoring position here with no outs.
Indeed, Calvin, sometimes these small details do matter a lot. As I say, the game over here is in the budding stage, building stages. So sometimes in excitement, you throw the ball and the ball probably bounces and goes somewhere off. As we saw a prime example of that. That should not have been a run. He should have stayed, the runner should have stayed at the first base. But somehow, as I said once again, someone's loss is someone's gain. He once again goes to the second base.
So 1 ball and no strikes here for Sopan. He has to work out of a little bit of a jam here with a runner on second, nobody out. As he comes back
Sopan
up
looks
for
like a good lad. Yeah, he looks like a good lad. He's tall, he's slim, got a good arm on him, I believe, as they try to bunt over here. Look at Sopan. His build is actually a footballer's build, a soccer player's build. Not a footballer's, not the football in the United States of America, the football that we have in the rest part of the countries. He looks like a proper football lad. So maybe I think most of these guys have also had various sports in their life. So right now, baseball, as DDA's effort to grow the game in country comes, of course, they are picking up guys who have had a sports background. So I'm sure, Calvin, many of these boys, they have had an experience of different sports. As we see, runner at second goes and advances to third once again. Oh, Calvin, is he
yes,
gone or safe?
and that one's going to be safe. It looked like the ball wasn't cleanly fielded again by the third baseman, and there's some more throwing errors from the Spartans, and that's going to put the runner on third now with no outs, and there's a 3-0 count at the plate, so there's a chance we could see runners on the corners here with nobody out, and a big opportunity for the Falcons to pick up some runs here in the second inning.
Indeed, Calvin. I think this will begin the scoring right now for us if everything goes according to the plan because he is advanced to the third.
And that one is going to be ball four, so now runners on the corners and nobody out for the Falcons. Still scoreless game, bottom of the second. But like Kumar said, I don't believe it's going to be scoreless for much longer.
Indeed,
It looks like we're going to
indeed.
get a mound visit here. Coach is going to come out. Infield's going to come in. They're going to discuss with their pitcher, maybe talk some strategy, see what they want to do, and also calm the pitcher down. Something we talked about with Eli yesterday in our early games is when the coach comes out and the infield comes in to talk to that pitcher. Sometimes they're talking strategy, but a lot of times it's just to calm the pitcher down. That was a 4-pitch walk there from the pitcher, Sopan, and he's just going to look to calm him down, throw some strikes, put some balls in the zone, and hopefully they can get some outs and work out of this jam.
Indeed, Calvin, because most of the time they have already discussed strategy before the game. And these boys, most of the times, are well prepared. But sometimes, as we see, the mental games, keeping you calm and composure in tense situations, this is what the coaches come and do. This is what they just relax the player, just tell them to trust the process. You have practice, you have had the capability. Just play to your best, make sure that your nerves are calmed down, and maybe sometimes that helps because I've seen many a times player lose their calm and composure and their liner length when they're pitching that completely goes off. So I think you are correct over here. A mound visit right now, and this will probably result in a better calm and composed pitching right now.
Yes, and it also looks like we might be making a change at the catcher position. It looks like the catcher for the Spartans was taking off the equipment. It looked like he was going to give it to one of his teammates. And I wonder if possibly that could lead to a pitching change for the Spartans as well. It looks like it is not going to be a pitching change, and Sopan is going to stay in the game right now for the Spartans. That is something we saw yesterday in the Panthers game, those Panthers Hunters, that game 3. We did see a pitching change there, but that was the only time we saw a pitching change in the 3 games that I worked.
Indeed, indeed. I think I've also seen the same pattern over here that the pitchers that continue, the pitchers that start, they continue the complete game right now. But probably over here, we can see some more trend coming in for different teams. Remember, different strategies. That's the beauty of sports. Different team, different strategies. And as right now we are seeing Sopan continue. I hope he's got that pep talk and he's going to deliver better. Yes, he does. Goes for a strike.
And immediately he does throw a strike, but that does allow the runner to advance to second base. So now second and third with no outs here for the Falcons.
Look at how quickly he goes from first to second. Another steal.
That one is hit high in the air. Now it looks like it is going to get into foul territory, and it does. So now quickly 0-2 the count now for the Falcons, looking to try and score those runners for both second and third base.
I'm sure runners are at second and third right now, Calvin. Second and third, right?
Yes, second and third.
Yes. We'll wait for the scorecard to actually display that because right now it says only on second as we have the strikeout right now.
And that
Yes,
is a
we have.
massive strikeout by Sopan, as that's going to be the first out of the inning. And that just gets some more momentum for him as well. Like we said, it calms him down. He threw some pitches in the strike zone. He got the players to swing at him. And now there's one out in second and third. And there's a chance that they could get out of this inning without giving up any runs.
Calvin, we see that. We are talking about it and we see how a pep talk, how the manager's word and teammates coming across to you helps you because it's the same guy. They have done nothing extra on him. They have not given him some robotic arms. They have done nothing. It's just they have given him a mental calm, a composure, and he delivers right now. And it's very, very evident. And somehow I think in all of sports, that's why the manager's role is much, much important, the coach's role.
Yes, as the first pitch just misses the zone for a ball. There's the pitch. And that one is going to be hit on the ground. It looks like it's going to be a tough play. They're going to throw it to third, and that's going to get the runner in a rundown. So the player's going to try and make the play, and he does get the tag on it. So really nice defense there from the Spartans. And just like that, there are 2 outs now in this inning, Kumar, and there is a massive chance here that the Spartans can get out of this inning without surrendering any runs.
Calvin, it's a funny game as we look at this replay right now. It's a very funny game. One moment, we were talking about how this could be the first run on the board, and now momentum. This game is all about momentum. Once momentum is in your favor, Sopan earlier, momentum not in his favor. We had that mound visit. He got the calm and composure. Momentum on his favor. He has 2 outs now, just one more. And I think the bottom of the second could be done without a run scored.
And that's exactly what he'll look to do here. The runner on third and 2 outs. Here comes the pitch. And that one is going to be hit on a line, and I believe that is going to be a fair ball. And so 1 run will score easily from third. Let's see if they send the runner to second, and they do. And now he's going to try and advance to third. And it looks like the ball might have been out of play. I think they are going to say that it was out of play, and they're going to give the batter home plate. And so now, just like that, we were talking about possibly getting out of the inning, and now the Falcons have scored 2 runs on the big hit.
Look at that, Calvin. Look at that. Right now the score 0-0. In a second that changes, and I think we will have the updated score. As Calvin said, it will become 2 right now. And I'm sure as we look at this replay, there was some error once again, couldn't pick up the ball on time. And that helped the batting team profit from it. The throw probably Oh, the throw was wide, Calvin. Throw was very wide, out of the bounds, and that's how they profited, I believe, Calvin. That's how they profited.
Yeah, so the runner will score from second, and since the batter was on his way from second to third, he is awarded an extra base from where he stands. So that's why the umpires ruled for him to move up to home plate rather than just staying on third, as that one is hit on the ground and played cleanly by the first baseman. And so he will touch the bag, and that will end the inning. And so the Spartans do a good job getting some outs there in the middle of the inning, but the Falcons still add 2 runs as they lead now 2-0.
Calvin is very harsh on Sopan because when the stats would read, it would read on his pitch he conceded three, but probably that was a fielding error. It's going to be very harsh on that boy because he is facing some mental toughness right now. He was facing some of them trying to remain calm pitching right now, but that's a bit of harsh on him. But that's baseball. You got to
Now, I
play
will
together
say,
as a team.
Now, I will
Yes,
say
Calvin.
something that is a little interesting about baseball is that the scorekeepers for this games are allowed to sort of make judgment calls on how they rule with the game. And so I could possibly see for that one sort of saving Sopan, as I think he'll definitely get the run for the first batter who crossed the plate, but the second one did score on a throwing error. So I would not be surprised if the scorekeeper made that an unearned run, meaning that that would not affect the stats for Sopan.
I hope that happens because that boy does not deserve three names, 3 runs on his name. So, Calvin, I hope the score guys listen to this as we have the top of the three beginning right now. Number 22, the pitcher who has done good. Nikhil, I believe he is, right? Nikhil, yes, Nikhil,
Yes,
he is.
Nikhil, as he's got 5 strikeouts so far on the day. He is looking to continue his shutout so far in this one. So here comes the pitch. That one is downstairs for a ball. So 1 ball, no strikes here in the top of the third inning. The 1-0 pitch. And that one's going to be hit on the ground, and that's going to be through for a base hit. So a big base hit there for the Spartans as they look to try and get some momentum and possibly tie this game back up.
Indeed, Calvin, indeed. No one wants to trail. When the scoreboard says 0-3, you always want your scoreboard to be ticking to get that first run on the board. And right now, Spartans would be looking to do the same. But that guy, Nikhil, he's a proper lad. He's not someone that you can easily hit him. He's done it. Oh, look at him. Tries to swing, goes in the air, but I think this will land in the foul zone. Yes, it does. As I said, not easy to hit. Me and Ryan were commentating yesterday, and Ryan said one thing that there are different metrics to actually judge a pitcher, but one of them is to see how many times he induces a weak shot from a batsman. So that's
Yes,
something that probably as we see. Yeah.
yeah, you're absolutely right. There are so many statistics that baseball uses to sort of judge the effectiveness of pitchers. But today we really haven't seen a ton of weak contact. It's been all strikeouts today, and that's sort of a testament to the velocity and the control that Nikhil has shown on the rubber today. As that one just misses, so the count will be now 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Not praising him enough because there's a term called the commentator's curse. So I'm not gonna jinx it. Nikhil, just continue what you're doing and display a good game of baseball. Pitch well.
As that one is hit on the ground and played cleanly by the third baseman. They could do a double play here, and the runner is not going to be in time. The throw to first is also misplayed, and so they do get the lead runner, as that'll be the first out, but there still will be a runner on first base. And so really nice defense there by the Falcons.
Indeed, we did. I think me and Ryan did see a double play yesterday, and this could have been it. But right now, I think it's just one out. Yes, it is one out right now. Top of the third, we are in. Double plays are very exciting.
Yes, one of the most exciting parts of baseball. For our fans who are unfamiliar possibly with the sport or unfamiliar with the term double play, that's when you get 2 outs in one at bat. And so we look to see it there as that one is foul. And so quickly he's ahead 0-2 in this count. Something also to mention here, again, as we talk about sort of the scoring and some of the rules and regulations of baseball, instead of giving the hit to the runner at first base, that one will be it'll be scored as a fielder's choice, is what they call it, because the fielder had the option to either throw the first to get the runner at first base or to throw to second like he did and to get that lead runner. And so rather than calling it an out for the batter or call it a hit, they decided to just call that as ruled a fielder's choice.
For the streamers joining in with us right now, make sure that you are tuned in because we are giving you insights as well about baseball. Calvin, making sure that he brings all his experience right now that we could understand this game better.
So it looks like we're going to have a little conference here between the pitcher and catcher. Looks like they might have not been on the same page, possibly. Maybe, the catcher is expecting an off-speed pitch and he gets a fastball, or maybe the opposite
Yes.
way. He's expecting a fastball and he got an off-speed pitch. They're just maybe talking to make sure that they're on the same page here as they could get a big strikeout. As the pitch. That one is just a little bit high, and so the count will now be 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And there is also one thing, Calvin, that I think I've seen a lot of times in Major League Baseball that the pitcher and the catcher need to have a good understanding. And sometimes not, most of the times, I think they communicate with fingers and hands to make sure what ball the pitcher is bowling. So I think as the game develops more in the country, we'll see more coordination between the pitcher and the catcher. The game still in a nurturing stage, and we do have it. We do see it. The pitcher and the catcher, they do talk a lot. See, we still see that the catcher instructing his pitcher, but as the game progresses, we're gonna have that more and more that coordination coming in.
Yeah, now things have progressed even more through, a lot of the baseball in America. Now the pitchers in Major League Baseball wear this sort of like pitch comm thing. So the pitchers will have a little earpiece that sits in there. Usually it either sits on their hand right here on their wrist, or it'll sit in their hat. And the catcher will just have to press a button and then it'll relay a sound for the pitcher. As that one is hit on the ground softly, it's going to be a tough play for the pitcher. And it looks like I don't even think they made the throw over unless they got the runner at second. And it looks like I can't tell if they were able to get that out or not. I don't believe they were. And so
That's
now the
that's not
pressure's
out.
on a little bit for the Falcons. And
Yes,
so it'll
I think
be
that
runners on first and second and one out here.
exactly, Calvin. I think there's a runner at first, there's a runner at second, and they were unable to make that throw. It could have been a pretty routine grounder, but couldn't probably do it. And right now, we have all the chances for Spartan to actually open their scoring. But remember, there's just one out remaining, two outs already. So Nikhil, the guy can actually once again fill his tally of strikeouts. And as you were saying, Calvin, with the technology coming in right now, it's such a beautiful thing to have. I mean, probably the pitcher and the catcher. I think they're also connected with their managers sometime in the dugout.
Yes, you're
They do
absolutely
have, right?
right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And so it just makes a lot of that. It streamlines, sort of makes it easier, and it also kind of speeds up the game a little bit for the major league players. As that one is swung on and missed for a strike, and so the count will be 1 ball and 2 strikes now.
I,
Chance to
I
work
think
out
this
of
is
this.
I think this is something they're experimenting with much other sports as well. The communication part, wherein you're connected to an earpiece. I think they tried doing that in cricket as well. So I was watching this Australian league. It's called Big Bash. In the Australian league, we had those technologies in. I think this one, Calvin,
That is a big strikeout, and there he ends the jam. And so that is strikeout number 6 for Nikhil, as we will head to the bottom of the third. Falcons still leading 3-0.
yes, Calvin, just when it seemed that the Spartans were about to score a run, Nikhil once again, should I call him the golden arm right now because he's got 6 strikeouts and he just vanishes any and every hope right now that was for Spartan, but still a lot to play. But as I was saying, Calvin, we did try the earpiece in the Australian Big Bash. So it's a cricketing league, and they did try it, and it was a success actually. But over here in India right now, with the cricketing leagues, it's still a debate wherein you should have that because the point is that once you're on the field, probably you should play on the players' merit and not on the coaching staff's merit because the point is that the coaching staff have all the technology with them. So maybe with the technology coming in, they could help extra some unfair advantage. But I'm not so sure. I think having an earpiece and you talking to your coaches or someone from the technical staff adds a bit more element to the game, because each and every team has been given the same technology. So if you're talking about some unfair advantage, everyone has the same unfair advantage. And I think that should be something happening in the country right now. And with even in football, I think that's a soccer, I would say. That's a much concern and much debate because they don't let you talk to the managing team. But in football, to their advantage, the managers are very, very close. They are on the dugout, very close, talking to the players, guiding them. So yeah, let's see where the game goes in this part of the country right now.
So here comes the first pitch in the bottom of the third inning, and that one's going to be hit on the ground. It's going to be a tough play, and that one's going to get through for a base hit, and it's going to get away from the outfielder a little bit. Let's see if they decide to send him, and they do not. And so that'll be a single to start off the inning for the Falcons, and I believe that was the pitcher, Nikhil, who got that base hit.
Nikhil is doing everything on his own right now. As we said, one man army, making sure he pitches, he fields, he hits. This boy, proper lad.
Yeah, he has had a fantastic game, and if he continues to play like this, the Falcons will have no trouble making it to Sunday. And that pitch misses. So now 1 ball and no strikes here.
Do we have any update, Calvin, of the teams that made it to Sunday from yesterday? Do we have an update on that?
I am not 100% sure who it will be advancing from yesterday's game. Hopefully, we can get some maybe
Yeah.
some clarification on that soon. As the pitch, and they are going to throw down, trying to catch him stealing, and I believe the throw was not in time, and so that'll be a stolen base now for Nikhil. So he's got 6 strikeouts on the day. I believe that was his second hit of the game, and now a stolen base. He is again doing it all, like you said.
Very, very interesting. Nikhil comes to the second base, steals that one. As I've said, I love characters. I love guys who are characters, and Nikhil looks like a proper character because in sports, you gotta be a character. If you gotta be successful, you gotta be a character. Nikhil looks like that. He pitches, he defends, he hits, he steals. Mr. Do It All right now. Nikhil, number 22 on his back. And when he watches this stream going back, he's gonna be proud of himself.
Yes, and for a lot of our Indian viewers who maybe keep up with Major League Baseball, a good comparison for him would be Shohei Ohtani. You know, as you've seen, he's one of those guys who can pitch, he can hit, he can base run. He's just a do-it-all sort of player. He doesn't really have a lot of weaknesses in his game. And you can see that same thing with Nikhil here in this game as well. He's done a fantastic
Indeed.
job. Also, got to give a lot of credit to Shohei. He did win his I believe it's his fourth MVP award for Major League Baseball yesterday. They announced that. So congratulations to Shohei, as that one is going to be ball four. And so that is a walk. So now runners on first and second with nobody out here for the Falcons.
Indeed, Calvin, indeed, Shohei Ohtani is a cultural leader over here in the country. I was seeing many of their players' favorite. I saw the questionnaire and the question, who's their favorite MLB player? Many of them just going Shohei Ohtani, and we cannot argue. Not just these guys, all over the globe, if you're watching baseball, there's very less to hate about Shohei Ohtani. I don't care if you're a rival or you are his supporter. You cannot hate the guy because he pitches, he hits, he's like a proper gentleman. If you see him on the camera as well, it's very easy to love him actually. You cannot hate that guy. And tell me something, Calvin, what makes Shohei Ohtani that special that he's having that kind of a form for MVPs, as you said, and that cultural following all over the globe? What's so special about that lad?
Well, I think it's because, like we said, he doesn't really have any weaknesses in his game. A lot of times we see players who are at the top of the league in batting average, like sort of a guy like Aaron Judge, as this bunt is down and it's going to be played cleanly by the pitcher and a nice play there to pick up the out. But the bunt does exactly what it's supposed to do as it advances the runners to second and third base. But Kumar, continuing what we were talking about Shohei Ohtani, I think it's because, we see players a lot of times who pitch at a high level and they do just that. And then we see batters like Aaron Judge who hit at a very high level. But Shohei Ohtani is at the top of the league statistically in both pitching and hitting. And we have never really seen that in Major League Baseball. And so it's sort of breaking down this wall between specialized pitchers and specialized hitters as that ball misses for a ball. So runners on second and third, one out here in the bottom of the third. Falcons looking to extend their lead here.
Calvin, tell me for how long MLB has been going on,
The
roughly.
MLB is going on for a long time. I would say, I think I might be able to look this up somewhere, but it definitely was around the 1800s when
Now,
MLB was first founded.
now imagine with what Calvin said, a game, a tournament that has been founded so long, and he said that about Shohei Ohtani that probably he is one of the best lads that has ever played in the tournament, one of the best lads that has ever stepped foot in a baseball game. So I think that goes to show how big of a player Shohei Ohtani is and how big a player's impact could be, because these guys right now, they know that in the subcontinent, in the Asian subcontinent, there's a guy called Shohei Ohtani right from Japan, not very far from India. So I think that helps them. I think that motivates them. And I'm sure, Calvin, with DD's effort right now, Diamond Dream Academy, this non-profit corporation who's trying to grow the game in India, don't be surprised if in a 10 years of a span, we see someone from this country go out there and make a name for themselves.
Yeah, and you're exactly right, Kumar. We've seen it with a lot of sports, especially in the United States with pro sports. We're seeing a lot of these players, develop from different countries. You talked about Major League Baseball. You've got Shohei Ohtani and Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who are both from Japan, and they played excellent over this MLB season. You've seen it in the NBA now with players from France, with players from Serbia, making it to the league to the NBA. And so, right now, from a global standpoint, we are seeing a lot of these smaller countries and a lot of countries who we may not see a lot of athletes from becoming more and more popular and inspiring the next generation of athletes from their countries.
Also, Calvin, yesterday, me and Ryan were talking about a guy called Arjun Nimala. The story about him is Arjun Nimala is an American baseball shortstop in the Toronto Blue Jays organization. He's a 20-year-old, and he was picked up in the first draft, and he's from an Indian origin actually. So I think Ryan pointed this out to me that this is going to be huge for India. Even though he's an American citizen, he has the Indian origins in him, and that way, that opens up the door. In the meanwhile, just give me a second. I think there's this bright sunshine coming into my camera. I think, Calvin, I'm going to fix that up, and I'll be back with you guys.
All right, no problem. As we continue to get back here, the bottom of the third inning, looks like runners on second and third and one out as they look to bunt again, and that pitch misses for a ball. So waiting to see the count from the umpire here. I believe it is one ball, no strikes. As here comes the pitch. And that one is going to be hit on the ground. It's going to be tough play, and they are going to try and throw home. And I believe they're going to say that he did get.
Once again, this ball goes in the foul zone. Calvin, I was listening to you actually about the tournaments and how well the organizers have done to keep us on track. And yes, indeed, actually. And it's not just in the United States of America, even in India, and anywhere you do a sporting tournament, actually, one of the hardest thing is to keep the tournament on track according to the schedule. So once again, to the organizers, to the Diamond Dreams Academy, to everyone involved, to the broadcasters as well, who have made sure that they bring this live stream to us right now. We see how hard work they do. They take their equipments, carry it on, fix that at the spot. So once again, each and everyone who's been involved in making this tournament a hit, a big thanks to you guys. As we go down right now, it's the top of the fourth. I think this will be called a ball. Yes, 3 ball, 2 strikes right now. As of right now, the Falcons lead 3-0.
Yes, it is a full count, Kumar, you're absolutely right. The hard work from everybody involved in making this tournament happen is not going unnoticed, and we want to give a big, thank you and show our gratitude to not only the tournament organizers but everybody who's working behind the scenes with the technology to make sure that we sound smooth, we look good. And I know that's a hard job, but making sure that the stream looks good as well, as that one just misses. And so the first walk issued today for Nikhil is they'll put one runner on with one out.
Also, if you're talking about shout outs and mentioning people, I would like to mention a few people over here. First of all, Dipesh Solanki, the head of baseball operations DDA, a man who's also been portrayed in the movie Million Dollar Arm. If we are sure about that, the character Amit Rohan based on him. So he's a man who's been trying too hard for the Indian baseball to grow. Also, Melissa Siegler, the founder and CEO, as we see on the screen, the logo of Stashlet. She's the founder and CEO of Stashlet, is DDA's fundraising partner. Also, a shout out to Stan Exter, the head coach from United States of America of DDA, and Kapil Rathi, founder and CEO Game Run, DDA's AI and performance partner. And in the end, the man, the one who has made this possible, the CEO, Chief Executing Officer of Diamond Dream Academy, Mr. Kanwal Sra. Thank you to each and everyone involved in making this tournament possible, in making Diamond Dreams possible, and in making this Indian revolution possible. And I'm sure these guys will be the pilot batch. Many more Indian players would see them, would see this tournament, and come in once again to play the game of baseball. That's what I hope right now.
Yeah, again, just thank you to everybody. Yes, that Kumar, because it is an honor for us as well to be able to, get in sort of on the ground floor as this game, as the Diamond Dreams continues to grow and continues to gain support. It is an honor for, as that ball is a base hit, and it looks like that one is going to score a run, and the ball gets away from the outfielder. And so it looked like he had some trouble finding it. He throws it back in, and they're going to get the runner trying to go to second. So the Spartans try to be aggressive on the base path. They will score a run to cut into this lead, but now there's 2 outs and nobody on here, Kumar.
I mean, over there, we'll see that replay. The fielder had no clue, the outfielder. He had no clue where the ball went. He was just looking for it. But still, I think they got the out. Overall, a good play. And I think this is what I was talking about last night as well, last evening as well. Because in the parts that the game is developing, you do have some moments where you can actually, it's like a light-hearted moment over there, because the ball over there was, as we see this grounder at first, it was a light-hearted moment. He didn't know where the ball was. He was searching for it. So, in parts of the country, in parts of the globe wherein the game is not that much developed, you see these moments happening. Rarely you will see these kind of things at MLB. So, it's much more professional, much more rigid. But right now in this part of the country, in Maharashtra, we can actually have small niggles over here, light-hearted moments. Love that.
Yes, and that was a nice play again by Nikhil. He does give up his first run of the game in that inning, but he does get out relatively unscathed. So a nice job there by the defense of the Falcons, as they'll come out for the bottom of the fourth now, looking to extend that lead. But as we were saying before that last out was recorded, I feel like it's such a big honor for us to be able to call these games and to be able to get on the mic and talk baseball and meet people like you, Kumar, who do an excellent job with the broadcasting, and people who are so passionate about growing a sport. It's really inspiring to see people with such energy and passion and they're putting into a sport. So again, thank you to all the high ups at the Diamond Dreams Baseball Academy, and thank you for the ABL for letting us come out and call their games and growing the game of India. A game of
Also,
baseball in India.
also if you're talking about also giving shout outs, I think the most important factor in all of these is the fans, because it's the fans who make or break a sport. If we have fans developing in the country about baseball, that's how these guys will grow. Because think about it, Calvin, if for any sport to grow, you need to have commercials, revenue generated, and revenue comes from these fans. So the more these fans tune in, so somehow we, me and you, are somehow trying to make sure that we can bring a A-level broadcast to the game of baseball, so that more and more fans tune in, not just from the country, from across the globe. And that's what DDA's mission is, to get viewers, to get eyes on Indian baseball. We know we are not there. We know we do not play the way we would want to play right now, because we are learning right now. It's in the budding stages. The game is developing over here. And DDA, when they approached me, when I got to know that I did not know about Diamond Dreams Academy, I researched and I got to know it's a non-profit corporation. Very rare in today's time, wherein everything is made on branding and deals and advertisements. Everything is money these days. An organization coming from the United States of America, Mr. Kanwal making sure that this organization builds a world class development ecosystem through grassroots training, international partnerships, elite coaching, and holistic athlete development. I tip my hats off and I give it to him. More and more sports could be developed all across the globe, not just India. Maybe India has cricket. Maybe India can give cricket to other countries. Maybe USA has baseball. It comes and gives to India. And that's how we live together as a global village. And I think that's some message right here to each and everyone listening on this stream as we begin. Bottom of the fourth right now. One ball, two strikes.
Yeah, very well said, Kumar. Is you are right. Bottom of the fourth, one ball, two strikes here. Falcons looking to add to their lead, as I believe it is currently 9:06 a.m. in India. And so we do have another game coming right at you at 9:30 is when that game is supposed to start. So I wonder how much longer they're going to let this game go before they call it off to get ready for the second game, as that ball misses. So now two balls and two strikes here.
So I think, Calvin, this is the last innings right now happening. I'm sure about that. So we had a chat about this yesterday, and we had some word from the ground team that the games do run for 1 hour and 5 minutes roughly, and in that time, the amount of innings you have played, and at that time the game stops. So I think since we are in a good space right now, this would probably be the last innings. And if that is so, I think the Falcons have probably secured a victory for them.
Yes, and that's a very big strikeout there from Sopan as he continues. He had some problems there in the middle innings, but in the early game and now here late again, he has looked really good, and that is another strikeout for him. And a big one at that. But yes, you are right. If the Falcons will pick up this win, and now they might look to add some runs, possibly to get their run differential a little bit higher. So if it comes down to a tiebreaker, they will be able to play for the championship on Sunday, as that first pitch misses for a ball. So one ball, no strikes here.
But I think each team will have the opportunity to play three games. As we see a wild swing, it misses. Each team will have an opportunity to play three games. So even if the Spartans lose this one, I think plenty of positives to pick on. Go forward, keep their chins high, make sure that they make a comeback in the next game that they're about to play. And yeah, lot of positives to pick up from this victory as well for Falcons and Spartans. Whoever wins, yeah.
And the Spartans, we will see as that ball is hit on the ground. Nice play there by the shortstop. Throw over to first is going to be in time, and they are going to record the out. So now a second quick out here for the Spartans, as that was a really nice play there by the shortstop. Solid contact was made on the ground ball. Throw over to first was indeed in time. So really nice stretch there by the first baseman. A lot of time you see those first basemen have to be really agile. They have to be really flexible as well, because they have to usually bend down and reach out really far to get those balls at first base.
And Calvin, I was about to say something. I did witness something. Was about to say that these guys are not putting in a lot of dive right now, and probably it's because of the outfield. I think it's probably they're probably concerned about some injuries. And on that point, imagine what would happen when the Gwalior ballpark will be invented and completed. what a big advantage this would be to the players of India playing this sport. I'm sure you heard about the Gwalior ballpark, Calvin.
Yes, I actually got to speak with when I was starting my interview process with the Diamond Dreams. I got to speak with Ken Wall, the CEO of the Diamond Dreams Academy, and he explained to me the building of the ballpark. And I am very excited to see how it turns out. And hopefully, I can make it from the United States to India to check out the ballpark once it's completed.
Indeed, Calvin, it will be a great honor to walk together into the Gwalior ballpark. Just to let the audience know about the Gwalior ballpark, is the first MLB standard ballpark that is going to be made in India. The inauguration was done on the 5th of May, and it's built in partnership with IPS group of colleges. And this one will get people excited. It mirrors the iconic New York Mets Stadium City Field. It mirrors it. 335 to left field, 408 feet to center, and 330 feet to right field, and has a seating capacity of 7,000. Once this project is done, Calvin, imagine how well the infrastructure will grow, how well these players would be benefited. I think this goes into the foul zone, if I'm correct.
Yes, that one is a foul ball. So quickly, one strike here for Sopan, who just finished pitching the last inning, and now will step up to the plate and hit with no balls and one strike. As Nikhil will look to shut the door on this game as the pitch. And that one is hit on the ground. Going to be a tough play for the shortstop. Makes it cleanly. The throw over is
Okay.
in time. My goodness, what a play there by the shortstop to record the out, and a massive out at that. My goodness, let's take another look at this one.
Calvin, as I was saying, they're not putting in dives. This guy, I think he has a earpiece, listens to me, puts his all on the line, but a good play overall. Made the dive, couldn't save himself, but I think good play overall.
Yeah, and that just shows the hustle and how much these players want it. It's not often that you see MLB players slide into first base. Usually, they can tell if they're going to be out or safe, and they sometimes, lack hustle. But a really nice hustle and great play from both teams right there to get that first out of the inning.
That's a good point, Calvin. And that's a good word used, hustle. Making sure they put all on the line right now, not caring about getting injured. I think when you dive on such ground, it's a mud ground mostly, sand ground maybe. When you dive on such grounds, you would have rashes on your hands. You would have some cuts, some bruises. And you're not caring about that as we see this play over here. Oh, look at that throw, Calvin.
And
Look
that
at
was
that
a
diving
really
throw.
nice throw. And I can't tell if they got him out or not. I think they are going to call him out. My goodness, what a play. The shortstop for the Falcons has really showed up here in a big way in this last inning.
Look at that replay, Calvin. Look at the way he grabs that. Look at the way he fumbles, but he picks it up once again. And look at this. We didn't. Look at that. Look at that guy diving and throwing that ball. Beautiful. He fumbled. He made a mistake. He made sure that he once again gets up and does his best, and he did that exactly.
And it actually looks like they did rule him safe as he gets to second base now. But again, fantastic hustle and really great effort by both teams here as they are wanting to try and advance it to Sunday to play for a championship.
See, I'll tell you, Calvin. I'll tell you. I've been a kid and I've been playing cricket for a long time in the circuits, in the smaller levels. I'll tell you, there's such an abundance of good fielders in the country, and as we maybe hopefully we continue more in our exploration of baseball players in India, I think we have just scratched a hint of players right now, and I think the talent will surprise you once we are in the hunt for talents. I think fielding is one department wherein there's so many guys who put it all on their line. They fly, they dive, they don't care about their bones breaking. They just do it for the love of the game. As me and Ryan were commentating, if Ryan you're listening to it, he said some of the guys just do it for the love of the game. And I think we'll find much more guys who just do it for the love of the game. As we see this ball go high in the air, I think it will land in the foul zone. Yes, it does. Three
So
balls,
now
one strike, I think right now the count.
it's 3 balls, one
Yes,
strike,
Calvin.
top of the fifth inning, runner on second base. As Nikhil will try and get out of this one and possibly end the game. As we are closing in on about 9:13 a.m. India time.
Calvin making sure he keeps the time zone in his pocket right now. 9:13 Indian Standard Time. He's exactly correct. 9:30 we begin with the next game. So I think they're going into the fifth innings, and this will probably be the last innings. I was not so sure about it. I said the fourth innings could be the last. Maybe they're going to play the fifth, and this has to be the last innings, considering there's a 9:30 game once again.
You're absolutely right. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes now after the foul ball. So the count is full. As looks like that pitch was swung on and missed, but he is going to throw down to first, and that's going to be in time. So that is going to be the second out of the inning. And again, for some of our Indian fans who may not be as familiar with the sport of baseball, the runner or the batter at home plate who is batting, if he swings and misses as a pitch strike three, but the catcher does not field it cleanly, he is allowed to try and run to first base. And they will have to throw down there and record the out. So really nice job by the catcher, keeps his focus, keeps his composure, and throws down to first as they still get the out. As that one is hit on the ground, and that's going to be a base hit. So that's going to score a run for the Spartans as they will claw their way back in. And just like that, it's a one-run game with 2 outs here in the top of the fifth.
Calvin, actually, I didn't. For a second, I was not looking on the scoreboard and I was still thinking they're on zero. But the moment I looked at it, they have gone to two. They were actually at one. And as you said, they have gone to two and slowly they're creeping their way back into the game, actually. There's one out left, I believe. Yes, I'm sure about that. Yes.
They throw down to second, and that one gets away and goes into the outfield. They're not going to try and extend and steal third base. But a really nice steal there from the Spartans. And right now, the tying run at second base.
Wow, this could actually be a nail-biting finale.
Could be an interesting finish here. Day 2, game 1 of the ABL tournament. That pitch, that one swung on and missed, and that's a strikeout, and that could end the game. So Nikhil ends this game just as he starts it with a strikeout, and I believe that is strikeout number 8 for him. He goes a complete game, all 5 innings, and Kumar, I think you have to agree with me that he was the MVP of this game.
No doubts. No doubts. Nikhil was the MVP of this game. Our man, we picked him up. Mr. Do It All, one man army. As you said, he finishes the game the same way he began it with strikeouts. I think he's been the pick of the performer, and I think it will help him because we were talking about momentum. He's going to carry forward this momentum and probably take it to the next game and make sure that he delivers in all the second and the third game as well. But also, I think that preserving your pitcher's arm is also a strategy that they will look to employ because the game is big right now. You got to play today and then Sunday as well. So considering the teams that played on day 1, they have 1 day rest to come into day 3. But today, these guys, Nikhil, if these team advance to the finals, the final day, he's got to make sure he preserves his arm, the shoulder strength, so that he's fresh and ready for the third day if the game progresses into it.
And it looks like we thought the game was going to be over, but it looks like they might actually end up playing this final inning.
For the love of the game. For the love of the game, Calvin. They're going to play there.
Kumar, you're exactly right. It's very rare now. It's very rare now that we see, pitchers go long, deep into innings. We talk about Nikhil. He will have pitched 5 innings now in this game, and then he still has 2 games after this. So we could see possibly a different pitcher for the Falcons either later on in this day or possibly even tomorrow as well, because you got to start thinking about the health of your young players. You don't want to overuse that arm, and it could lead to a major injury.
You're correct. You're absolutely correct on that. And which teams from these 4 will reach day 3? But I think from the early glimpses we have seen, Falcons. I mean, it's a tightly contested game, to be honest, Calvin. It's not like that one team has taken the other team to the cleaners. It's not like that. It's a tightly contested game. And I'm not so sure, but yeah, I think Falcons have actually, because I'm a huge fan of momentum. I'll tell you once again, I'm repeating this word after and after. It doesn't depend which team is good. It's just which team picks up the momentum on that day. If you pick up the momentum, and as I say, it's one day, as we see, bottom of the fifth, beginning right now, one ball, because it's a one-day tournament right now. You got to play three games on the same day. If there was three games on 3 days, I would have ruled out the momentum factor that you're going back once again to your rooms, to your hotels, to your places, and then you come back once again, you restart, you refresh. But over here on one-day tournament, wherein you're playing three games, as we see this ball going in, touches the fence, comes back, I think they're gonna go to second base over here. I'm sure about that.
Yes, and a really nice piece of hitting down the line as that is going to be a lead-off double to start this game. And something to note, we did talk about conserving arms and pitching throughout the rest of the weekend. The Spartans have made a pitching change. They are going to go to number 2, Tushar Jadhav, I believe is how you pronounce it. But Tushar is now on the mound, number 2 for the Spartans.
Good call, Calvin. Yes, we see a pitching change. Number 2, Tushar Jadhav, as you say, and Jadhav is the right pronunciation. You are doing pretty well over there. Your Indian accent is developing right now, Calvin, as Tushar pitches once again.
And as you see on second base, guess who? It was number 22, Nikhil, who hit that double. So again, he continues to impress early on in the first game here at the ABL tournament.
Number 22 on his back, right on our screen right now, Nikhil.
As that one is hit down the line, but it is going to get foul. So now 1 ball and 1 strike here, bottom of the 5th inning.
And with cricketing fans, I was yesterday showing this stream to a friend of mine, and he said, "What if the ball hits the fence? Will it be a boundary?" I said, "No, it's not. It's not a boundary over here. It's about number of bases you can cover." So for casual cricket fans who are joining live in the stream right now, as we see this grounder, oh, he's safe.
Oh, and I believe that one hit Nikhil, and he's going to be safe, and he's not going to run home. So excellent heads-up play. But the runner at the plate, the guy who was batting, does advance to second base. So now it's going to be second and third with no outs here in the bottom of the 5th. So the Falcons look to extend that lead.
One thing that I've observed, Calvin, is with these players, they have a good swing onto their hand. They're swinging it hard, but probably the toughest thing right now in base. So, okay, this is a bat and a ball game, right? So this part of the country, they use the broader bat, the bat that we use in cricket. Mostly kids growing up in the country, what they are gifted is a broader bat. So that bat has much scope to hit because it has much area onto it, bigger area onto it. I think the transition shifting into a baseball bat, it's not an easy thing to hold and to hit cleanly. So I think the more time they spend with the bat, the more familiar they become with the bat, and they find that sweet spot. I'm sure, Calvin, you will agree with sweet spot. You got to spend time with the bat. And I think these guys are doing just that right now.
You're absolutely right. And they are something to note here about the conditions of the field. Most of the times when a pitcher is pitching, they're usually pitching from a mound. So they're elevated. So if you can see my hands here, the pitcher usually is on an elevated surface and the batter, where's my hand? Here it is. So the batter will be on a lower surface. So the ball is coming down from the pitcher to the batter. And that means that their swings are going to be, sort of, they're doing this motion sort of lining up with the ball in that upward angle. And so a lot of those players are probably coached on an upward angle. So that could be while they're leading the ball a lot of times is ground balls, is because they're missing that sweet spot because they're used to the pitchers pitching from a higher angle.
This is a good point, Calvin. This is a really good point. That's what we call the pitcher's mound, probably an elevated piece of land. And that's a very good observation. And I think with the invention of the Gwalior ballpark, we'll have that. As of right now, I think there's no mound right now, right? It's just a flat ground from there where they are throwing right now.
Yes, you are right.
Yes. So when the Gwalior ballpark is done, I believe, when we have the first center in India for an excellent MLB standard ballpark, I think we'll see all of those happening. And as I said, that's why I'm very excited with the future of baseball right now happening. So I was talking to my friends, I was talking to my family members, I showed them this game. Most of them in the country do not know about it yet. It has not reached them. It has not reached in their feeds, in their Instagrams, in their reels, in their day-to-day life. But when I show them, they're very excited. People are excited because, it's sometimes as we see this ball, I think this will go in foul zone. Yes, it is. One of my friends said, Calvin, this game is long lost. As we see that dog coming into it, he also wants to play baseball. Everyone wants to get a play of it. As my friend said, Calvin, that baseball is a long lost sibling of cricket. So this
Yeah, I believe
country,
you're absolutely right.
yes, this
A lot
country
of
plays
similarities.
cricket. If we bring this to the global attention, I think this part of the country will absolutely adore and love baseball. And especially one part, Calvin, they love is the steel part, because you said that on stream yesterday as well. Probably I have seen that growing up. A lot of games in this country, wherein the fun games, the chit chat games between colleagues and friends growing up, involves a lot of stealing. Altogether, baseball is going to be a hit operation. That's what DDA believes. That's what we believe.
As
Bottom of
that
the
pitch
fifth
is
right now. Yes, Calvin, you
in
continue.
there for a strike. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, I believe, is the count now. Again, bases loaded here in the bottom of the fifth inning as the Falcons look to try and extend their lead. It's the pitch. That one is hit on the ground and foul. So you can see a couple of the other teams from the rest of the day getting ready, sitting in the warm-up area, trying to watch this game, see what the competition is going to look like throughout the day. As again, you will have us for 5 more games on the day, and then we will get some well-deserved rest and get ready for Sunday, where we'll have 4 games for the championship. As this pitch, and that one is hit high in the air, and this one is hit well, going back, and in a nice play made out in the outfield, as they're going to throw home, but is not going to be in time. So a sacrifice fly for the Falcons, as that's going to add a run. And boy, that was a beautiful piece of hitting right there. My goodness.
He did connect that. Probably lagged a bit where he wanted, but the connection was sweet, on the money right now, and that's good to see. Good to see that. And also, Calvin, you're talking about the other teams coming in and watching the competition. Good point over there, because I've seen good players do this. They do train and focus on their game as well, but studying your opponents, seeing what's in front of them, what's coming, and to watch them actually helps a lot, because you probably get a lot of insight. And this is what good players do. They study the opponents as well. So yeah, good exposure for the teams coming in, making sure they can watch the competition and probably act accordingly.
So runners on first and second, 1 out here, as that one is a strike.
That is something we'll call a wild swing, but finds nothing but thin air. And as the commentators would like to say, swing and a miss.
Yes, as Sopan has come back into the game now for the Spartans. There's 1 ball and 1 strike here. It's the pitch. He shows bunt, and he is going to lay down the bunt, and that's going to be a really good bunt. And I couldn't tell if it went foul or not. And it did go foul indeed, and so we will do it again. But that was the right idea. If you're going to lay down a bunt, that's the perfect way to do it.
Exactly, and we've seen the Indian guys do bunt a lot of times yesterday as well and today as well. They do focus more on the bunt right now compared to the MLB, where I think they use bunt in the professional leagues. But I think these guys, since the game is developing, they do understand the idea more, and they actually want to fill the bases with a bunt. And this time around, as Calvin said, the idea was correct, probably not the execution. But yeah, bottom of the fifth, here we are. Two bases loaded, the first and second.
And you can
One ball, two
definitely, I
strike.
definitely agree with you, Kamar. The bunting in Major League Baseball is sort of a lost art, and I loved it to see, these teams in India sort of develop and using a skill that's possibly a little underused or appreciated in American baseball.
Calvin wanted to ask that. Why is the bunt a lost kind of skill right now? Because you watch a lot of MLB. Probably give me your insight. What happened to the bunt? Because it's a very good defensive play to load the bases, to advance the bases forward. What happened with the bunt?
Yeah, so I feel like a lot of times, managers say that, you don't want to use a bunt possibly as much because a lot of times you are giving a free out to the other team. And then also a lot of the power hitters, as that ball is going to be hit down the line. And I think they're going to say that this is a foul ball. And they are. And so we will go back and do it again. But as I was saying, a lot of the times too, the teams have become so more like power style hitters. They'd rather hit home runs than anything else. And so a lot of times you have a good like 5 or 6 players on your 9 man roster or 9 man starting lineup that can hit home runs. So typically you don't see a lot of bunt now because they'd rather hit a home run than bunt.
Good point. That's a good point, Calvin. And that's why in the growing countries where the game is growing, you see a lot of bunt because these guys still believe that the bunt is a essential tool. Probably give up a wicket, probably lose one, but score, advance the bases. So yeah, probably that's a good analysis that in the professional leagues they are more into power plays, scoring more, trying to hit big. But I'm a big fan of the bunt. I'm a big fan of the bunt, and these Indian
I
guys,
completely
even they
agree.
are not a big fan of bunt.
As that one, I believe, was a strikeout. And yes, it was. So now 2 outs here in this inning as the Falcons still lead in this one as the first pitch. And that one is hit high in the air. It looks like it is tracking foul, and it does end up out of play. And so it'll be 0-1.
Also, Calvin, we were talking about this that new things happening in India at this tournament. Ryan said that he was watching the stream when you and Eli were on the stream, and something happened like a hidden ball or technique, something. What was that?
Yes, so we did have it was Messi, the pitcher for the Panthers, and the Panthers defense executed a hidden ball trick as that one misses for a ball. So the count now 1-1. Basically, what happened was is the pitcher will give the ball to one of his infielders. That the time that it was executed was the third baseman, and he'll go back to the mound and pretend like he's pitching, but he won't have the ball. And then when the runner on third base goes to take his lead off, then the fielder who has the ball tags him because the runner is unaware that the third baseman had the ball as that one is fouled off. So the count now 1-2. And so what ends up happening is the runner gets tagged out because he thinks the pitcher has the ball, but the third baseman has the ball. And so he steps off the base. Third baseman applies the tag, and it's an out. And it's very sneaky, and it's a fun technique. So I was really excited to see that make it to these Indian leagues and the Diamond Dreams Academy. It's something that, again, is not seen very often in Major League Baseball, but when it happens, it is electric. It is so much fun to watch.
To think about it, Calvin, just hearing from you makes me excited. The amount of understanding required and the amount of strategy over there, just it's kind of manipulation, but not manipulation. It's not a bad manipulation. It's actually thinking to your advantage. And that's how Ryan was excited. And that's why I wanted you to say this on the stream right now, because that's probably a lost technique as well. You don't see that happening much in the MLB, but that's the beauty of seeing games in country where it is growing, because you don't know what you're going to see as this ball gets high in the air, goes in the foul zone. You are not sure what you're going to see. Anything could happen over here. It's chaotic, it's wild, it's raw, and it's unfiltered. So baseball over here, as they're growing, I love this thing. And what you said right now is so interesting to hear.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes here in the bottom of the fifth, looking to end this inning as Sopan back on the mound here. He did take a little bit of a break, but he's back now on the mound.
I think Calvin is 9:32 Indian Standard Time. I think this game probably will now reach its end as the new teams. I think it's Rockers versus Lavenders in our next game, Calvin.
Correct. We do have the Rockers and the Lavenders coming up in the next game, and then in Game 3, we will see this Spartans team again as they will play the Rockers. So the Rockers will have to play back-to-back games
That's back.
starting the next one, and so we will see this Spartan team again today in Game 3, and we will see the Falcons as well as that ball is hit high in the air, and it looks like it's going to get foul as well. So we will see both of these teams again. But we will see the Spartans more recently as they will play Game 3, which will be coming up after Game 2.
Cool.
So as again, the count stays full.
Just one thing probably I would want to add, that I think I've loved the baseball overall, but I think with more time, the batters will find that sweet spot because they have yet to see someone actually find the sweet spot frequently, and that is because I think the more time they spend with the bat, the more better we get. We have discussed this, but they have connected. There is connection from the bat, but because of that bat being such, I mean, I'll tell you honestly, the country does not have these kind of bats on a regular basis. We do not see this on a regular basis. Our idea of bat is something else. I'm sure Calvin has seen cricket bats. So I think once they find that sweet spot, and I am once again stressing on it, as you look at that bat right now, the way it goes down and just like a thin piece of wood that is very hard to hit it. Calvin, you must have played the game. You know how hard is it to hit with that bat, and the ball coming in at that pace to make sweet contact, to make the right contact.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The ball, it's very small, and there's such a small like sweet spot on the bat, like you're mentioning, that it is really hard to make contact. A lot of people in the United States say that it is the hardest thing to do in all of the sports that are commonly played in the United States is to make contact with a baseball from a pitcher. And so, there's definitely is a lot of skill involved in this. But as you can see right now, and as you've mentioned a lot of times today, it is the mechanics are very similar, and the bat is very similar to the style of play in cricket as well. And so, a lot of these players have done a pretty good job picking it up.
Yes, and as you said, Calvin, one thing that had the body mechanics as well. So when you're swinging, probably your body mechanics, your kinetic energy, your lower leg, your bottom leg, your bottom body coming into play, the way you throw your body into it, the way you throw your hands, the shoulder strength coming into it. I think this is something that helps them. But yeah, once they find that sweet spot on the bat, they'll profit from it definitely. And different batters have different style, different approaches. So yeah,
As that pitch is a strike, so now 3 balls and 2 strikes, and we have a new pitcher in again for the Spartans. As this is number 10 Mogul, who has come in for the Spartans, as he looks to get out of this inning with 2 outs here, and the base is loaded. The pitch. And that one is hit in the air, and it looks like it's going to be a base hit. And so that's going to score 1 run, possibly 2, as it is going to score 2 runs, and it's going to put runners on the corners. And so the Falcons extend their lead now in the bottom of the 5th inning, and they've still got some runners on with 2 outs.
indeed, Calvin, the scoreboard will read 6 now, 2 runs more added. And I think the Falcons have stamped their authority on this game, and still we have a base runner at 1 right now. Bottom of 5th right now, we are 2 outs.
That one is outside for a ball, so the count will be 1-0.
Once again, Calvin, good display by the Falcons. It was a tightly contested game, but as we progressed more into the innings, now we are roughly around the 5th innings, about to end. So the more longer this game progressed, the difference was clear. Probably Falcons the better team, and the scoreboard never lies. So 6-2 right now in there. I think they've done a good job, but now look to rest and come back strong.
As that one misses for a ball, so the count now 2-0.
As we see, runners on 1st and 3rd right now, 2 outs. The count 2-0. Tries to bunt. I think that was 3-0. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it was it was 3-0, and now that loads the bases again here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Who says no? Let's go for a home run right now. Grand slam. Who says no?
That would be fantastic. Our first home run of the tournament being a grand slam.
And actually, the left-handers have had a great swing. I've seen a lot of left-handers who have a very poetic swing. So when the left-handers hit, it remains hit. So yeah, maybe. I'm a fan of fantasy. I'm a fan of, we call people like us hopeless romantics who see a sport and just romanticize it. So right now, I'm romanticizing this guy, the left-handed, to strike this one right off the ground to end this as a grand slam. Let's see what happens. Here we go.
As that one misses,
I think
so
2
the count
balls.
now 2-0. And they try and throw back to the third baseman, and it gets away. So that is going to easily score the runner from third. And so unfortunately, now our grand slam hopes are off the table, but the Falcons do add another run to make it 7-2 now.
Yes, Calvin, our hopes are off the table, but indeed, Falcons profiting from it, scoring 1 more to their tally, 7-2 right now, comfortably easing their way to the victory.
That one is hit high in the air, and it looks like this could be playable. And the play is made, and that will end the inning. And so, The Falcons load the bases a couple times. They get a couple runs across, and I believe that will end this game with a final score of 7-2. As we take a look at this replay again, the ball hit sky high in the air, and a nice job there by the third baseman to make the catch. That ends this game.
Rarely, Calvin, rarely we say that you're ending the game and winning with an out. Rarely that
Yes.
happens, but this time around they get an out, but they have won the game as well. 7 to the score right now as we see on the screen. This was Spartans versus Falcons, and the Falcons dominating this game. It was a tightly contested game, but as the innings went by, it was clear that there is a clear gap and margin. The Falcons lead 7-2, win their first game. This is Ahilyanagar Baseball League. As we see the post-match presentation now, both the teams lining themselves in line, and we'll have the medal presentation and ceremony. Stay tuned with us. My name is Kumar Satyam. Joining me is Calvin Ritchie. We'll be back again soon to you with live action of the second game between Rockers and Lavenders. that Ryan pointed out was we rarely see in the MLB, we mostly see teams having animal names or birds name, but we rarely see names on the names of flowers or something of that sort. So I think it's also a good discussion point because mostly these teams look to be ferocious and like wild and raw. So maybe yeah, naming also plays a big part. And right now we have two teams with good names, Lavenders and Rockers. Ryan actually said that Lavenders is his favorite name. Calvin, do you got a favorite name from these eight teams?
I think I would have to agree with him. I think Lavenders, like you said, a lot of teams like to pick things that are very ferocious, intimidating, like a team like the Falcons or the Spartans that show a lot of big power and energy and intimidation. But you have a team at Lavenders that also can remind you that baseball is a game with a lot of beauty. And I think the lavender is a beautiful color. I think that the lavender is a beautiful flower. And I think it shows the balance between sort of aggression and intimidation as beauty as well. I think it kind of combines the two in this great sport of baseball.
Yes, and to the viewers joining in, if they're not familiar, lavender is kind of a flower, it's kind of a plant that resembles exactly the same color that these boys from the lavender team are wearing. So, probably there's a lot of thinking into it. And as Calvin said, it's probably a fresh thing to baseball right now that not always you got to have a ferocious raw animal or something of that sort added to your name. Sometimes as simple as that, lavender does the trick and adds that gentleness to the game of baseball.
As we are seeing the first couple of pitches from the pitcher for the Rockers, number 8, Sumit, I believe is his name. He's already picked up one out quick early in this one, as he'll look to try and get out of this inning without any damage. He steps on the rubber. We'll look to throw this next pitch. And that one is hit on the ground over the glove of the pitcher, and that's going to get through. A really exceptional effort there from Sumit, the pitcher, but he just could not quite get high enough in the air to get his glove on that one, and that's going to result in a base hit.
And Calvin, sometime I think that on the camera, it's probably easy to think that running from one base to another is probably an easy thing, but I think the separation is 90 feet, right?
Yes, you're absolutely right. 90 feet between all the bases.
It's not an easy thing, as people may think that why didn't he run double over there, why didn't he go, probably many of the new viewers could think, as we see once again good awareness shown by the pitcher. It's not an easy thing to run it, and you understand it's 9:48 right now, it's sunny, you're playing in the heat right now. So the guys who are doing it, they're doing a phenomenal job. And we've seen some pacey lads over here who probably run a lot. Yesterday we were seeing a skill competition when Calvin, you and Eli were commentating, some running competition, some throws competition. So I think it's a good thing to see all those happening because we need more pacey guys who can run because that brings excitement. And as I've seen, we have just tapped one part of the country right now. The amount of talent that is still untapped in this country, the amount of sprinters and the amount of crazy athletes that you're about to explore. Because understand this, Calvin, games like cricket and football, they have a lot of competition as well. There's a lot of people in the waiting trying to get into the national team, trying to play those games. Over in baseball, the competition is less. So all that untapped potential, as we see this ball in the air, and this one I think will be taken. Yes, it does. Beautiful once again. A
Right over.
routine play.
Whoa,
Oh, a
big
collision.
collision.
I think it's safe.
Yes, and he will be safe. They looked like the Rockers tried to make a play there as that ball's hit in the air. And just a refresher for any of our Indian baseball fans who may be unfamiliar with baseball, if the ball is hit in the air and the fielder catches it, the runner does have to retreat back to the base he was originally at. So kind of a little bit of a base running error there from the Lavenders is he's usually what coaches will tell those players to do in that situation is maybe take 2 or 3 steps off the base just in case they don't make the
Yeah.
catch and then retreat back to first base.
Yeah. So you see that in professional league that they're roughly around halfway around. When the ball is in the outfield, they roughly come at halfway and stand over there. Make sure they are making sure that the catcher takes it, and not the catcher, the outfield takes the catch, and then once the catch is taken, they run back to the base. So yeah, that is something we see a lot happening in the Major League Baseball. Over here, probably we'll see that developing as we are in the bottom of the first. 2 outs right now. First base is loaded. Second base actually advances to second base. Yes, he does.
Yes,
Number
the
8 on his
runner.
back.
Yes, the runner got past. As that one as he advanced on the pitch, got by the catcher, and so he does advance to second base. It's the 1-0 pitch. That one is in the dirt. Nice play by the catcher, and the count will be 2-0 now. Something to note here, Kumar, out of all the teams that we've called so far through all the games, both day one and the first game of this one, the Lavenders have the smallest roster of every single team that we have in the field today. So, let's see how their coach and their manager decides to, sort of keep the energy and, conserve a lot of this energy with knowing that their roster is so small.
The Lavenders are saying quality over quantity. We'll have less players, but we'll make sure we are efficient. But it's going to be exciting how they manage because, as Calvin said, management is something you got to have your pitchers rotating. As we see this ball running away, will this be
I
called a
believe they are
foul,
going
Calvin?
to.
I'm not so sure.
I think that they actually have ruled this a fair ball, and it went out of play, and so that means that the runner will score and the Lavenders will be on the board, and then since the ball left the field of play, that it'll be an automatic ground rule double, and so the runner will then advance to second base. And so number 2 for the Lavenders moves up to second base after the double.
I think I agree with that. It's the double rule applied onto it because the ball landed in the fair zone and then it just tickled past the ground. Yeah. So probably if we had fences over there, this would have never happened. And that's why once again I say I'm so excited about the Gwalior ballpark because for once we'll have these things sorted. And that's the beauty about ballparks, right, Calvin? Because in USA you have different ballparks having different dimensions, and that's how stadiums come into play. Because at one place you can hit a home run, but at the other stadium maybe the height is so tall that's not going as a home run. That's going to be a catch, right, Calvin?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. A lot of these ballparks have different dimensions, and that's what makes baseball such a unique sport. It's very rare that we get to see, fields being different. You think about a game like basketball where, the courts all have to be the same length. As that one's hit on the ground, diving effort, it gets through, and that's going to be a base hit, and that looks like it's going to score the runner from second. So a nice relay throw in, but they are actually going to hold the runner at third base. So there will be runners on the corners now with 2 outs here in the bottom of the first for the Lavenders. But as I was saying, you think about a lot of other sports like basketball where they have to have the court at the same size. I feel like the same with football or soccer, as they refer to it in the United States. A lot of those times the fields are the same distance. But in baseball, the field can be completely different in the outfield. The foul ball space could be different depending on every field. And so you really don't know what you're going to get until you walk into the park.
And that's why I say that cricket is a long lost sibling of baseball because, unlike other sports, as you said, basketball, football, the pitch does not matter that much. You have different grasses, you have different dressing rooms, maybe, and different kind of paints, maybe, but that's the only difference. But like baseball, in cricket as well, you have a pitch, right? So we have a 22-yard pitch over there, and each and every time, as we see this effort on our screen right now,
Yes, and I believe they got him out. And that
yes,
will
I do,
end the
Calvin,
inning.
agree with you.
So Sumit throws the pitch. The catcher throws down trying to get the steal, and they catch him on the steal attempt. So really nice play there by the Rockers to keep this damage only at 1 run. And so the Lavenders score a run, and we will head to the bottom of the first inning.
Indeed. 1 run scored right now, and as you said, containing the damage. And I think that's a good start. And I was talking about cricket and as in baseball. So baseball basically the dimensions of the field matters and the way the ballparks are constituted. They play a big part. So when you shift stadiums, that's probably a different stadium gives you a different kind of a feel. As well as in cricket, you have pitch. That's a 22-yard game, and each pitch when you shift your pitches when you go to a different place to play, it depends on the guy who's making that pitch. So pitch over there is a 32-yard game, right? For the Indian audience coming in, they already know it. So sometimes the pitch could be bouncy, sometimes the pitch could be slow, it could be dull sometimes. So I think that's why these boys who come into play baseball right now will pretty much feel like they do understand the phenomena And there's just one thing that's very much different, that in cricket you gotta, the ball bounces and comes to your bat actually. So there's a bounce, one bounce, and the ball comes to you. In baseball, there is the ball directly coming at you. There's no bounce. So yeah, pretty much the same long lost sibling now, as we are 1-0 on the scorecard right now.
Yes, so 1-0. The Lavenders lead in the top. They're going into the bottom of the first, and it looks like number 14, Magesh, is going to be pitching for the Lavenders as the first pitch, and that one almost hit him. Very close. Nice job getting out of the way there by the batter for the Rockers.
Nice job indeed.
This is our first look at number 14, the pitcher for the Lavenders. We'll see what he can do after his team gave him a little bit of run support in the first inning, scoring a run. And that one's going to be hit on a line, and I think that one is going to go foul. So it is a foul ball, so the count will be even now, 1-1 strike. It's the 1-1 pitch. That one is in there for a strike. So the count now 1-2 strikes. So 1-2 strikes, base is empty here in the bottom of the first. The pitch. That one is outside for a ball, so the count now even, 2 strikes. And this is game 2, ABL League 2025. Lavenders versus Rockers. And that one is hit in the air, and that one's going to be down for a base hit. And this is going to be extra bases as it rolls all the way to the wall. And it is going to be a stand-up double for the Rockers. And a big opportunity here as they get the leadoff man aboard.
Good one. This was a good hit. Hit straight down towards the outfield, the center outfield, and I think they have loaded the bases. So there's a base. I think is that two. Calvin, where are the runners right now?
Yeah, so that's going to end up with one runner on second base on the leadoff double here to start this game, this bottom of the first inning.
Okay.
As that one just misses for a ball. It's the count now 1-0.
The pitcher keeping an eye on number 12, probably making sure he does not go for a steal, but he still tries, and this one goes into the foul zone.
So it is a foul ball. Count even now, 1-1 strike. As Nagesh, the pitcher, again looking to sort of coach or talk strategy with his outfielders, sort of making sure that they're in the right place. It's the 1-1 pitch. And that one is hit on the ground. It looks like it is not going to be made. And that one's going to go up the middle for a base hit. And let's see if they decide to send the runner home, and they do, and that will score a run. And so almost immediately here in the bottom of the first inning, the Rockers answer the one run from the Lavenders in the top half of the first.
Once again, Calvin, I thought that ball would be fielded, but it rolls past, and this gives the opportunity for the second base guy to run to third, comes back to home, scores a run for Rockers, scores are now even, and they've got their noses now equaled with the Lavenders as he tries once again to steal. Good throw by the catcher, by the way. Good awareness displayed all around.
Yes, that was in there for a strike, so the count now 0-1 as they try to get the runner at first base, trying to go back to the base.
Number 14, I believe, on his back. As Calvin said, Nigesh, the pitcher. Nagesh, I believe. Nagesh, Nagesh, maybe. Yeah, I'm
Yes.
sure. Nagesh, the pitcher. Number 14. One ball, one strike.
Here comes the pitch. And that one is going to be hit on a line. Let's see if it gets, and it is played cleanly in the outfield. Really nice play there in the outfield as that ball was hit right to him, and he makes a nice play. So that'll be the first out of the inning for the Lavenders. But still a runner on here and a tie game in the bottom of the first.
So right now in the first innings, this one looks like a tightly contested game. Lavender scored one. Rockers scored one. The good thing for Rockers is they still have 2 outs left.
As that one gets away, the count will be 1 ball and no strikes. Still a picture perfect wet day in India. Maharashtra, India is where this is taking place. As that one is swung on and missed. So the count will be 1-1. As I am back in the United States, but it does look like a beautiful day, a great day for baseball in India today. And it looks like we got the same weather as we did yesterday as well.
Indeed, Calvin, the rain gods have mercy on us. The rain gods making sure that they do not interrupt this game. It's sunny, as I've said, it's the 15th of November right now. Midwinter's coming in. There's a gentle breeze in the air. There's a sense of freshness. It's that time of the year wherein everything seems soothing and gentle. So I think even though it's sunny right now, they're enjoying themselves out there. And there's going to be
As that ball gets through, looks like we lost Kumar there for a second. Hope he gets his feet back up here soon. But that one does get through for a base hit. I believe that puts runners on the corners. I think Kumar is back with us.
indeed Calvin, runners on corner, first and third.
So now again, Nagesh is going to have to work his way out of this jam and try and keep this game at 1-1.
Interesting situation this game lies around. Everything on the shoulders of Nagesh, the pitcher. Some guys enjoy this pressure, as Calvin said. It lies on Nagesh, swing and a miss this time around. Oh!
As they throw it, and they are going to call him out. So a nice job there by the catchers. They catch him stealing. And again, the aggression on the base path is met with the nice throw from the catcher. And now there is 2 outs here with a runner on third in the bottom of the first and a chance for the Lavenders to work out of this jam.
Calvin, we've been talking about players. Let me talk about that umpire as well. With that signal, that out, that was professional MLB standard. That guy got me excited, the umpire as well.
Yes, very
Interesting.
nice call. As that one is hit on the ground and almost an exceptional play made by the pitcher, but that ball is going to get into the outfield for a base hit. As a nice play there by number 2, that's VJ for the Rockers to score that run. And now just like that, the Rockers are out in front in the first inning.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but are these guys called umpires or referees?
These are umpires. So yes, you are correct
Yes.
in your saying that. They are the umpires.
So I think umpires also have a unique charm and aura while you watch baseball. So like, is there any particular guy that comes in your mind? Someone that's an iconic umpire over the years in the MLB?
We've had a lot of umpires who have come through. None really come to mind off the top of my head. I know there's been a lot of really iconic umpires, but it's one of the unique sports where a lot of times the umpires get to show their creativity with the calls that they make, especially the one behind home plate. As you can see, and for our audience who may be not as familiar with the sport of baseball, a lot of times the umpire will do like a point like this after a strike, and that's to indicate to the teams that it was a strike that was called. And then they also do a unique punch out on strike three. So usually you'll see them do sort of like this with their hands, and that is to indicate that the batter has been struck out. And so that's what sort of is unique, and that's what is offered by being an umpire for baseball.
Calvin, actually, that's a very good insight because for new viewers joining in, that insight on the strike is what will keep them motivated. Now they're going to watch it and understand when the ball is called a strike. And so, yeah, that's why I said we mentioned a lot of gratitude to everyone, but also thanks to this one. I think that's a successful steal. Indeed, it is.
Yes. So that is going to be a
Also,
stolen base.
yeah, also a token of thanks to all the umpires because they are the ones that keep this game in check, make sure everything goes in fairness and in regulations of the game, and make sure that the game is played in decency and with a sportsmanship and a gamesman spirit.
Yes, and a lot of times you have to give, they're sort of the unsung heroes of baseball. A lot of times, especially in the United States, your umpires aren't really praised when they do a good job. They're more as they're usually just acknowledged when they are performing poorly or maybe not calling balls and strikes very well. And so it's always good to be nice to show some love to your umpires because it is a very thankless job, especially in the United States. A lot of fans tend to attribute when their team struggles or when their team loses games. A lot of fans tend to place a lot of blame on the umpires if they are not playing well. As that ball gets through, and that's going to be a base hit. And so that will extend, and I believe that'll put runners on the corners here with 2 outs for the Rockers. But as I was saying, it always is nice to sort of show some appreciation to your umpires because it is a very thankless job.
Indeed, and each of them have their own style, have them of their own calling. And right now we see 2 outs right now. Rockers in the lead, 2-1 right now to score. Tables have turned.
Down. No throw. Now they're going to throw back, and that is really heads up base running there by the Rockers and that's usually how teams will execute it. They'll do a double steal where they send the runner from first to second, and if the catcher decides to throw the ball down to try and get that runner out at second, then the runner at third will then try and go home because then they've got to throw the ball back from second back to home to try and record that out. And so really nice execution there by the Rockers on the double steal.
I'll just be back in a second, just changing my Wi Fi network. Stay tuned with Calvin. I'll be back in a minute.
Right, as we are going to have a mound visit now as we talk things out for the Lavenders. They now trail 3-1 here after putting up 1 run in the top of the first. They trail 3-1 in the bottom of the first inning. They're actually looking to get a brush out there for the umpires to brush off home plate. So I believe there's 1 strike, no balls here. Bottom of the first inning. Here comes the pitch. And that one is hit high in the air.
This is the Rockers versus Lavenders. Rockers 3 on the board right now. Lavenders 1. 2 outs.
So here comes the pitch, and that one almost hit him. So now 1 ball and 2 strikes here, 2 outs in the bottom of the first. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, and a big strikeout there for number 14, Magesh, as he gets the strikeout, and that will end the inning, but not before 3 runs come across for the Rockers, and they take a 3-1 lead here going into the top of the second.
Also, if we are giving shout outs, shout out to the team owners who have made sure that the teams are well comprised, that they have their jerseys on, the equipments. So quickly, the team owners of Bala Lavender, and I can see on their Instagram, we pay our homage to the late Bala Sahib Shelke, a member of the Maharashtra Police, and we pay our homage to him, late Bala Sahib Shelke. That can help probably if I'm making sense. I'm not so sure.
So runner on here. No outs. Here comes the pitch. And that one is out or is in there for a strike. So the count will be 0-1. Nice pitch there, Bryce Sumit.
And as the viewers could see right now, the umpire standing behind the catcher did the action, the gesture, which Calvin was talking, that indicates a strike. So if someone is new to the game of baseball, that is something you can see if you're not understanding whether it's a ball or a strike. Watch for the umpire behind the catcher. Look at it. This time around, he says it's going to be counted as a ball.
Yes, and,
So
and something else to note, the umpire does before every pitch, he will give a signal. So you saw it on that last pitch. He threw both hands up with the,
yeah.
if I can see there we go.
Yes, Calvin.
1-1, so that counts that there is one ball and one strike in this at bat. And hopefully we can see him do it again here if we stay on this camera angle as the pitch comes in, and that one is away for a ball. And as you will see, they moved the camera, so we might not be able to see it on this pitch, but I will bring it up next time I do see
Yes.
it. point it out to make sure that our fans and all the viewers on the stream make sure that they can see it as well.
Yes, Calvin. Yes, definitely. And this is something that the new viewers should be looking into it. To the umpire who's behind the catcher, look for his signals. If he does this one, that's called a strike. If he stands still, that's probably a ball. And every time he makes sure that he gives a fair indication to the players about. Once again, look at him. He's going to do that.
So that
Yeah,
was a
that's a strike.
strike.
I think. Yeah.
And then hopefully, as you can see it here, he'll hold up his hands. Not yet. But he is trying to talk about the game. I think that the
Also, I think Calvin, it's not probably at every delivery and every pitch that he displays that. Maybe it's when the players ask for it, or I don't. I'm not sure. I don't think he does that at every deliveries.
he does. Yeah, see right there, he's done it just then. And so I think he does. I think he does required by rule to do it before every single pitch. But they were having some discussion on that last one. They weren't sure if that was a foul ball or a strike. Because if it was a foul ball, the runner who had stolen second would have to go back. And they are going to appeal down to see if he swung, and he did not. So the count will be full now. 3 balls, 2 strikes with the runner on second for the Lavenders.
And just for the viewers tuning in, this is the moment wherein something's got to happen. Either it's going to be a walk or there's going to be a strikeout. Because right now it's 3-2, as Calvin said, full count. The most exciting part, something's going to happen over here now.
Here comes the payoff pitch. And that one is in
Call
there
that a
for a strike. Really nice pitch there by Sumit, number 8 for the Rockers. And that's a big first out there in this top of the second.
Once again, look at that pitch on the money. Didn't swing. I'm not so sure what he was hoping for. It was in the arc to be swung. Didn't swing. Called as a strike. He needs to go back. Retires. Next batter comes in. It's an easy thing.
Runner on second.
It's an easy thing to say that from here up in the com box that why didn't he swing? But when you're playing that game, it's entirely a different ball game. So yeah, probably we can say that from here because we don't have the base bat in our hands. But yeah, the guys who are playing, they know much more than us, much more than me for certainly for sure. I'm not so sure Calvin's experience with baseball.
I definitely do have a good bit of experience, but I would be willing to bet that these players, they put in a lot of work. They get in the rooms, they study the game, they play at a high level. I would assume that these players probably do know more than I do. As my playing days, I played a lot of baseball as a kid, but I was never really any good at baseball, and it wasn't something that I was really passionate about. So I stopped playing around middle school age, I would say 13 or 14 years old.
So let's say, Calvin, is it a cultural thing over there at the United States of America that every kid growing up, probably in his school days, probably every school probably has this sport in their curriculum, as in guys need to play it, or it's like more like a choice option, or like it is like a cultural thing that every guy growing up does hold a baseball stick in his hand?
So it kind of depends on the region. I feel like the United States is split into a bunch of different territories, like regions, and a lot of regions have different sports that they play. I grew up in the South of America, in the United States, but in the United States South, and baseball was a big deal. Pretty much everybody I know who played baseball growing up. But then there are a lot of other sports that are played. Like I played mostly basketball throughout high school and going into my college days. And then, my younger brother, I do have a younger brother who currently plays soccer or football. And then my older brother was more of a tennis player. And so, I think a lot of sports are encouraged, but everybody can usually have their own way to pick a different sport. Now, not everybody ends up playing baseball. And a lot of times it's based on where you're from.
Yeah. That makes sense. And also with the college coming in, schools and colleges, with the infrastructure, with the curriculum in, they promote multiple sports. As we see this one hit right down the ground, and I think
And
they'll
that was
once
gonna
again
be a
secure a
base
base.
hit.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
So we
So
have
nice
runners
piece of
at
hitting there.
first and third now, I believe, Calvin.
Yes, and that will put runners at the corners. One out here and a big chance for the Lavenders as they've got the go-ahead run at the plate, tying run at first base.
Indeed, they will be looking to make a comeback. They're trailing by 2 right now. And as we were talking about different sports, over like what do you think, Calvin? If I have to pinpoint one sport, that's probably, and I think it's not a fair question to ask one sport, but probably still one sport that is like in India, cricket is that sport wherein the most famous sport over here. Most of the guys want to play that game. As we see another steal attempt, and I think that's successful. He goes from first to
Yes.
second, Calvin.
Yes, a nice steal there, and that was a good job by the Rockers. They almost had the same thing happen to them that happened in that last half inning with the Lavenders, where the ball was thrown down. And that might have been the last game where the ball was thrown down to second, and the runner from third ended up scoring home. And the Rockers didn't want that to happen, so they throw down to third base instead to make sure that he doesn't go home.
That's a good call, Calvin. That's a good call. We did see that happening in the first game. That's why they made sure Rockers that they do not concede that run from the third to the home plate. Yeah, that's definitely a good call. So yeah, coming back onto it, what is that one sport that probably is the most followed one in the United States of America?
I would have to think that the most followed sport in the United States is American football. I just can't see because it's so popular at the college level and then as well as with the National Football League. I think we have a lot of popular sports in America, but I think none more popular than American football as that one is played. Nice catch there by the pitcher as that picks up a big second out. So now runners at second and third, but two outs here for the Lavenders.
Indeed, two outs now. And for Indian viewers who want to tune in and watch the football, they can tune in into NFL, and you're gonna have a lot of idea about what American football is. You got legends over there if you want to tune in and watch legends. So one of the easiest way to follow a sport is to pick up a sports person and start following him, and that's how you learn the sport. So if you're an Indian, I'm going to suggest you one name, and I think Calvin will agree with it. It's a global name. There's no denying it, and probably for us who are not much into the game, I think that name stand out. Calvin, can you guess the guy I'm talking about?
Well, I would say right now the most popular name in football that is currently playing is Patrick Mahomes, who is the quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Patrick Mahomes is one name, but there's one more guy who's probably retired and now a team owner as well.
Yes, Tom Brady, the quarterback for
Tom
the
Brady.
yes, the quarterback for the New England Patriots for the long time, and then he finished his career with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And you're right, absolutely, he is now a part owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. So definitely a lot of big global names around the sport of American football.
So I think my first introduction to American football was via Tom Brady because he's a global phenomenon, much like Shohei Ohtani. We talked about it. There are some guys. I'm not talking about guys who play good or bad. I'm not talking about that. But there are some guys that hold an aura, a charm to such extent that they exceed boundaries, that they unite people through sports. And I think Tom Brady was that one name that brought me into American football. And for me, the most easiest way to follow a sport, as we see that's given as a strike, three ball, one strike, I believe. Okay, is that a ball or
It is going
strike?
to be a walk. Yes, I think they ruled that a walk. And so that will load the bases now with two outs here in the top of the second inning and an opportunity for the Lavenders to possibly even take the lead here if they could get some runs across.
But remember, Calvin, two outs. This batter needs to make sure that he can play with some poise. Maybe the bunt could be a good option right now. I'm not so sure. He knows more, but maybe.
I think it would be a not a great. Oh, is he looks like he got hit with the pitch. And if he did, he will be awarded first base and a run will score. And yeah, I think they are going to say that. Well, I thought he got hit by the pitch, but I think they are going to.
He he did get hit by the pitch, and I know now why you're saying, Calvin, that the bunt is not a right option because the bunt is basically a sacrifice out as well. So there are already
Yes.
two outs. Yeah, so that's not a good option right now. Correct.
And interesting that he does not take first base as if a batter is hit by the pitch, he automatically gets first base. As that one is smoked down the line and can't see if it's going to be a fair ball or not. And I believe it was caught. So a really nice play there in the outfield as they strand the bases loaded. So the Lavenders have the bases loaded with two
Maybe.
outs, but they cannot make the play, score the run.
Calvin, Calvin, maybe because all of the bases were loaded and that's why he got hit. Maybe that's why he didn't advance to the first base because there's already bases loaded. What's the rule over there?
So the rule is regardless of what happens, if he gets hit by the pitch, he automatically gets first base. Even if the bases are loaded, that means a run would come across. The only thing I can think of why he didn't take first base is there is a judgment call. If the umpire thinks that he didn't do a good job of getting out of the way of the pitch, then he can say that it is just ruled a ball. Also,
Okay.
if it happened to hit his, like if the ball hits his hands where he's holding the bat, or if it hits the bat in any way before it hits his body, that also could have been ruled a foul ball.
That's a good call. I believe that is what happened. As we see once again, yes.
Mind you, stick around. We've got games all day going on. This is game 2 of 6 here between the Lavenders and the Rockers, as that pitch is in there for a strike. So I believe the count is now 1 ball and 2 strikes for the leadoff man. Yeah, that is correct.
Indeed, Calvin. 1 ball, 2 strike. As we once again see the umpire behind the catcher, making sure he reminds everyone of that. For viewers joining in, keep an eye on the umpire. If you have any confusion, this will be given as a ball, I believe. Yes, it does. 2 to the count now.
It's 2 balls, 2 strikes here.
As we see Calvin once again, that's a good footage of what you were telling the umpire, signaling 2 balls, 2 strikes. So yeah, keep an eye on the umpire behind the catcher. For any confusion, he's your man. Once again, look at the strike.
That one is
He's
in
striked
there
out.
for a strike. And that will be the strikeout to lead off this inning. So a nice first at bat for the Lavenders as they get the strikeout. Still playing from behind here, so they're looking to try and limit the damage here. That was Nagesh, number 14, back out for the Lavenders to pitch. First pitch here. Swung on and missed. A nice pitch there. And he is ahead in this one, 0-1. As the 0-1 pitch comes in. That one is outside for a ball. The count even now, 1-1.
What an experience, Calvin, it must be to visit a ballpark in the United States of America with the atmosphere. You see it on YouTube. I see it on YouTube with the atmosphere they create, with the songs playing, with the fans beating in, everyone thumping and pumping. As this ball is lofted high, this should be taken. Yes,
And
it is taken
nice
indeed.
play in the outfield. And so 2 quick outs now here in this inning, the bottom of the second inning for the Lavenders.
2 quick outs, as Calvin says. And as I was saying, coming back onto point, Calvin, which is your favorite stadium?
So I've been to a lot of stadiums. It's something that I like to do. Anytime I go to a new city that has a ballpark, I always like to visit it. There's 2 that really stick out to me. I will tell you one at the college level, and then one at the major league level. Is this one is swung on and missed. Not a great swing there, and you could tell he knew it. He knew that he got fooled by that pitch. But the major league ballpark that is my favorite that I've been to so far is Yankee Stadium. It is iconic, one of the most iconic ballparks in all of baseball. Also, an honorable mention to the Chicago Cubs Stadium, Wrigley Field. That one is incredible, and it is an awesome experience. And then at the college level, I went to a college in the United States, Mississippi State University, which is located in the state of Mississippi in the United States. And their ballpark, Duty Noble Field, is a beautiful stadium. That one actually, fun fact, has a hotel in the outfield right past the fence. So guests can get a room at the hotel and watch the game from their balcony. It is a really cool experience. And I would highly suggest anybody who is trying to get into baseball in America, that one's hit high in the air and the catch is going to be made. So that is 3 quick outs there for the Lavenders, and that ends the inning. So we'll head to the top of the third. Quick work there for the Lavenders. But to finish my point, Kumar, if you do want to get into college baseball or look at for some really fancy baseball stadiums to look at, and possibly even visit if you are coming to the United States, I would definitely suggest Duty Noble Field, which is in Mississippi.
Coming back into action. I think we are beginning the top of the third right now with Lavenders on strike. And this one, they will be looking to make a comeback, trailing right now 3-1.
That one is hit on the ground. Throw over to first. It looks like it is in time, and so the out is recorded. And so that is we've seen some quick outs early on in this the top of the third, bottom of the second now. These teams have started to pick up the pace here defensively, making some really nice plays.
This game is flying indeed. This game is flying, moving ahead at a frantic pace. We are seeing outs on a regular basis as the number 8 pitcher. Can't get his name correct. Is he Sumit? Yes, he is Sumit, the number 8, I believe. For Rockers.
You're correct there as the first pitch comes in, and it is a ball just a little bit high. And Sumit got into some trouble early on in this game, but has done a good job working out of it and has only surrendered 1 run.
Also, as we were seeing in that advertisement, DDA is a non-profit corporation. So anytime if you want to wish to donate anything so that the Indian baseball revolution continues, feel free. Feel free to add your charity, your goodwill to this interesting organization that is Diamond Dream. How often do you see someone in this era of corporate, in this era of money making, how often do you see some organization putting in a shift as he tries to once again run, but this will be a grounder at first? Indeed it is.
A nice play again. Interesting by the second baseman to go underhand. It almost cost him as it looked like the runner was close to being safe, but the play is still made. And there again, 2 quick outs now already in this inning in the top of the third.
And as I was saying, how often do you see that happening? So if you are at a position that you can contribute, do contribute to the cause, do contribute to DDA, and do contribute to the Indian baseball revolution. Once again, as Calvin was saying, quick outs has been the case right now. This innings is done and dusted, and Rockers will now come into bat. They have wrapped up Lavenders pretty quick.
My goodness, and this game has all of a sudden become a speed run to see how many innings they can play as the Rockers match the Lavenders 3 up and 3 down with a 3 up and 3 down of their own. And so we will head now to the bottom of the third inning as the Lavenders look to try and stop the Rockers from getting any runs and maybe see if they can force a comeback here starting in the fourth.
And watching that last pitch, I think the batter got confused. He was not so sure whether to swing or to leave, and he was caught in two minds. End up did nothing. The ball just touched his bat, couldn't run. Also, I mean, we were talking about DDA, but one of the key names that we have mentioned quite less is the logo that you see on the right hand side, the bottom right. That's Stashlet. And Stashlet is DDA's fundraising partner. So I think they're doing a pretty good job keeping DDA functioning. And once again, we have the CEO, Chief Executive Officer of Stashlet, Melissa Schiesler. So also big kudos and big thanks to everyone involved.
As we get ready here in the bottom of the third inning, as here comes the pitch. That one is swung on and missed for a strike. Again, bottom of the third inning. Rockers leading the Lavenders 3-1 here as they are at the plate. Two early strikes here in this count. Here comes the pitch. Oh, and that almost hit him. And it's going to be a ball. So 2 balls and 1 strike now. Like we said, we saw some struggles early from Nagesh, number 14, the pitcher for the Lavenders, but the last couple of innings, he's looked really solid. Oh, I think Kumar's mic is muted. As that one's hit on the ground, throw over to first is in time, and another quick out there for the Lavenders.
Yes, Calvin, the mic was muted. Thank you for that. What I was saying about Nagesh is maybe in the early beginnings, he was just feeling it, just freeing his arms in because he was playing his first game. Once now he's freed up his arms, he's got in the groove of the game. That always helps. You have played football, you have played baseball, you understand that sometimes you need some time to get in the groove. Oh, that one probably hit him. No, that we call a strike. Good one, Nagesh. This was probably the best I've seen from him. That was quick.
That's really nice pitch there, and it had some nice movement there as you thought the batter thought it was going to hit him, and he turns his body, and that bat moves past that plane, so it ends up being a strike. And here comes the pitch, and that one's just outside for a ball. So the count now even, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Exactly. Also meaning to ask, Calvin, that has there ever been a rule that probably allows the game to be sped up? So maybe if the games are tied, so one thing is that we go into extra innings, and we recently saw a game right now that went on to like 18th or 19th innings maybe.
Yes,
So
and so that's well, I was going to say that has something that did happen in the World Series this year, Blue Jays versus Dodgers. They had a couple of games go into extra innings, but they had one specifically, Game 3 in Los Angeles, that went 18 innings, and that pitch is a strike. So the count now even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. But the MLB has implemented a lot of rules to sort of speed up the game of baseball. For one, they've limited the amount of mound visits that a coach can make in an inning. They've also implemented a pitch clock, so now the pitcher has to throw a pitch within a certain time limit, or it is automatically a ball, as that one is hit high in the air, and it is going to get down, and this is going to be extra bases, as they're still trying to get it back into the infield. The throw in now is going to happen, but it is still a double for the Rockers, and now they are in business with 1 out here in the bottom of the third. But Kumar, continuing on what I was talking about, you have the pitch clock, you have the amount of managers, like the managers aren't allowed to, but in the regular season as well, they've now implemented a rule where in extra innings, a runner will automatically start at second base at the beginning of the inning. So that hopefully they can generate more runs and allow a team to win a little bit quicker as they lay down the bunt here. And this is going to be a well-executed bunt. They throw over to third, and they have the man now in a rundown. They throw back to third, and that's going to get the runner. So really heads-up play on the defense by the Lavenders as they get the runner into a rundown, and they get him out. So now a runner on first with 2 outs.
Once again, we look at that replay. That was quite interesting to watch. The runner running back, he throws it, gets him tagged over here. We don't see that opening much often in the MLB right now because the players are so well versed with it. But we do see that happening, and it's always a funny sight to watch that. And it's in a good sense, I would say. It's always hard. It's very good to see these things happening on a pitch or a pitch of baseball.
And that one's high in the air, and that one's going to get down for a base hit. Let's see if they decide to send the runner to third. They do, and oh my goodness, what a throw! Out in right field to get the runner going to third base. My goodness, the Lavenders are showing off some defense here. Let's see this again. Center fielder makes the play and he throws over to third, and that is an absolute rocket over there. My goodness. And that ends the inning.
Calvin, I would say overall it was such a great play to watch. What an exciting dive that was as well. Didn't make in time, unfortunate, but as well as the throw. Right on money. You got to throw from a long distance. On the camera, maybe it seems easy, but when you're on the pitch to execute that throw to perfection, that was hell of a throw. And I got to give it to the diver as well, the runner as well. He tried his level best, dived in, but unfortunately for him, couldn't make it in time.
Yes, and so we head now to the top of the fourth inning. The Rockers still leading the Lavenders 3-1 as we are into the fourth inning. And a reminder, we do have 4 more games after this one going on today, and the next one will be the Spartans versus the Rockers. So this Rocker team will play back-to-back games here, as that one is slated to start at 11:15 India time. It is currently 10:42. So we could see that game starting. This one, although it might start a little bit late, this game ended up starting just a little bit past the original start time of 9:30 a.m. In India time. So we could see that one possibly lead to delays throughout the rest of the game, but we will see.
10:42 right now, as Calvin said, Indian Standard Time. And just to let you know, Calvin is joining us from the United States of America, and probably it's midnight over there. Calvin, the time over there?
Yes, it is midnight. It's about 12:12 a.m. here in the United States. I am on the East Coast, so it is Eastern time. And you'll see Ryan Oppenheimer will be joining us later. He is on the West Coast, so it'll be a little bit earlier for him, but still pretty late at night. And actually, it just turned into November 15th. So in a way, this game is kind of happening in the future for me because it started on November 15th, but it was still November 14th for me.
Indeed, Calvin. And as I was saying, also in this chat, if we have people, you got to pay some respect to Calvin Ritchie because for us in India, it's 10:43 morning time. For him over there, it's almost midnight, and his dedication to cover the game, to make sure that he brings his expert analysis to this tournament right now is commendable. So thank you, Calvin, for staying with us and making sure you give us your expert analysis. Guys, in the chat, if you're watching, type Calvin and show him some support.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Kumar. It always is, being able to call sporting events has always been a dream of mine. So I'm happy to stay up as late as I need to be able to call this game and do my part to help grow the game of baseball in the country of India. And that
Indeed,
ball is
as this one.
high in the air. And that one's going to get down. So this will end up being a base hit, and they're struggling to pick it up here. Let's see if they decide to go to second base, and they don't. So a nice single to start this inning for the Lavenders.
And probably one more thing that's different from the game of cricket in India over there, because these guys are used to field barehanded. In cricket, you don't have a gloves in your hand. So I think they are still getting used to having that glove in one hand and one hand barehanded. And I'll tell you honestly, Calvin, if these guys are fielding barehanded, they're going to do much better than they're doing with the gloves. It's just that with the gloves, they are not familiar with it right now. It's not an easy thing. If you give me, as we see, once again, a steal executed to perfection, I believe, this time.
Yes, and that was a stolen base. That ball kind of got away from the catcher. The throw down was not in time. And so a runner on second now for the Lavenders here.
And as I was talking, Calvin, if you give me that gloves right now, okay, if you do a test right now, if you just throw a ball up in the air, a baseball, the ball right now, and if you throw in the air and tell Kumar catch, I'm going to catch much better with my bare hand because of my reflex, because of my mind muscle connection, and because of what I've done in cricket. But as soon as you give me that glove, it's a different ball game. I need to practice with it. I need to make sure I take good catches with it. And probably that is what we are seeing sometimes in the outfield. They are missing the ball, but as the time progresses, as I've said, with the bat as well, as they spend more time with the equipments, they are going to get familiar with the equipments. They're going to do much better. As this one will be called a strike, indeed.
And there for a strike. So the count now 2 balls and a strike with a runner on second and no outs here in the top of the fourth inning.
The Lavenders still trailing 3-1. Need to make a comeback, and they will make a comeback. Full confidence, tries to bunt it, bunts it to perfection.
This is
Oh, look at that, Calvin.
incredible bunt, and that's going to be safe. And you cannot lay down a bunt better than that, as that is going to put runners on the corners now with nobody out. And the Lavenders have a great opportunity here to score some runs.
Look at that, Calvin. Because usually a bunt is kind of a sacrifice play wherein you bunt in so that your runners could advance to third bases or from second to third. But this time around, not only he bunted it to perfection, got himself on the first base, got the second base runner to go to the third base. And as Calvin said, both the runners now on corners, first and third. This could be a potential chance. And just to note, you see on the screen, there is no out right now. So all the three batters still to come. Great thing happening for Lavenders right now.
Yes, a huge opportunity for the Lavenders to put some runs on the board and put the pressure on the Rockers here defensively. And this is a big time at bat right here for both of these teams, knowing that we are probably getting near that time limit, possibly.
11:15 it is, I believe. Yeah, 11:15 Indian Standard Time, I believe, is time limit.
And they're going to throw down, and the safe is the call. So a really good job stealing there. And that puts runners at second and third. Yes, it was a very close play. That was number 00 for the Lavenders. As he stole.
On my first viewing, Calvin, I thought he's not safe. I think he's out. But once again, look at that. These guys, they are putting in a lot of hustle. Once again, look at the number 0 on his back, 0-0.
Now again, the Lavenders are going to look to bunt. And if you want some little terminology here, if they do happen to do a bunt here with runners on second and third, they call this a safety squeeze bunt in the United States when they're trying to squeeze that runner home. And it looks like they're going to let him swing. That ball gets away from the catcher. Let's see if the runner comes home, and he does not. And so still runners at second and third here in the top of the fourth inning for the Lavenders.
I think that was possible, Calvin, but probably they're playing it safe. They know there's still no outs, probably. That's why they played it safe. Could have been possible, but right now just playing it safe, making sure that this batter still at 2 balls, 1 strike, has a lot to offer. That was a good strategy.
Yes, and you're very right, Kumar. I think that was the best play right there for the Lavenders to sort of keep it safe, as that one is hit high in the air, and it looks like it's going to be out of play, and it is. Really nice effort there by the first baseman, trying to reach over the fence to make the play, but it's just out of his reach.
Calvin, has there been ever any play, in your knowledge, that a fielder has gone over the fence to take a catch? I know that's not allowed, but have you seen that happening?
Oh yeah, we see it all the time happen in Major League Baseball games where, outfielders or infielders will reach over the fence and they can catch it in play and then go over the fence into the stands, and that is count as a legal catch. And we do see that quite often. A lot of those Major League athletes will put their body on the line to make those plays. And it can be really fun to watch and a good experience for the fans, as that ball is roped on a line, and that's going to be a base hit. And let's see if they decide to send the runner from second. A beautiful throw in is going to keep that runner at third. And so now the Lavenders have runners on the corners with no outs, and they only trail by 1 run, Kumar.
Indeed. Now that's got the score 3-2. Just 1 run they trail by. And as we were talking, that was a good hit. But the throw as well, equally good throw. That was right on the money to the catcher. Good arm displayed there.
We've seen some really nice throws from our outfielders from both teams now in this game. They've done a really nice job making sure the ball gets back into the infield quickly, is they're going to steal here, and the throw is going to be a little offline, and the runner's going to steal second base easily.
So runners on second and third now.
Yes,
With
runners
no
second and
outs,
third.
Calvin, this
Yes, still
innings
no
is
outs.
going deep.
So a big opportunity for the Lavenders now with 2 runners in scoring position. Both of those score. They will take the lead here.
The number 7 in front of us. Satya, his name, I believe.
As that one is swung on and missed for a strike. So the count will be 0-1. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a discussion here between the first base coach and the batter to sort of make sure he knows what to look for here.
Also, I was meaning to ask Calvin, we have different stadiums, we have different teams, and I've heard that there's some kind of an anthem song playing in the stadiums as we go. Different stadiums have different songs. Is that a thing over there? Or each and every stadium have their own songs in? As I've heard this song playing a lot of times when I watch MLB, there's a song called by Seven Nations Army. Seven
Yes,
Nations Army couldn't hold me back.
yes, and I think all teams and really every ballpark, and this could go with every sport and every single sport in America, not even just baseball, but every team has specific songs that they play for their fans. And then also some teams even have fight songs like that are exclusive to their team. I would say that's mostly a college thing rather than a professional sports thing. But you still see it, like the Cubs, the Chicago Cubs, as we talked about earlier. They play at Wrigley Field. They have a specific song that they play at the end of all of their games if they win. It's like "Go Cubs Go," I believe is the song title. So yeah, you see a lot of teams have their own specific branding, and they have things that can sort of use like songs or other things that they can use to sort of bring their fans together and help root on their teams.
Exactly. Songs are a great way to actually bring fans together, to get them rooted, to get them chanting. And imagine you're playing in your home stadium and the fans on your side. That's such a great advantage to have. And there's something, as we see the count by umpire right now, 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's something that we see in football, for American, there's soccer. There's something we see that there's not songs but chants. And chants are a very powerful tool because we see Liverpool, we see United, uh, we see Liverpool with the "You'll Never Walk Alone" thing, and that's such a beautiful thing to see. And that the reason I'm saying that, as we see 3 ball, 2 strike, I think the count right now.
Yes, you are correct.
And the reason I'm saying that is because coming back to my old point of the fans, is the fans that makes the game special. Imagine people playing game at high level, playing so good, but there's no fan tuning in. The sport is not possible without fans. And so that's why I keep on stressing that for baseball to grow, as we see walk, I
That's
think, yes, that's a
all
base
four,
walk.
yeah. And that's going to
Yes.
load the bases now for the
Wow.
Lavenders. So, and now an even bigger opportunities. We're going to have a mound visit, and I wonder if we might have a pitching change here for the
Maybe.
Rockers.
And still to keep in mind, 0 outs. With all the bases loaded, this is probably the most profitable situation Lavenders will find themselves in. Need to make the most of it.
Yes, a big opportunity for the Lavenders here. They are they trail 3-2 currently. They've already scored 1 run this inning. They're looking to add on to their run total.
Tell me, Calvin, if you're a coach right now, would you ask the batter to go for a. What would you ask the batter to go for, first of all? Would you want him to swing hard or just do a bunt so that gets the base?
I think if I'm a coach right here, I'm telling my batter to swing away. Just because knowing that if you can get a ball into the outfield, the runners at third can tag up and score a run to tie the game up. So I'm not worried right now, especially with 0 outs, about possibly hitting into a double play as that ball is hit high in the air. And it is going to be caught just in foul territory. And so that's going to be the first out of the inning, and the runners aren't going to advance.
And you know what, Calvin?
Yes.
I'll agree with you as we see this replay. This ball lofted high in the air. Looks like a routine play, but it's not easy with the sun beating down now, 10:55 Indian Standard Time. That's a good grab. And I'll tell you what, Calvin, hitting in the outfield, swinging is much better option. You know why? Because there's also an added chance of having a misfield, a
Absolutely.
fumble or a chaos, and that can lead to multiple players reaching the home plate and scoring multiple runs. So I think yes, instead of a bunt, you can try and hit, trust yourself, trust the swing. As we see the left-hander coming in now, that's ball one.
So 1 ball, no strikes here. A big opportunity. And really now the only thing you can't do right here if you're the Lavenders is hit into a double play. So you're trying to keep the ball off the ground, and you're making sure you tell your base runners to be smart on the bases. You don't want to, have a base running error that leads to an out when you typically wouldn't have one.
And you know what? One thing that most of these guys are familiar with, as in cricket, you can actually step out of your crease to score. You can come down the pitch, take few 5, 6 steps, and then score a ball. And probably many of us, I was thinking just right now, why doesn't he come out and strike the ball? But that's then to remember. I think that's the line that you got to keep your feet in. You cannot step down the pitch.
Yes, the batter is in, they call those squares by the plate, the batter's box. And a batter is automatically out if he steps outside of that batter's box while hitting.
Unlike cricket, in cricket, you have the crease. There's a crease that is formed over there, but you can actually step down of it easily. So there's something that these guys need to adjust. Indeed, there's small tactical changes as well that you got to keep doing it. Tries the bunt, misses. This will be count as a strike. 3 ball, 1 strike now.
It's 3 balls, 1 strike. Bases still loaded. Still no runs across with the bases loaded for the Lavenders, and an opportunity to possibly tie this game or even take the lead. So a big at-bat right here.
But as Calvin said, I don't think they should be in two minds. They should just look to swing right now. Another strike. 3 to the count now. Something's got to happen now, Calvin. Full count.
Yes, this is a massive pitch in this at-bat and really in this game in total, because if this is ball 4, the runner at third will be able to advance to home plate and score the tying run. So this needs to be a really good pitch right here if you're Sumit number 8, excuse me. And that ball is fouled back, and we will do it again.
So just for the viewers tuning in who are probably not much familiar with baseball, a count of 3-2 means something's gotta go. Either it's gonna be a ball that will lead into a walk, either it's gonna be a strike, the third strike that will get the batsman striked out, or either this will go straight into the outfield somewhere in, and something's gotta happen. That simply means something's gotta happen over here. And he strikes it.
It's hit on the ground. They're going to throw home to try and get the runner, and they got him. Wow, my goodness, what a play there from the Rockers infield as they field the ball at first base, and the first baseman has the intelligence to throw that ball to home plate to get the force out, and that saves them a run. So now 2 outs now, bases still loaded, and here comes all the dramatics. Still a chance for the Lavenders to tie this game up.
Calvin, I'll give it to the number 3, the guy at the runner at third base. He showed good pace because the fielder, the guy who in the infield, he did well. He took the ball, he threw it to the home plate, but the runner displayed good pace, got in time, and made sure they secured a run, right? It's 3-3, right?
No, it's 3-2. The catcher was stepping on home plate when the runner came across, so he was out.
Oh, I didn't
so
catch
really
that. I'm
nice.
so sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
so
so sorry. That was really
heads up
nice.
there.
Yeah. I was thinking that the run was complete, but my God, as I was saying, that's a great throw over there. Also, a good pace shown. He was near about it, the runner, but couldn't make it. Game of margins, game of small margins.
So 1 ball, no strikes here. The pitch. That one is downstairs, so the ball count will be 2 balls and no strikes now. Still not out of it yet if you're the Rockers. They've done a really good job to get 2 outs up to this point. They had bases loaded with no outs, and they've not surrendered a run yet, but there's still a lot of work to do here to get out of this one with the lead still.
It'll be very harsh on the Lavenders, Calvin, if they could not score over here. Very harsh.
As that one is in there for a strike, so the count now 2 balls and a strike.
They had the bases loaded, 0 outs. Now the momentum has swung, 2 outs, still bases loaded. Something's gotta happen.
A massive at bat here in this game. That's the pitch. That one is outside for a ball. So
Sumit the
balls,
pitcher.
one strike.
Indeed, 3 balls, 1 strike. Sumit the pitcher, number 8. Massive pitch this. In the context of where we're standing in the game, this is a massive pitch. This could make or break. And as we
And
see,
that's going to be
oh,
a ball. As that is, and that looks like they might have a discussion about this. But that is going to score the run and advance the runners.
what happened there, Calvin?
So I believe the umpire, the home plate umpire, called it a balk. And basically, for those who are a little who are new to baseball, basically the way is the pitcher, when he gets on the mound, the rule is once he comes set, he is not allowed to go away or step off of the mound or make a movement off the mound once he has gotten to his set position. And if he does that, the umpire rules it a balk. And if that is the case, then the batter is awarded a ball, and everybody who is on base gets to move up one base.
So does that mean the score right now is 3-3?
Yes, I believe now that the score is tied 3-3.
We'll wait for the official scorecard to update because as of right now, Calvin and we believe that it is 1 run added to Lavenders because the pitcher actually, and this could be something that we will be waiting for the scoreboard to update. Not so sure on that right now. But yes, me and Calvin believe that to be true. Let's see what happens. Yes, it is Calvin. Indeed, the score goes 3-3.
Yes, and there is a new batter at the plate. Okay, so I believe that they have not awarded first base to the batter yet, but the runner from third does score. So it is 3-3, and the count is 3-1. So that is ball 4. And so now we will have bases loaded again, 2 outs, and the runner from third last time scored. So it is 3-3, bases loaded, 2 outs, top of the 4th.
Now, this is once again favorable for the Lavenders. They were trailing 3-2. They have leveled it up 3-3. And now they have a chance with all the bases loaded, 2 outs. They have a chance to go in the lead right now.
It's a massive opportunity here for the Lavenders.
Massive is the word. Massive opportunity.
That pitch is outside for a ball, so the count 1-0.
As we see number 9, 09, Tejas in front of us at second base. Number 8, the pitcher.
It's the pitch. That one is fouled off, and the count now even, 1 ball and 1 strike.
That was a ferocious swing, but didn't connect with it. Swing and a miss. One thing that cricket fans will relate to is the phrase swing and a miss because both of the games have the same phrases. When you try and swing the bat hard and you do not connect with the ball, and this time around he connects.
That one is hit, and that's going to get down for a base hit, and so that's going to give the Lavenders the lead as they'll throw it back in, and the bases are still loaded, and the Lavenders jump in front 4-3.
Wow. This has been such a profitable innings for the Lavenders. They have been batting for so long and they have converted the potential that we were believing. We believed that they had potential to score. The potential is now converted into product and that product reflects on the scoreboard. 4-3, the Lavenders lead in this game and they still have one more chance. Bases are still loaded, first and third.
So here comes the pitch. And that one is a strike. It looks like he did swing. So the count now 0-1.
Calvin, in the context of the game where we are, this could probably be the winner. This innings could probably decide this game, and Lavenders could probably steal this one. They probably have the upper hand right now. The game is not over yet, but yes, I think this is monumental.
As that one is hit on the ground, and that's going to get through. Tough play, and I think they're going to rule him safe. And so that should bring another run across. Oh, 2 runs come across. That is some heads-up base running by the Lavenders. My goodness, it was a tough play at first base. And the runner going from second to third realized that they were having some trouble getting the ball up. And so he decides to run home, and he gets in safely. And so now the Lavenders ahead 6-3 with runners on first and second.
Wow. It is indeed a funny game. It is indeed a game of momentum. And as Calvin said, they have stolen 2 runs right now, and the count goes to 6-3. Now imagine the amount of profitable innings this has been. They were trailing right now. What was the score, Calvin, when the innings began?
They were
Is
trailing
it
3 to
was
1.
exactly, they were trailing 3-1. They came in, not just they leveled it, now they are in the lead. I think the scorecard says 6-3 now, and this game is slowly getting away from the Rockers in favor of Lavenders right now, and they still have the innings going on. What a profitable innings this is.
And we've really seen this game sort of flipped upside down. Going into this moment, you felt like, the Rockers had all the momentum, just like you said, and they were feeling good about where they were. They were out in front, and now all of a sudden it is all Lavenders here in this one.
The game is turned on his head now, upside down, 6-3 in favor of the Rockers. And I think this will probably remain the final scorecard. Who am I to predict things? Anything could happen. It's a funny game. But I think at this moment, you saw the last play, that was a lapse of focus.
Throw down to second, and that one's going to get away, and so they're going to score another run as that one goes all the way to the outfield. Another runner will move into third base, and they're going to call him out, and so that will end the inning. But they do add another run in this inning, so it is now 7-4 the Lavenders lead. They put up 6 runs there in the top of the 4th inning.
7-3, I believe, Calvin, is the score right now. And they have definitely produced an attempt of a lifetime over here. Came in trailing in this innings, leading by 4 runs.
It looks like they're going to have a little discussion about this first, just to see if they actually are going to keep the call as out at third base. And they are going to confirm the call out at third base. So we are going to head to the bottom of the 4th inning, if time allows it. And the Lavenders, I believe, lead 7-4. Yeah, 7-3 going into the bottom of the 4th inning.
This would probably be the last innings considering the time limits, but we're not so sure. Last time around also, we went into 5 innings. I'm not so sure what's happening over here. But right now, momentum in favor of Bala Lavenders, the team. And the Rockers have to make a comeback right now.
Not only is this a big opportunity for the Rockers, but they will have to turn around and play the next game after this as well. You have to wonder if fatigue might set in for the Rockers, knowing that they have to play 2 games back-to-back.
That's a good point, Calvin. And it's just not about fatigue. It's also about if they're mentally probably not that focused, because innings like these break you sometimes. And that's where a mound visit or probably talking to your coaches would help. And back-to-back games probably, I'm not so sure. It could work in their favor as well. They could have that redemption in them and they do better in the next game. But sometimes when you're down in a game and you have innings like these, you were dominating a game, right? You were on top of a game and then you trail. And not only you trail by a good margin now. You trail by 4. So sometimes these things affect the psyche of a player. It's very interesting to see how the Rockers reply to this.
So the first pitch here, the bottom of the 4th. And that one is outside for a ball. It gets by the catcher. So the count will be 1-0.
It's always said, Calvin, that the comeback is greater than the setback. Rockers need to work on that, make sure that their comeback is equally great.
So here comes the pitch. That one is in there for a strike, so the count will be even, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Number 14, Nagesh, has done well. Has done well. Will be looking to restrict his team.
That one is in there for a strike. That was a beautiful breaking pitch there by Nagesh. And Kumar, something we've seen from Nagesh, and it's a little bit of a different pace from the first game that we saw today. We talk about pitches. There's a lot of pitchers that are, as that ball is hit high in the air and it's going to get foul. There's a lot of pitchers that are strikeout pitchers, and we saw that a lot in both games. Falcons pitcher ended up with about I think it was 6 strikeouts on the day for him. A couple strikeouts from the Spartans as well. But in this game, we're seeing a little bit of a different approach from these pitchers. They're not really getting strikeouts. They're more pitching to contact and letting their defense do all the talking. And we lost Kumar there for a second. Hope he can get back soon as the pitch. That one's high, so the count now even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Again, this is ABL's Baseball League. This is the Maharashtra edition in India. It's the pitch. And that one is hit out of play. So that'll
As we have a connection between the bat and ball over here. This is what the Rockers would be looking to have, a connection between the bat and the ball, and that's the only thing that's going to save them.
This is 3 balls, 2 strikes now here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
And as Calvin, you were saying about Nagesh, that we have seen other bowlers, other pitchers as well, but Nagesh probably is someone who's showing a variety of it. He's got good pace onto him, and that's once again on display over here. The number 14, I believe, Nagesh.
Yes, and that was a great pitch, and that was a strikeout for him. As there is the replay and a really nice breaking ball right there to get the strikeout. So 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Number 14, Nagesh, back to work. Again, he kind of struggled early on in this game. Looked good, as that one is outside for a ball.
As I said, no rest for the weary. Nagesh, no rest for him. Throwing continuous pitches and throwing them good. He's got 1 strikeout already. 2 more.
As that one's outside, so the count now 2-0.
The viewers can once again see the umpire making sure that he points his fingers to tell everyone that the count is 2-0.
As here comes the pitch. And that one is in there for a strike. So the count now 2 balls and a strike.
I'm not so sure what the batter did over there. Just completely walked away from that. Not so sure what was on his mind. But yeah, the bowler is going to profit from that, the pitcher.
Yeah, an interesting play there by the batter. It was 1 strike. And that one swung on and missed. So now, quickly, the count evens 2-2 with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th.
I mean, the ball that he should have left, he striked on it. And the ball he should have struck, he left it. I'm not so sure what's happening over there. But probably, as I was saying, momentum not in favor of the Rockers. And sometimes these things happen. And this time he leaves it. But this will be called as a strike. That's strikeout. 2 outs now.
A massive strikeout that is. And so now, like you said, there are 2 outs in this game. And this could be an opportunity for the Lavenders, as this could be the last inning here, and the Lavenders could pick up a big win. And that is some great excitement there from the pitcher, Nagesh, and he has earned it. He has pitched a beauty of a game. As that one is hit high in the air, and the play is going to be made, and he throws the ball up in the air in excitement, and I believe that is going to be a win for the Lavenders.
Indeed, Calvin, quickly they have wrapped up Rockers. Any chance of a comeback fades, as this one was not connected well. Easy catch for him, easy pickings. And yes, Calvin, you're right. This game comes to an end. The Rockers have been blown away by a comeback courtesy of the Lavenders. The final score, 7-3 in favor of the Lavenders.
Yeah, overall, a really nice game from both of these teams. We saw it a back and forth game as it looked like the Rockers had all the momentum. They were out in front, and then the Lavenders jump all over them in that last inning and make things happen. And so we'll get the final presentations here, and then we'll take a short break before we're head on to game 3, where we'll see this Rockers team again go up against the Spartans. We'll see the two teams that lost in their first game matching up with a big game if they want to stay alive in this round robin play and make it to Sunday.
Indeed, Calvin, as we see the post match presentation, just one innings making that difference. The top of the fourth, wherein Lavenders made sure that they turned the tables, made a comeback, win this game 7-3. My name is Kumar Satyam. Joining me is Calvin Ritchie. Stay tuned with us as we'll begin shortly with the third game of this ABL Maharashtra edition.
now. And
Thank you,
we'll
Calvin,
see
for that
what
introduction.
as we got a big game here. Two teams that lost their first game so far today. It's the Rockers and the Spartans. And here in the top of the first inning, it'll be the Rockers at bat, if I am not mistaken. Or excuse me, the Rockers in the field and the Spartans at bat, as the Spartans will be wearing red and the Rockers wearing that tealish blue color.
Indeed. Now, once again, welcome back to everyone watching this live stream. This is Diamond Dreams Academy, co-powered. This is Ahilyanagar Baseball League, Maharashtra edition, day 2. And right now we have match 3. Jeevni Spartans taking on Yuva Udyojak Rockers. This is match 3. Expect some fireworks into it because both teams, as Calvin said, both teams losing their first games, they would be looking to bounce back with a victory right now. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned with us as we bring you all the action from day 2, match 3.
As it looks like the Rockers are going to continue with the guy that they stuck with for all the first game. It's Sumit, number 8. As he starts off this count, 2 balls and a strike.
Sanjeevni Spartans on top of the first right now, batting. This will be given as a ball, I believe. Yes, it is.
It's 3 balls and 1 strike. And again, like you said, both of these teams trying to get some redemption. As you remember, the Spartans lost that first game early on to the Falcons. And then the Rockers had an early lead in their game and then gave up one tough inning to the Lavenders. That ball is hit high in the air, and it looks like it is going to get foul. And so the count will be full now, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
The team owner of Sanjeevni Spartans, Virupaksh Reddy, will be hoping that his boys, led by the captain, Sopan Kedar, they would be hoping the Spartans get themselves on the board with a victory. On the other hand, Rockers, the team who's pitching right now, would be looking to spoil the party as this one high in the air.
And it looks like it's going to be caught out in center field by the Rockers. And I believe that was number 3 out in center field, Sarab Badi. And a nice play out there in center to get the first out of the game.
Indeed, as we see that replay, the ball lofted into the center outfield. The number 3 making no mistake. Once again, the team owners for Rockers, Mr. Sanket Parkhe, Mr. Nilesh Yadav, and Mr. Ajinkya Kakade, are hoping that their boys live up to the hype and rock this stadium right now. Make sure that they rock the Spartans as well. Captain Praveen for the Rockers, as this one is given a strike.
Nice pitch there by Sumit. It's 0-1 now here in the top of the first. 1 out. Nobody on. Here comes the pitch. That one is swung on and missed. So quickly ahead 0-2 in this count. Had a nice little break in the action there for a little bit. Got to see some of these competitors on skill with a base running competition and then a fielding competition between all the teams. Always good to see these athletes show off their athletic prowess, even a little bit outside of the game of baseball.
Indeed, Calvin. We saw that yesterday as well after the match was concluded. A bit of fair show over there by the athletes. Base running, throwing, always a good sight even for the fans as well. And we also got a refreshment break, much needed. And the athletes as well got a break because Rockers actually were playing back-to-back games. So I think there was a much needed break for them as well. So overall, a good decision by everyone as we see now once again. 2 strikes in.
High in the air.
Oh, he strikes this one. It goes up in the air. I think this will be caught.
That one gets down. And so it's going to roll all the way to the fence. Let's see if they decide to push for a triple. And I think that's what they did. And so this will be a triple for the Spartans as they are in really good shape now here with 1 out and a runner on third.
Indeed, that was a profitable hit. The ball in the air. For a moment, I thought that's going to be caught, but it bounces, ricochets, and comes back. In the meanwhile, the batter goes to first, goes to second, and goes to third. Goes in a complete show of performance over here. Beautiful right now. And this one, as of right now, Spartans are taking the upper hand.
Looked like we had a piece of debris on the playing field. Is nice job there by the home plate umpire to get it out of the way.
Good
So
judgment
runner on
as
third
well.
and one out here.
Good
It's another
observation by
time
the
by the
umpire.
umpire. And now we are good to go. As that one is in there for a strike. So the count will be 0 and 1.
It's a very tough job that the umpires do as well, because if you see the strike zone, it's a very small piece and they have to watch it on first time. And there's no technology, remember, over here. They've got to rely on their memory, the muscle, the memory. And sometimes you could argue that the decisions are probably not according to what the pitchers would say or even the batters would agree. But in the end, it's a very tough job as we see the umpires do, stand in the heat. We talk a lot about the players, but once again, the umpires, they make sure that the game continues in a fair way. Kudos to the umpires on the field right now.
And something else to note here: the umpires have a unique job with calling balls and strikes in the strike zone because the strike zone varies based on the player. So as you can see, number 17 for the Spartans, Pawar, is at the plate right now, and he's a larger dude. He's very tall and he's very strong looking, but his strike zone is going to be different than maybe a player shorter than him or is taller than him. And so it's also up to the umpire to make sure they keep the height differential in mind while calling balls and strikes, as that one
Indeed,
is in
Kevin.
there for a strike.
Once again, a good observation for new audience tuning in who are not familiar with baseball, that the strike zone changes accordingly, as Calvin said, is probably marked according to your knee and your waist height, and that's probably your strike zone. And it depends on players. Tall players have different strike zones, shorter players have different strike zones. And so the umpire's role is very, very crucial. He's got to have a keen eye onto it. Much like cricket, the umpire's role is very, very important in baseball as well. It will be great
As
if we
that one,
get the names of the umpire as well so that we can give them the credit they deserve.
as that one is fouled off, and it'll be 2 and 2 again. So runner on third, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out here in the top of the first. Spartans looking to put some pressure on the Rockers here early in this game. As it is now currently 11:50 a.m. in India, so about to hit high noon here on this beautiful Saturday in November. As that one is hit on a line, and I believe it is going to get foul. So actually, I
I
think they're
think,
going to rule that
Calvin,
a fair ball and a ground rule double.
yes, Calvin, we
So a
saw that
really
last
nice
time
piece
around
of
as well.
hitting there.
Yes, we
Yes, that
saw
one
last
was
time.
a really nice piece of hitting there. And that's going to score the first run of the game. So the Spartans out to a 1-0 lead here in the top of the first.
We saw that in the last game as well. The ball bounced in the fair zone, and when it went out of the play, it was given a ground rule double. That means the guy from the third base comes to home plate, scores a run, and in fairness, the Spartans are in lead now.
That one just misses the zone, so the count will be 1-0.
Also, I'm very intrigued and fascinated by the different colors of the bat they're having. This one, greenish, looks beautiful.
Something you see a lot in professional baseball. They play with wooden bats, as that one is hit on the ground. And that one's going to get through for a base hit. Let's see if they decide to send the runner from second home. And can't tell if they decided to send that runner or not. And I think they held him up at third base. So they'll have a runner on third and 1 out here. Now, we do see a lot of customized wooden bats in Major League Baseball. Players, since they're wooden, they're easily painted. And the players like to paint fun designs on their bats. It's something that I think Major League Baseball has done a really good job with. And you can see it on display here. A lot of the bats have fun colors on them, just like we were talking about the uniforms. I think it makes the game a little bit more fun to watch.
Exactly. It makes it fun to watch because I think colors colors play a big perception on our eyes. And as once again we see this bat has a different kind of bat. The last one had a bit of greenish, that has a bit of bluish touch into it. And this is something that is very beautiful to watch. Unlike in cricket the bats have sponsors on it. So if you see a cricket bat, you will see sponsors, company names onto it. And this one goes into the foul area. Yes, it is second strike. In cricket you have company names, sponsorship names on the bat. And I think this is something that's very refreshing that cricket could borrow from baseball, is to have the customized bat, the players. Even then you can see the player psyche. Each player has a different form of art on his bat, the different customizations. So this is something unique to the game and adds a bit of more, I think, aestheticism to the game, art and aestheticism.
As that ball gets away, let's see if they send the runner home. And they are not going to. So the runner will stay at third. And the runner will move up from first to second. So now we have second and third and one out here for the Spartans, looking to extend their lead here early on in this game.
I think, Calvin, they took a safer approach over there because still one out, and that's why the runner at first went to the second, but the runner at third stayed his ground, kept his ground, making sure that he takes full advantage of the opportunity coming next. Playing safe right now. Good strategy. Top of the first right now.
One ball, two strikes, one out here. Here comes the pitch. And that one is hit high in the air. It looks like it might be playable. And the catch is not going to be made. That one's going to get down, and I think that's going to score a run, possibly two. Definitely going to score that one run, and I think they held that other runner at third. So now the Spartans will lead 2-0, and they again have runners on the corners.
As we look at this replay, the ball lofted high in the air. It was a catch, should have been a routine catch. He actually grabbed it in his hands, but then the way he tried to throw, the ball fumbled from his hand, and probably that will give them a run. I'm not so sure.
Yes, and so here's an interesting ruling we'll have from the umpires here, because the rule is if the outfielder catches it and loses the ball on the transfer from his glove to his hand, the out is still recorded. So I guess the umpires are sitting here deciding now if that ball was a catch and a drop on the transfer from his glove to his hand, or if they're going to rule this a no catch at all. So we'll see what the umpires decide here.
I mean, from the first viewing, Calvin, I think he caught it. And when he was trying to throw it, I think when he was trying to throw, the ball fumbled from his hand. So from the first viewing over here from our end, I think that could be given as an out. I'm not so sure about it.
And the scoreboard is showing 2 outs now. I think the managers are going to come out to have a discussion about this beforehand. So as of right now, the score is showing 2 outs and a 2-0 lead for the Spartans. And I think that would be the correct call. Because I don't believe a play was made at home plate. Because technically, if they do rule it a catch and they throw it back to third base, the runner did not tag up. And so if they were to throw it back to third base, the runner would then be out. But I think they're going to allow the run. So I think they're going to have 2 outs, a runner on third, a 2-0 game for the Spartans, I believe is what we have come to an agreement here. As here comes the pitch. And that one is hit on the ground. It's going to be a tough play for the third baseman. Throw over is in time. And a beautiful play there to end the inning. And so we get out of the jam on the first, but the Spartans still add 2 runs. We'll head to the bottom of the first now with the Rockers looking to answer.
Well, a profitable first innings comes to an end as we see this replay. And I think the scorecard reflects the score on the board is 3-0, Calvin, if I'm correct. I just saw a glimpse of the scorecard. Need to see, as we see this replay, he was grounded out. Let me see the scorecard once again to make sure what is the final score is. Yes, it's 3-0 on the board right now, Calvin.
So I think they just did
Okay,
take away
they've
the
corrected.
2.
It's 2-0.
So yes, the runner was at third and he scored, but the rule is that if the runner at first is the out recorded there, then that run that comes across home plate does not count. So the runner did cross home plate there from third base, but that run does not count.
That run does not count because there was a ground out at first base. Yes.
Exactly. Yes. So we'll head to the bottom of the first now. Spartans leading 2-0 over the Rockers, but the Rockers will have a chance to answer, and it'll be Sopan coming out again for the Spartans to pitch. He pitched in that first game, and if I can recall correctly, pitched pretty well as well.
He did. He did indeed pitch pretty well, looking to do the same in this game. And right now, I think the number 12 on bat needs to perform because this pitcher is not your ordinary pitcher. He did pitch well in the first game as well. Let's see what he can do. The number 4 on his back begins with a strike, I believe.
Yes, and that one is in for a strike, so the count will be 0-1. So that is number 12, Turya, at the plate for the Rockers.
Quite an interesting name, Turia, number 12.
As that one is outside for a ball. And happy to have everybody here on the live stream. Calvin Ritchie alongside my good friend and pal, Kumar Satyam. He's filling in today, so he's working a little extra time today, so we want to give an extra shout-out to him in the chat for Kumar. Give him a lot of credit. You know, he's going to be working a couple of extra games tonight, filling in for us, as that ball is hit well, but I think it's going to get down for a base hit. So a nice piece of hitting there for the Rockers to get started here in the first inning.
Well, as we said, doing it for the love of the game, and doing it for the love of the game are Spartans and Rockers. Rockers especially playing back-to-back games, no complaining, pure action on the pitch, making sure they do it for the love of the game. Right now, the number 9 at bat.
So here comes the pitch. And that one is outside for a ball, so the count will be 1-0. This is game 3 of 6 games in total today. And then we will have 4 games, championship games tomorrow. The winners from both teams, will have the winners and the runners-up from both of the first 2 days of the tournament play each other. And then the winner of the first game will be automatically into the championship, as that one is stolen base. So we'll have a runner on second now with no outs. And then
so for Indian fans, yeah, Calvin, go ahead, Calvin.
The rest of the tournament will be played after that first game in the second and third game, and then they'll decide who plays in the grand finals Sunday evening.
For Indian fans, just to sum it up, on the final day, there's not going to be semi-final 1, semi-final 2, like the traditional way. It's going to be the way we do this in the IPL, the Indian Premier League. The qualifier 1 and the winner from the qualifier goes directly into the finals. The loser gets another chance to go to the eliminator. And now this will be a good thing because we have seen this in the IPL, the qualifier 1 and then the eliminator, and then the qualifier 2, then leading into the grand final. So that's a good kind of a setup over here.
It says now 3 balls and 1 strike. Sopan trying to work out of a little jam here in the bottom of the first inning. As the pitch. That one is swung on and missed. And it looks like the runner is not going to advance to third. So now 3 balls, 2 strikes, and a nice job here to battle back in this at-bat after going down 3-0.
And just to sum it up once again, the finals day, there's going to be 2 groups. The A group that played yesterday and the B group that is playing today. The teams that have scored most points on the first day and the teams that scored the most points on the second day, they will play the qualifier. So the winner from A group from yesterday and the winner from B group, as we see this ball lofted high in the air, should be an easy catch, I believe. Not so sure. Or goes in the foul zone, it's catch as well.
And so the runner will stay at second. So now 1 out here and a runner on second, as we'll take another look at this one. As Kumar said, that one was hit high in the air.
And as
And a nice play in foul territory by the Spartans to pick up that big first out of the inning.
Indeed. And as we're speaking about the finals day, the luxury to finish first in your group is going to give you a chance that even if you lose the qualifier, you will have a chance to once again play. In contrast, the second team from both the groups, the teams that played yesterday and today, the ones that finish on number two, will directly play an eliminator. And the team that loses that eliminator goes home, and the team that wins that eliminator plays with the winner of the qualifier.
So here comes
And
the pitch.
then that's how we'll have our finals. As yeah,
As that one's fouled off, and the count will be even now, 1-1 strike. So a lot of action-packed baseball on Sunday. Excited to be working with that one. You and I will be on the call for the first two games, and then we'll hand it over to Ryan and Eli, who will call those last two games in the championship. So really excited to see how that one plays out. But we'll have some two interesting games to play in the
indeed.
first half of that series of games tomorrow.
So we'll have the qualifier one from 8 a.m. morning on Sunday, and then we'll go to have the eliminator, and then we'll have the qualifier two, and in the end, roughly around 2 p.m. Indian Standard Time, we play the finals. So tomorrow is going to be a very interesting day. Indian fans must know this format very well because in the IPL we follow the same format, and it's a very interesting format. It rewards the team that has actually finished first. That is something that does not happen in typical semi-finals. Each and every team that finishes first to fourth are probably given the same chance. But over here, if you finish first in your group, you're rewarded. And that's something that is very good to happen as this ball lofted high in the air towards the outfield. Taken.
And that is a really nice play there. The runner will advance to third, though, and 2 outs. And that was Kumar out of the 2 days now, about 1.5 days that we've worked. That was probably the furthest hit ball that we've seen so far in this tournament.
And actually, not just the farthest hit, actually a good connection as well. If you look at that, that was a good shot with a good swing that went far, just missing about it. Very positive signs.
So 2 outs and a runner on third. Big chance to get a run back here if you're the Rockers. That pitch is outside for a ball. So here's a replay of that.
They would
last
definitely
pitch.
would be looking. Oh, look at that. Look
Really
at that.
nice
Picture
swing
perfect. I mean, it's a funny game, Calvin, because that didn't result. He has to go back, retire after that. It's a funny game, but actually he hit very well. And there should be a lot of confidence from that for the management, for his fellow teams, that if one guy can hit that well, others would also be motivated that they can do the same. And it happens. If you have one star player on your team, if you have one player who's carrying the load, you see that there's one good players, they motivate others as well. You perform well on that day, you motivate other players as well. So that will give a lot of confidence to the Rockers and their teammates.
This is 2 balls, no strikes here. The pitch. And that one is swung on and missed. So strike, 2 balls, 1 strike now here.
There was a wild swing, swung with much power. He's changing his bats right now, making sure that has the right equipment.
Again, big opportunity for the Rockers here as they fell behind early. Sopan's going to try and
Calvin,
get out
let
of
me
this
know,
inning.
is wood the only material?
I'm
Calvin,
sorry?
is wood the only material from which the bat is made, or there's a choice of material that people can use?
So it kind of depends on, in America at least, it kind of depends on the league that's playing, as that is a big cut for strike 2. The count is even now, 2 balls, 2 strikes. So in our lower, like college league and then high school and primary school, those like younger kids all use metal bats. And then when they get to the professionals where they're playing in the professional leagues, then they use wooden bats. So that's probably one of the biggest differences between like the younger age kids and the professionals.
And is there any difference among those two bats? As we see, this will be given as a ball. Yes. Is there any difference between the metal bat and the wooden bat? Any advantages for the metal bat and any disadvantages for the wood bat, or is just the same?
Yeah, so I feel like the metal bats have been optimized to be easier to swing and can travel a further distance. So typically you see that come into play because the metal bats are a little bit lighter and they're easier to swing, and that's going to be a big strikeout. Can they convert it? And they do. And wow, what a big strikeout to get out of that inning. And we will head to the top of the second. The Spartans still leading 2-0. But to continue to your point, Kumar, the metal bats are lighter, they're easier to swing, and those wooden bats tend to be a little bit heavier. And so it kind of gives the advantage to the metal bats, but it's also, could be a safety hazard for a lot of those infielders because in the professional leagues, because, a lot of times they swing those wooden bats and the exit velocity on those baseballs is like 100, 110, 115 miles per hour leaving the bat. And if they were playing with wooden bats, it would be even faster than that. And so it could become like sort of a danger to some of the professional players because those balls would be traveling so fast off the bat.
So maybe what I got from you, Calvin, is metal bats are used in college when kids are growing up, maybe so that they can get used to hitting. Maybe they could find that soft spot. Maybe they could find their swing. And because kids, they need to actually have a better understanding of the bat. And when they progress up to the standards of the professional level, they have the wooden bat. And good point as well about the exit velocity, because when you're hitting with a metal bat, probably the exit velocity is much more compared to a wooden bat. So that makes the wooden bat that much more interesting and hard to hit the ball. And I think these guys are playing with a wooden bat, right?
It looks to me like they're playing with metal bats, but I could be wrong about that.
Okay.
As we get ready to start,
We'll get that fact corrected. We'll be checking that.
And that one is hit high in the air. And that one's going to get out of play. So the ball leaves the area, but the count will still be 0-1.
Number 8 on his. We've seen this guy. Does a good job. Needs to do a good job right now. This will be given as a ball. Yes, it is.
And so that one count now even at 1 ball and 1 strike.
We're at the top of the second right now. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here goes the pitcher once again.
And that one is fouled back. So the count will now be 1-2.
No runners at any base right now. 1-2 the count. Top of the second we are. Spartans lead 2-0 right now. The pitcher, number 8, sky blue jersey, on him right now.
And that one's going to be hit down the line, and that one's going to get foul. Looks like it almost hit a cameraman over there. We're going to hope he's okay. Looked like he did a good job sort of dodging out of the way, at least moving that camera equipment out there. I know how much that can get expensive-wise if that was to get damaged by a baseball.
I mean, cameras are so expensive these days, Calvin, and I think he did very well actually to prevent that. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Looks like number 33, Krishna, for the Spartans at the plate. Nicknamed KJ is what his teammates and family like to call him. There's the pitch. That one is outside, so the count will now grow full.
Full count, 3-2 right now. Top of the second. Sanjeevni Spartans, number 33. Krishna, as Calvin said. KJ, his nickname. Put this one and get himself on the board.
So the payoff pitch. And that one's high, and that'll be a walk. So a leadoff walk issued for the Spartans, as looks like it might be a little bit more trouble here for the Rockers. They already trail 2-0.
Indeed. This Diamond Dreams Academy presents Ahilyanagar Baseball League Maharashtra edition right now. We have, we have Paras on strike for Sanjeevni Spartans.
pitch. That one is outside for a ball, so the count now 1-0.
And the name seems so poetic, DDA, Diamond Dreams Academy, because dreams is what keeps people alive. Dreams, as this one. Oh, they try a steal over there, I believe, and I think the steal is executed to perfection. Calvin, am I right?
Yes. Yes, he is going to be safe. So nice job stealing. And again, we see it. Both of these teams going to be aggressive on the base paths today. And so now a runner on second and no outs here.
As I was saying, the name is so poetic, Diamond Dreams Academy, because dreams is what keeps people alive. Dreams is what India is doing right now, dreaming to make it to the professional level of baseball. As this one swung high in the air, should be a routine catch. It is indeed a routine catch.
A nice job in the outfield there by the Rockers to pick up a big first out and keeps that runner at second base as well.
And as we were talking about dreams, I'm sure my co-commentator Calvin knows this. There was once a tournament in India called the Million Dollar Arm, the Million Dollar Tournament that happened in 2008 and was aired on a television channel called Z. And there were two people from there that were selected, and they had a chance to participate in the Major League Baseball, Rinku Singh and Dinesh Patel. Calvin.
Yes, and it's a very popular story. I'm sure it's very popular in India, and it turned into a movie that was very popular in the United States as that ball is hit high in the air. And that's again, it's a very, and that one is caught. So a nice play there, and that'll be the second out. Oh, actually, no, it's going to be a double play because the runner got off the bag. He thought it was going to be in play. He runs to third base, and they tag him out, and that ends the inning. So just a miscue on the field for the Spartans, and the Rockers are back in it just like that.
As you look onto that replay, we thought there was just one out, but they executed the double play to perfection, and that wipes the inning off.
Welcome back to Maharashtra as we get ready to start the bottom of the second. Spartans still leading 2-0. As the first pitch of the inning is in there for a strike. Again, Spartans look solid so far in this game, pulled a couple runs across in the first inning and have pitched well and played some good defense as well. So they lead over the Rockers. As the 0-1 pitch comes in. And that one is fouled, or excuse me, that's going to be on the ground, played cleanly by the second baseman and thrown to first in time for the out. And so that's one quick out already secured for the Spartans here in the second inning.
As we look at that replay, it did indeed look like that was a foul, but it landed in the fair zone, and the fielders were well in charge, executing a ground route. And as we were talking about the $1 million arm, actually, there's a good story about the guy Rinku Singh, who went on from India to America, and not only he just played baseball. There's a story, Calvin, I'm not so sure if you know about this. Rinku Singh made his debut in WWE as a character name called Veer Mahan. Do you know that?
I did not know. That is very interesting.
You can search on the internet. This is the same guy, Rinku Singh, who won the $1 million arm in 2008, went to MLB, tried his luck over there, was good, but then changed his character, went into the World Wrestling Entertainment, got a name called Veer Mahan, and worked over there as well. And when I was doing my research, I was quite baffled. So I told this to Ryan yesterday as well. And I think the story of Rinku Singh is one of dreams. And that's why I think a lot of people would be inspired now by that guy, Rinku, and Dinesh Patel as well.
Yeah, just an absolutely inspiring story, and I think it's someone those two guys, someone that a lot of these players in India probably look up to a lot, knowing that they can have realistic dreams of making Major League Baseball and playing baseball at the highest level.
And also in the movie, there was one character called Amit Rohan, which was based on the character of Mr. Deepesh Solanki, who is the head of baseball operations right now for DDA. And his efforts has been monumental actually. He's been trying to establish this culture alongside Mr. Kanwal Sara. These guys have been trying to bring the culture to the India. So if anyone is watching us live on the stream right now, there's your Sunday or Saturday movie recommendation. Go stream $1 Million Arm right now. It's a good watch, good piece of art. You're not going to regret it.
Yes, and another big shout out to Deepesh. He has been working tirelessly in the background to make sure that this tournament runs smoothly. He's been talking to us in the live stream, in our chat, to make sure that everything's running smoothly on our end. I cannot thank him enough for the work that he's put in this tournament. He's done a fantastic job.
And as you were saying, Calvin, that probably tournaments getting started on the right time, matches happening on schedule, managing everything, getting everyone on base. These are the things that happen in the background. We are the people who come and sit in live of the camera, get our face streamed on the live. People see us, people talk about us. But there are many unsung heroes in this tournament. The one that organized this, the one that get everything in place. And we cannot pick each and everyone's name over here. That's the restriction over here. But hey, if you're watching this, if you're anyone involved in even any capacity to get this tournament rolling, you deserve a massive shout out. You are a hero.
Yes, thank you so much to everybody behind the scenes who works tirelessly to make sure that everything runs well, as that one is hit high in the air. And that one's going to go out of play. But yes, they have done a fantastic job putting this tournament together, making sure that everybody, all the players get accommodated properly, and that we've got everything we need as commentators to put on a great show. All our people with the technology working on site, they've done a fantastic job. Cannot thank them enough for the hard work that they do.
And when we are talking about this, also a shout out and a thanks to the broadcasting partner Sportwood, because they have made sure that we get this live broadcast right now. And broadcasting is very important for the game to grow, because now these players will go back home and watch their live streams. They'll see what their mistakes were. They'll analyze their patterns, make sure they come back better. So once again, a big thank you to the broadcasting team, Sportvote as well, who's made sure that the crew comes in, flies in with their equipments, the cables, the fibers, the cameras, the wires, get them all hooked up at Kopergaon. This is for you, Sportwood. A massive shout out as well.
As there is ball four and a walk is issued. So now a runner on and one out here for the Rockers, looking to try and get some momentum and possibly get some runs back in this game.
Indeed. We are still expecting our third commentator, Ryan Oppenheimer, to join us at any time. Not sure when he'll bless us with his presence, but that's going to be an interesting watch. Calvin Kumar and Ryan together.
As here comes the pitch. And that one's going to be hit on the ground, played by the third baseman. They're going to throw to second, and the ball's going to get away. And it's going to roll all the way to the outfield. Let's see if they try and get aggressive, as that one's misplayed again. The throw is going to be in now, and they are going to score the run, and the runner's going to move up to second. So a major error there for the Spartans, and the Rockers are finally on the board.
Now, this will contribute as an error in the field, a misfield, which leads the Rockers to open their scoring. 2-1 the count right now.
It looked like
a bit of fumble over there. Did not know where the ball was.
As he looked like he was trying to throw it over. He kind of got caught in between, deciding whether he wanted to throw it to first base or throw it to second, and the throw is, can't see what they decided, and I think they're going to say that he was out. So a nice play there. Again, great hustle we saw from both of those two teams as he was running to first base. I still can't decide. I can't see if they've ruled him out or safe.
He's still at the
I
base,
hope he's
Calvin.
okay.
If he's still at the base, I think he's been
Might be
given
injured.
safe, I believe,
Hold on.
because he's still at the base.
Not sure yet, but he is down on the play. We're going to hope he's okay. It looked like he suffered maybe a minor injury.
And I think, Calvin, that is the reason many people are not diving many players, because that's the risk of diving on a mudded ground, on a sand ground, because you can actually bruise yourself, hurt yourself. As we see on this replay, I think it's not an injury. I think the way he dived, some of his skin just brushing up against the sand, and it causes you to cause minor bruises over there, cuts over there. And that is something we see on this replay. He put his all on the line, ran fast, dived in. Oh,
It kind of looked like he might have been out. We'll see if they
I'm
let
not
him
sure.
stay at first base. It was a very close call. We as commentators have the luxury of being able to see it on replay. The umpires only have to react to it in real time. So we're not sure what the call is. We'll see if we can get a look over at first base to see if he's going to stay there or if they're going to call it an out, and it'll be the second out of this inning. Whatever happens, we hope that the young man running to first base just then is okay. You never want to see any injuries in sports.
If we
It
can
looks
get
like
a
they
look
are
at the
going to
first
rule
base.
the second out. It looks like the scoreboard has updated to a second out and a runner on second. So they are going to say that he was out as that pitch misses for a ball. So now 2 outs, bottom of the second, runner on second, as it is a 2-1 game, Spartans versus Rockers. Still anyone's game early on in this one.
It's a harsh game. It's a harsh game, Calvin. He put us all on the line, dived, maybe was hurt in the process, but just falling short. Game of margins, game of small margin, game of inches, falling short by an inch and has to retire back. 2 outs right now. We're at the bottom of the second.
So here comes the pitch. And that one is outside for a ball, so the count now 2-0. This is number 17 for the Rockers. A mole is at the plate. Here comes the pitch. And that one's going to be hit on the ground. It's going to be a tough play. Throw over to first is in time, and that will end the inning. And so the Rockers add a run, but they still trail 2-1 going into the top of the third. The Spartans will have a chance to extend their lead here.
Well, this game is being tightly contested. Let's watch this replay of the third out. The pitch was interesting. Well, couldn't connect well, tried to run, but an easy ground out. Good coordination between them, the fielders. And one thing that I've seen well over both the days, there have been defensive mishaps, there have been miscommunication, there have been misfield. The guys are doing a good job over there as well.
I want to thank you for joining us on the live stream today with Diamond Dreams Baseball Academy. Calvin Ritchie, Kumar Satyam. And I hope I pronounced that right. I feel like I'm getting better at it every single time.
Yeah. You are definitely getting better at the Indian accents. It is definitely right pronunciation. This ball lofted high in the air. Could be caught. Yes, it is caught. Oh, he drops it or what? No, he's caught. He's caught.
It's going to be a catch, yeah. And I think that was that rule we were talking about earlier in the game where if he catches it and he drops it on the transfer, it still counts as an out. And so that is going to be an out recorded. And so one pitch, 1 out here for the Rockers. Again, still trying to look to get back into this game and maybe get even after they get to the plate again.
And now this is the time. Right now it's 12:27 Indian Standard Time. This is the time when the sun is beating at the maximum. It's peak afternoon, and this is where catches that are high in the air and the sun is directly falling on your eyes, and they don't have any glasses on. Calvin, are players allowed to wear glasses if they wish to?
Yes,
Sunglasses.
in baseball, yes, they are allowed to wear glasses. It looks like I believe it's 30 degrees Celsius in Maharashtra right now, and then about 86 degrees Fahrenheit for all of our viewers. So it is a nice toasty day out there. As that one is a strike, so that'll be a second strike. It looks like he did go around.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I love the diction on display by Calvin. It's a toasty day. And he couldn't have put it much better than that. It is indeed a toasty day over here at Maharashtra Kopargaon as we bring you this live action from ABL Ahilyanagar Baseball League Maharashtra edition. This is Kopargaon. This is the 15th of December. And this is Spartans versus Rockers as this ball is thrown and this will be given as a ball.
And there's good sportsmanship by number 8, Sumit. He throws that pitch a little close to the batter, and then you can see him throw his hands up, give sort of an I'm sorry, an apology. Obviously, you never mean to hit anybody when you're playing baseball. Sometimes accidents do happen, though, and it's nice to see that these players still displaying the utmost sportsmanship in these moments. As that one is fouled back, so the count will still remain 1-2. It looks like we lost Kumar here for a second. Hopefully we'll get him back soon. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Back again in action. Sumit Kakade. I think Sumit is bowling right now. Okay, we have the pace meter as well now. That's interesting.
As that one's going to be thrown to first and in time. So 2 quick outs here for the Rockers. As that was a big second out there and a big opportunity here to continue to get back the bats in their hands and a chance to possibly tie this game up and even take the lead. As the first pitch.
Sumit Kakade bowling at 68 mph. It's
one
good that
is-
we have, Calvin, it's good that we have the speed marker as well now. That
Yes,
gives us an
nice.
indication of fast ball, how fast they're bowling.
Yes, 64 miles an hour coming into the plate. A lot of velocity there on that one. As the 1-0 pitch. That one is outside for a ball.
And one of the other technical adjustment that people who are playing cricket have to make in baseball is in cricket you have a run up while you're bowling. You take the ball in your hand and you run. You have a run up of like 20 yards. You can run and then deliver. That allows to generate some pace. That allows you to use the momentum of the run. Over in baseball, you are standing on the mound. You have to rely solely on your shoulder strength, on your lower back strength, and try and just generate that power. So as you see the pitchers playing more and more as they progress into their professional careers 3, 4, 5, 6 years down the line, I think their speed is going to improve much better. As we saw with when I was watching the documentary, the movie as well, Rinku Singh and Dinesh Patel, we saw when they were pitching earlier, their speed was probably slower, but once they were trained by professionals, they understood the mechanics of it. They probably arm strength increased with proper gymming, proper exercise, proper technique and guidance. These players, we'll see them soon hitting the 90 mph mark. I'm sure of that.
Yes, as that ball was in there for a strike. The count now 3-1. And that one is roped down the line, and that's going to be in for a base hit. Outfielder misplays it a little bit, but it's just going to be a single here. And so a little bit of a 2-out rally here going for the Spartans as they put a runner on here with 2 outs.
And another thing, Calvin, I was meaning to say is that I'm sure most of these guys have played cricket for a long time. And that's why DD is picking them up, right? Because they're seeing the similarities between the game. Over there in cricket, the reflex action is you can hit anywhere around the park. There is no foul zone, there is no fair zone. So the reflex action is whenever the ball comes to you, you can play it at any corner. So their swing is accustomed to swinging anywhere and everywhere. That's why we see a lot of balls being hit. Look at this one high in the air. This will go into the foul zone, I believe.
And yes, I do believe it is foul, so that'll be 0-1 on the count.
So there's this. I think this is the biggest technical adjustment that these guys need to make. That in cricket you can hit the ball anywhere and everywhere. The field is a complete friend to you. You can hit it back, straight, front. But over in baseball, you have a zone restricted. There is a fair zone and a foul zone, and this is something that they will get used to. Once again, as I was saying, the more they play, the more years of experience they have on their name, these guys will get better at it. And yesterday also, there's one point that Ryan mentioned that one thing we are seeing is there's a lot of mixed age group in the teams. So players are somewhere around, oh, this one in the air, but this will once again go in the foul zone, I believe.
In the air,
Yes,
and
it
it
does.
is foul. And that was really close. I think that one, if it had stayed fair, it would have cleared the fence. I think that would have been our first home run.
Calvin, I'm so sorry. That's why you can see the batter. He had his hands on his head because he was just so close to hitting the first home run of the tournament. Ah, luck had some different plans, just falling short by a small inch.
Yes, that one was so close. And it'll make the count 1 ball and 2 strikes now. So now you got to be careful, knowing that one more strike ends the inning. And that one is going to get down for a base hit. A really nice piece of 2-out hitting. And what a throw back in. It looks like they almost got the runner at second base, but a nice job to get onto the bag quickly. And that will extend the inning. So runners at first and second now with 2 outs for the Spartans.
Well, overall, a good play in total. The runner made sure that he reaches safely, as well as a good throw by the fielder over there. A short, solid throw over there. Made sure that he does his part to the best.
So 2 on and 2 out here in the top of the third. The pitch. That one is swung on and missed for a strike. Big cut there.
This is something that they'll get better onto it, the way they swing, because the way this one was swung, if you look at it, Calvin, he swung it all the way. So when you swing the bat like that, there's much chance that the ball reaches the foul zone as well, as this one goes to the infield, and this will be a ground out. Yes, it is.
Yeah, an easy play there for the second baseman who comes over to make the play, and that will end the inning. And so Spartans put some runners on base, but unfortunately unable to extend their lead. And so we will head to the bottom of the third, the crucial bottom of the third inning, with the Rockers only trailing by 1 run.
And as I was saying, okay, we'll go later. Well, indeed, we have come to the bottom of the third, and as Calvin pointed, 12:45 is scheduled the fourth game. Roughly around this could be the last innings. But looking on the pattern, in the first game we played 5 innings. In the second game, I think we played 4 innings. And this one we are at the bottom of the third. So let's see what happens over here, what the management decides. But as of right now, I think we'll play 4 innings for sure.
Right, as the first pitch or second pitch is outside for a ball, so the count will be now 2-0.
Sopan Kedar, the number 4, he's the captain for the Spartans, carrying the hopes on his shoulders, making sure that he pitches well.
And he's looked pretty solid today. Both of these pitchers in this game have looked pretty solid so far, not giving up much runs. But it's really been the defense has been the difference, as both teams have made some really solid defensive plays.
And we also saw that double play at display. So that was the first double play of the day, I believe. The defenses have really done a good job. And look at Sopan, Calvin, bowling 74 miles per hour. Has a good pace in his arms. Good throw. Sopan Kedar.
So here comes the pitch. So that one is outside. So now ball 4 as he will take his base. And that'll put 1 on and nobody out here in the bottom of the third. Chance for the Rangers to tie it up or possibly even take the lead with 2 runs here in this inning. So here comes the pitch. That one is outside for a ball, and I think couldn't tell if the runner stole or not. He did not, so the runner will stay at first base. So 1 on, nobody out here in the bottom of the third. The pitch. That one's downstairs for a ball. Take a look at the batter. The count now even, 1-1.
Sopan Kedar, number 4 on his back, pitching at a good pace right now, 74 miles per hour. That's decent pace. There's some serious pace over there.
And they got a throw down, and that one is going to be off target, so the runner will successfully steal second base.
I think roughly the last game that was between Rockers and Lavenders, correct me if I'm wrong, Calvin, but roughly this was the situation wherein Lavenders turned the game in their favor. They were trailing and roughly around the same situation, and over there they got out and it had a monumental innings, a very profitable innings that went on for too long and then took the lead. So I think what Lavenders did to Rockers would be looking to do the same to the Spartans, and it's very well possible as he tries to bunt this.
As that one is foul, so the count now even 2-2. As it looks like umpires are going to have a little bit of a discussion here. Not sure what we're looking at. But they are going to meet.
Sopan Kedar, he was bowling 74. He heard me. He said, I'm going to do one more better. He's now gone to 75. Let's see if I can hit the 80s. If anyone can relay my message, we want the first 80 miles per hour ball. I don't think we have seen an 80 miles per hour ball yet, a fast ball of 80 miles. But if that's possible, Sopan Kedar can do that. The captain, he's already got up to 75 miles per hour.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch. And that one's in the dirt, so the count will now run full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, runner on second, nobody out here in the bottom of the third. Opportunity for the Rockers to possibly take this lead.
Oh, look at that. Sopan has gone to 77 miles per hour now, trying to reach that 80 number. He's increasing his fastball.
Closer. As that one gets away, and that's going to be a walk. Let's see if the runner tries to advance to third. That easily puts the runner on first. So now it looks like we'll have first and third with nobody out here. And this is really when the Spartans need to lock in and focus mentally. You don't want to surrender this lead here so late in this game.
I'm
Like
not so sure whether this Not so sure whether they're going to get another innings or not as of right now. But Spartans would not want to keep their lead up. They don't want to go in the trailing zone or in the level zone because once you are on a lead, you are sitting comfortably. But this is the place where Lavenders turn the game against the Rockers. So Rockers now know. Rockers know that this has happened to them. They can do the same to Spartans. That's why I think Spartans have come for a discussion because the coach identifies this moment as a key moment. He knows this is where the game could slip away. If that could have happened to Rockers, it could happen to Spartan as well. So making sure he gives that pep talk to his boys, they are calm and composed. Just now the time to finish the game. They're already in the lead. Make sure you finish the game on a high note.
Correct. And so the runners on the corners, nobody out here. A big opportunity for both of these teams and a big moment.
As Calvin said, runners on first and three, a very big moment. No outs, remember. Still all the outs remaining with them.
And that one is swung on and missed for a strike. It's the 0-1 pitch. That one is fouled back, and I think they're going to let the runners advance. And they are, so I guess they're going to rule that a passed ball. I thought for a second that he had fouled it off, but that'll make the count 0-2 now. And runners advance to second and third.
Interesting situation right now. This looks like a favorable situation for the Rockers. Come back in this innings. We got to wait to see.
And that one is going to be hit on the ground, and that's going to get through for a base hit. One run will score. They're going to hold the runner at third base. And so we'll have runners on the corners again, and the Rockers have tied this game up.
Indeed, this is what happened in the last game, and this is what happened in this game as well. A good hit, but once again, a misfield leading that. The run scored. They have to tie up their defensive errors, lessen their defensive errors because this has given Rockers the leveling field now 2-2 the score. And Calvin, is this the start of a comeback?
I think it absolutely is. They're going to throw down to third, and that one's going to get away and roll all the way to the outfield. So that's going to score another run from third base. They're going to throw to third, and they're going to get him easily. So some aggressive base running leads to an out, but now the Rockers are in front. They lead 3-2.
We predicted that. We said that this could be a start of comeback, and the scoreboard reflects that as well. Once again, a slight misfield, a slight confusion, not clearing their lines well, allows another run. Now the score. How quickly a game can change. How quickly. They were 2-1 at one point. Now they lead 3-2. From trailing to leading. This is what baseball is right in front of you. Bottom of third right now.
So one out, nobody on here. Rockers still leading three, or just now taking the lead 3-2. The first pitch, and that one is high for a ball. So count now 1-0. So we get a look at both the pitcher and the batter. Here
That's a
comes
good
the pitch.
camera angle as well.
And that one almost hit him. Nice job getting out of the way, and I believe that'll make the count 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, this camera angle is very well, showing both of them in the frame, the pitcher and the batter. Good job, the Sportwood team.
The 2-1 pitch. And that one is in there for a strike. Really nice pitch there by Sopan.
And nothing much Sopan Kedar can do because most of the runs have come through a misfield, through a fumble or an error. The pitcher is doing his job, he's trying. But yeah, one thing he could do is probably this one will once again lead to a securing a base. Yes, it does. Oh no, he's gone, grounded out.
Oh, so a ground out there gets the second out of the inning. Nice play there by the shortstop to run up and charge and make that play. As that'll be the second out as we'll take another look.
Look onto that replay. Once again, not connecting the ball he would have wanted. And the fielding this time around pretty well. A good throw, solid throw to first base.
That one misses for a ball. The count will be 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. That one is fouled into the stands, so the count will be even at 1. So Pond throwing about 75 miles an hour. He had it up to 77 at one point, but now he's back into a regular rhythm here as that one is in the zone for a strike. So the count will now be 1 ball and 2 strikes. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. That one is high, so the count will now be even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Once again, to new viewers joining in for the first time on the live stream, this is Ahilyanagar Baseball League Maharashtra edition. My name is Kumar Satyam. I'm joined by Calvin. This ball around will be given as another ball. I think, yes, 3 ball, 2 strikes now the count. This is Spartans versus the Rockers, and the game right now is tightly contested. Spartans 2, Rockers 3. Probably this would be the last innings. Not so sure about that. But this could go on to the 4th innings as well. As of right now, things stand. Rockers were trailing, but they made sure that they can have a comeback. And now they lead 3-2. Sopan Kedar, the pitcher. 2 outs. Bottom of 3rd, we are 3 ball, 2 strikes.
Yes, here comes the pitch. And that one is hit in the air. It looks like it is trailing foul, and it does go foul. So you can see the Lavenders over there in the corner getting warm for their next game. We'll be coming at you next game. It'll be Lavenders and Falcons, 2 teams that won their first matchup in the early games. So there you see another look at that one going foul. And
That
that's
one
going
will
to
be a battle of
walk
supremacy
issue.
because both teams winning, and this one will be a walk.
And so they put a runner on with 2 outs.
As I was saying, Lavenders versus Falcons. Both teams won their first game. That will be a battle of supremacy. Let's see who wins from the winners. Both of them winning their first match. That's going to be an interesting watch. Covering that game would be Eli and Ryan Oppenheimer.
And I believe the winner of that game will be almost guaranteed a chance to play on Sunday. They won't be guaranteed that first number 1 spot, but they will at least be guaranteed a spot on Sunday.
Exactly, Calvin, my point, because they would be looking to win this because that will also somehow strengthen their position to go into the qualifier 1. And that's a very, very good advantage to carry on the final day. So even if you lose the qualifier, you have one more chance to go and play the eliminator. So that is what this battle will be all about. Don't miss that out. Falcons versus the Lavenders coming soon after this game.
As that one is fouled off, and we'll do 0 and 2 again. As the 0-2 pitch. That one is hit high in the air, and I think it is going to get foul. Again, it is a beautiful Saturday in Maharashtra, India. See all the traffic going on in the background. Busy day.
Busy day. 12:53 the Indian Standard Time right now. Calvin, what's the time over there?
It is 2:23 in the morning in the United States from where we're tuning in.
Once, once again, once again, Calvin, thank you for putting in a shift. 2:23 in the morning. He's doing it for the love of the game. He's doing it for DDA. He's doing it for Indian baseball and the revolution. Calvin Ritchie tuning in with me, Kumar Satyam. 12:53 Indian Standard Time. This one swings, misses,
And that is a
strikeout.
strikeout. So we'll see if they decide to play another fourth inning. It looks like both the teams are going to come out, and that is going to be the end of the game. So the Rockers pick up two big runs in the last inning, and they win this game. A very good performance from both of these two teams.
Calvin doing exactly the same what Lavenders did to them. This was the last innings, and they were trailing 2-1 in the last innings. Made sure that they not only leveled the game but made a comeback and lead the game 3-2. And this is the end score: Rockers 3, Spartans 2. End of the game 3 right now as the players line up together for the post-match presentation. My name is Kumar Satyam. I was joined by Calvin Ritchie. Calvin, any parting words?
Just absolutely another great day of baseball. It's going to continue all day today and then go into Championship Sunday. So excited to see what happens in the rest of these games, and so excited to be working with you again tomorrow on Sunday, looking for some exciting baseball.
Thank you, Calvin. As we bid goodbye right now, the next game, Falcons versus Lavenders, will be covered by Eli and Ryan Oppenheimer. Stay tuned with us as me and Calvin say goodbye to you for now.
Hey Eli, how's it going? Can you hear me at all?
Pretty good.
That's good to hear, man. So we both got home from high school football, huh? How'd that go?
Yeah. How'd it go?
Yeah.
Well, my team won 49-28.
49-28? All right. Yeah, I was doing mind game for a neutral company. Home team won. It was 21-7 after being scoreless at the half. It was supposed to be. I expecting it to be high scoring because one of the teams had like the best running back in the state. And the other one, I mean, they're 9-1. I watched the film. They have like a Calvin Johnson receiver who can get the jump balls 100% of the time. But I don't know. They just kept missing fourth down conversions, and it was a stalemate. Good defensive game, that's for sure. But it was my first time doing it with this company.
And being able to make the catch, and it's a great start for this game right here.
Well, if you were listening a few minutes ago, you might have heard us talking about our endeavors earlier today. Both me and Eli just got home from calling some football, some high school football, and now we got a night of baseball ahead of us, going from America's game to America's pastime. And that's a bunt, well played by the and the throw, I believe, is in time. I couldn't quite tell if it was caught.
Well, it was a great play on the ball, but it did look like it did skirt by the first baseman, so it will throw here on the third baseman there.
So there is a runner on first with one out. Here comes the third batter for the Falcons, who takes a big hack and misses.
And a good back pick attempt there. It's just mostly trying to keep the runner honest because there's yesterday, I will say, Calvin and I got to see plenty of base running from all 3 games that we were able to call yesterday. So
That's going to be a base hit to right field.
actually, it looked like it was more of a line out because now it looks like we got 2 outs on the inning so far for the Lavenders.
You're right about that, Eli. It's 2 outs. Bear with me. It might not be a perfect game for me. It's sometimes a little tough to see what's going on with not being there in person. That ball hit a mile and a foul territory. So 2 outs and a runner on first for the Falcons. Trying to get on the board in the top of the first. And here comes the 1-1 pitch. It's high and away. Was that called a strike?
No, I don't believe that was. It was high and up, so it would have been ball 2 right now.
Indeed, it's 2-1. Here it comes in the dirt. Three balls and a strike.
Now, this is one of those things that you don't want to have snowball because a lot of things that we saw yesterday, 2 outs and just allowing base runners that eventually turned into runs. So this is one thing the Lavenders cannot have happen.
That swung on in the air and run down. That's the final out of the frame, and we stay scoreless. So we'll head to the bottom of the first after this short break. It's Lavenders Falcons here on the DDA streaming channel. All right, just about to get started here in the bottom of the first inning. We'll see the Falcons take the field and the Lavenders step up to the plate. Looks like the Falcons pitcher can really pump it. So far, in just 2 days of baseball here at the ABL, we've already seen some talented hitters stand out. And honestly, I think the highlight of the tournament has been the defense played. There's been a lot of great catches as we get going here in the bottom of the first.
Indeed, yeah, just being able to watch a lot of the games yesterday, it came a lot to defense and pitching just to be able to try and hold other opponents from being able to score. And it was just a really great thing to see and being able to keep that going into today with all the teams that we've seen thus far.
Pitching for the Falcons right now is Nikhil Kadam, the team captain. And he's actually only 21 years old, being born in October 2004. One of the younger players in the tournament. And that swung on. It's a fair ball down the left field line. And it'll be a base hit. And digging for second, he'll get there standing up. Thought about going for third, but the throw is in there. And we're already seeing these players start to get a little bit of swagger out on the field. A stand-up double always calls for a celebration dance like that.
Indeed.
And that's in the opposite field. Think it landed fair, and it will be a base hit. He'll stay at first. So 2 straight base runners for the Lavenders.
Yeah, and it was also one of those in-betweeners. On that double, it was just a hard ground ball down the line. Can't really do anything about that. And then right there, it was just a little bleeder in between the infield and the outfield, and that just allowed another easy base runner for the Lavenders. So now you got 2 on, nobody out here.
So Falcons in some trouble defensively. We'll see what Nikhil Kadam can do to get out of the jam. First pitch is a ball here. And now 2-0. Batter digs in. High and tight. So 3 balls, no strikes, in danger of loading the bases with no outs here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, here it's just want to be one of those scenarios where you got to give him a strike no matter what, because you can't afford to load the bases this early in the game.
And that is going to be called a strike at the bottom part of the zone. And we pitch on here in this at-bat. 3-1 count. Here it is. Swung at and fouled to the right side.
One of those, it was definitely more of a defensive swing because it looked like it was a really good pitch to get a hold of, but it's also one of those where you just got to be able to force it the other way and try and move the runners up as best you can.
Here's the payoff pitch. And contact into the outfield. It bounces. It's a base hit to load the bases. And the Lavenders are on the brink of breaking this game wide open in just the first inning.
Yeah, and right there, it was just one of those. It was a really good full count pitch, but it's just he managed to get that to the outfield in time. It also falls in what's called a Bermuda Triangle, where you have at least 3 defenders going in after the same ball that falls in between them, and you can't really do much about those. So it's another base hit for the Lavenders, and now it's not a really good-looking scenario here. Bases loaded with nobody out, so Falcons are going to have some work cut out for them right here.
That pitch, I believe, got the call for a strike. No, it's a ball.
Well, that's a little bit shocking. That was right down the middle.
And that swung at even though it was way outside the zone. Here's the 2-1. That's in there for strike 2. I'm trying to trust my vision here, but that's not called a strike. It is 3-1.
That one looked a little low right there.
Well, Nikhil Kadam could walk in a run with just one more ball. It's swung at. And it's through into the outfield. That will score 1. Could score 2, and it does. 2 runs on the board for the Lavenders on a base hit with the bases loaded.
And that one right there is just hard contact, and it was a really good breaking pitch, especially at a hitter's count right there. And shortstop wasn't able to field that cleanly, so that resulted in at least an extra run there. So now Lavenders on the board 2-0, more opportunities to add to that total.
So Nikhil will get a mound visit from his infield as he tries to find his control. Letting up a couple runs in the opening frame isn't a huge deal as long as you can find a way to get those outs. But having that happen with no outs is definitely a tough situation.
Indeed, you got to have at least 3 outs to make it happen, but Falcons still looking for their first here in the bottom of the first.
First pitch is called a ball. So umpire not really making a whole lot of strike calls low. That time does get the call. Just a tad bit higher. So the count is 1 apiece. Here's the next one. And a steal attempt at third. He's in there safely. Always impressive to see a runner stealing third. We see a lot of these base runners in the ABL have been very aggressive. And there will be runners at the corners now. No, it was a double steal. So runners on second and third. Here's the 2-1. It is fair. Fielded by the third baseman, the throw offline. And the runners stay where they were.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where if you got a hard ground ball right to a base like this, and it's a rollover to third base, and you already have a runner there, the best thing you can do there is just check him, at least get him back to the bag and try and make a throw over to first. But that time, it was the throw that just pulled him off the bag. So now bases are loaded again for the Lavenders here at the bottom of the first.
Lavenders couldn't have asked for a better start to this game offensively, as this batter will foul off the first pitch. No balls, 1 strike, and that pitch near the head of the batter to even the count. Bases loaded, no outs. We've seen a couple of those situations already in this inning alone. 1-1, chopped right in front of home plate, bounces all the way to second, and it's not a double play, a fielder's choice. Runner safe at first, and that should score a run.
Well, good job right there for the Falcons to finally get their first out of the game, and at this point, they will gladly trade an out for a run, and now the Lavenders just keep adding to their total now.
3-0 is the score. Runners at the corners. Nikhil Kadam has run into some trouble here in the opening frame. And here's a bunt attempt. Kadam waved off by his third baseman. He fields it, makes the throw, and it's not in time. So they get nobody on that bunt. A perfectly executed bunt down the third base line, and it'll score another.
I don't think it did score another one because you still have the runner on third, but it looked like it was an attempted squeeze, especially with the runner on third and first. But because it was a bit hard to the third baseman, runner would stay put, but at least the other two will move up. So now Lavenders with the bases loaded for at least the third time this inning.
Kadam needs to find a way to get out of this. Only one out. But with the bases loaded, could try to pitch for a double play. 1 ball, no strikes. And that's ball 2.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard for a pitcher to really maintain what the strike zone is if there's calls all over the place. But so far, it's mostly just been pitching outside of the zone as of right now.
It's 3-0 to this next batter. You don't want to walk in a run here, and that's exactly what he does. Another run for the Lavenders. No end in sight to this rally. And correct me if I'm wrong. I did think they scored one more run on that bunt attempt. But, hey, man, I could be wrong. It's either 3-0 or 4-0. That's for sure.
I know it's at least 3-0. 4-0. I'm fairly certain they did not score that time because you had the fielder's choice in the at bat prior, and the runner from third didn't go home. So that means the bases would have been loaded, and then you just had the bases loaded walk. So I would say I think it's 3 still. I don't know if that sounds right or not, but
Yeah, that's what we'll go with. That's what the scoreboard shows. 3-0. And Kadam's still out on the mound, or in the circle. He's got 2 strikes here on this batter. Big pitch. Swung at, chopped right over the pitcher's head. Shortstop fields it, doesn't have a play. And that will plate another.
And that one right there is just one of those high choppers that Kadama has forced a lot out of, especially from these Lavender hitters, but they just keep getting break after break, and a lot of them is just really hard to feel, and it's also killing a lot of time, and it gives the runners more opportunities to try and actually get to the base. So now another run will score, and the Lavenders will keep adding.
And I'm not sure if a tightly packed dirt playing surface like this would cause maybe higher bounces than a grass field, but certainly seeing a lot of high bounces in this game, as that is hit into the outfield. Looks like it's just fair, and it'll land past the outfield fence. It should be an automatic double as it's out of play. Everyone gets 2 bases.
And that right there is just a really good pull down the line, and to be able to pull it that much and for it to stay fair and still get a ground rule double out of that is impressive. So now Lavenders just keep the train moving and get it back to the top of the lineup, hopefully. And now it's currently 5-0 Lavenders over the Falcons, and we're not even out of the first inning yet.
So now they're saying it's 6-0. With runners on second and third. Still 1 out. Lavender's really putting their foot down. And you can see the velocity of the pitches now near the score at the top of your screen, as that's a ground out for the 2nd out. But I just want to shout out everyone who makes the broadcast possible. From everybody at DDA, everybody working hard to really advance this movement. I think the fact that we have the radar gun now really goes to show how hard people are working and how committed they are to improving every broadcast that we do, every tournament that we do. But it's certainly a luxury to have access to that information. 7-0, by the way, as it just keeps going for the Lavenders. That's a fair ball, right field, base hit, and a collision at first base. I feel like that could have been avoided, but here we are.
Yeah, and it was one of those where it was a really good hit out to right field. So he was able to get there with the ball already on the ground. But I feel like the trouble was caused because the right fielder tried to make a 9-3 put out there, and him coming to the bag, he was there and he tried to stretch for it, and he got right in the runner's way.
You're right. Looking at the replay, you see the throw kind of led the first baseman into the base runner's path.
And it did look like the ball went out of play, so that's why the runner's currently on second right now.
Good catch. As that looks like a foul ball, it is into the trees. Thank you to everyone joining us right now in the DDA baseball live stream. This is your home for baseball in the country of India. 9-0. As right now, the Lavenders look like maybe the best team in this whole league. We saw the Serval Titans have a performance similar to this yesterday against Chandrayog United. And that's finally going to end the frame. A shallow fly out to right field. But not before 9 runs get across for the Lavenders. And the Falcons are in a huge hole. We'll see if their offense can make this game any closer. But right now, it's Lavenders' domination. We'll see you for the beginning of the second inning in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. It's the beginning of the second inning. And the Falcons just let up 9 runs in the opening frame, and they got a lot of work to do at the plate if they want any chance of winning this one.
Indeed, and it was just a lot of contact being made, and it may have been some of it from the fielders, but a lot just being able to put the ball where the fielders aren't, and that led to plenty of Lavenders runs as well as a couple of bases loaded walks that helped them out as well.
Count to the leadoff batter is 1-0. Here's the next pitch. Top of the zone, and it's called a ball. Actually, it's called a strike. You know, sometimes it's hard to read the umpire's signals. But here we go, 1-1.
Agreed.
And I think that hit the batter. He'll get first base.
Yeah, I definitely think it hit him right there. And if you notice if there's a replay, you'll notice that the ball does change its trajectory a little bit. And because of that, you'll know that the ball did hit the batter. So now the Falcons will get their leadoff guy on to start out the inning.
So the pitcher, Nagesh, had a good first inning, but allows the leadoff hit by pitch. Maybe that's exactly the spark that the Falcons' offense needs. If you're the Falcons, you got to realize you can't get back in this game just by one swing. It's got to be a rally. It's got to be multiple at-bats strung together. Got to take it pitch by pitch.
Indeed. And it's just the big thing about trying to start a rally like this. You just got to be able to pass the bat on to the next batter in the lineup.
That's a big swing and a fly out to the outfield, and it's going to be foul. Here's the next one. And that's good contact. And it's going to be a fair ball bouncing in shallow left. And 2 runners will come aboard. So this inning starting for the Falcons, much like how the bottom of the first started for the Lavenders. We'll see if they can load the bases with no outs. Because at that point, anything can happen.
Indeed. And the big thing here is just being able to keep forcing contact. You know that your defense is going to be working behind you. And just like that, they get one out on one pitch.
It's a pop-up to short, and the catch is made. But still a favorable situation for the Falcon offense with 2 runners on. Catcher maybe making a signal to his outfield or his infield. First pitch is a ball.
You know that the Lavenders are going to be trying something here defensively. They got 1 out and 2 runners on, but I wouldn't be surprised if they tried and pulled something like a back pick one of the 2 bases.
See a lot of catchers try that in this league so far, and sometimes it's been successful. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Swing and a foul ball. Or a miss.
Like a
Couldn't
swing and a
quite tell.
miss.
Lost track of the ball.
It's kind of hard to tell if the ball does go off the bat, especially in that angle of the sunlight.
Either way, the count 1-2.
So now you got a golden opportunity here for the Lavenders to try and make this a more favorable situation, because if you can at least get 2 outs with 2 runners on, you have a better chance of getting out of the inning cleanly.
That's upstairs. And the count is even. You can see Prem Pawase, the runner on second, ready to score, or to have an opportunity to score. And it's a full count here.
Yeah, now you have to throw a strike in this situation because you can't afford to have the bases loaded with less than 2 outs.
And that pitch grounded past second base. And it's into the outfield. Base hit. Throw back in. And that should load the bases.
Yeah, here as a pitcher, I feel a lot more comfortable if the runner was able to get on via hit rather than just put them on yourself with a walk. But now you got an opportunity to turn the double play here. You got 1 out, bases loaded, so a good chance here for 2 outs if you pitch it right here.
And that pitch goes all the way to the backstop. Runners stay where they are. So Nagesh, the pitcher, facing some adversity here in the second inning, more than he did in the first. See how he responds. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It nearly hit the batter. It's in the backstop. And they say it didn't.
No, at least not yet, but it was very close. And 2-0 count, bases loaded. You got to be able to put the ball in the zone here at this point because strikes are essential, especially with how much of a lead you've got. You can afford to give up a few runs, but you can't really afford to be giving up that many at one time.
The score is still 9-0. Falcons are the team with nothing, but they are threatening with the bases loaded. 1 out. Top of inning number 2. And the pitch is outside. It is 3-1.
Looks like it's tightening up the zone a little bit. I mean, it definitely would have looked like it would have been called a strike had the catcher made a good catch on that. But now it's a little bit easier, but that's going to be skied up. Foul.
So now the count is full. High pressure situation for both the pitcher and the batter. Harshal Gangwal at the plate and Nagesh in the circle. Here's the delivery. And just below the zone, ball 4, and it'll score a run. It's been we've seen 2 bases loaded walks, one by each team in this ball game. And it is 9 runs to 1.
Indeed. And that one right there looked like a pitch that could have gone either way, either a strike or a ball. But in this case, it went into the favor of the batter. So now it is 9-1. Falcons finally on the board for the first time this game. Still 1 out, though.
And that slapped to third base and looked like they were trying to get the double play. I think they got 1 out. They got a force at second base.
Yeah, it definitely looked like one of those plays. The ball was bringing the third baseman over anyway. So even if he missed the tag from the runner going to third, he would have at least still been comfortable in getting 1 out for the runner at second. So now we got runners on the corners with 2 outs here in the top of the second here for the Falcons. But another run does come across for them. So again, trading runs for outs is a good thing, especially given the current run differential for the Lavenders this game.
That's going to curve just outside first base, foul. So yes, runners at the corners with 2 outs. The batter is Ashish Mehetre, a lefty digging in, facing the righty Nagesh. Swings at the first pitch, and it's foul. Or it's fair. No, it's fair. It is out of play, and he'll take second base. An automatic double for Mehetre. And Falcons have another run on the board. It's 9-3.
And it's also one of those. I mean, it's definitely what we saw on the bottom of the first. Hard ball pulled past the bag down the line, and then eventually goes out of play. So now Falcons able to put another run on the board, and now got 2 more runners in scoring position. 2 outs here, and Ryan, I'm not gonna lie, it looks like they're starting to get nearly all of their runs back here in this half inning.
Well, it's certainly a good start for the Falcons, building some momentum at the plate, and really this game could go either way. So runners on second and third. I was under the impression that the runner on third scored, but there's still a runner on third.
Well, I have a feeling that's probably the runner from first that's currently on third, and that runner from third did score.
Yeah.
So that will, I mean, if not, then it would have been at least bases loaded. I mean, well, actually, it would have been out of play. So the runner on third would have automatically scored anyway.
Yeah, it is 9-3, and that's skied to center field and caught. So the Falcons get 3 runs across, if I'm not mistaken, but the Lavenders still sit on a 6-run lead. They let up some offensive damage, but not quite enough to give up their mountainous cushion. And we will head to the next inning, or excuse me, the bottom of the second inning after this short break. Welcome back, everybody. Bottom of the second inning between the Lavenders and the Falcons. Ryan Oppenheimer, along with Eli Wilder, with you for this game as we continue the ABL in Kopargaon, Maharashtra, India. Another sunny and leisurely day of baseball here. The weather has been forgiving after so many days of baseball in India have been messed up due to the rain in the area. But so far, this tournament has been going smoothly after obviously being rescheduled from the original planned time of October 31st. As the Lavenders, sitting on a 6-run lead, have a chance to extend. A pitch is over the plate. And lost track of the count there. I think that's a strikeout.
I believe it was. That definitely looked like a throw around on the infield, so he was able to strike him out looking there for out number one.
So a good start to the frame for Yashodeep. He is the pitcher now for the Falcons. Goes by Sonia as he entered in the player information survey. That's his nickname. Sonia, born in March of 2000, so he's in his 25th year of life.
He's only got me by a couple of months.
Well, he's got a 3-0 count here to get out of, and that pitch is right at the bottom of the zone for strike one. And that gets another call. So now the ump is getting a little bit more generous at the bottom of the zone.
Well, if I'm being honest, those first 3 balls looked like better strikes than the last 2 did.
Every umpire's got their own personality. And that time, the umpire correctly calls a ball, and that's going to be a walk. So Sonia gets the first runner out via a strikeout, but then allows a walk. Runner on board for the Lavenders. Facing a righty batter. Pitch at the top of the zone. It is called strike one.
Yes, that one. If you're not calling that one a strike, there will be a lot of people shouting otherwise.
That time he squares the bunt, but it's foul. And it's 0-2. Sonia looking to
I'd be a
deliver.
little bit more considerate about bunting here, but never mind.
Swing and miss, strike three. So the second strike out of the frame for Sonia. Didn't bother trying to bunt with 2 strikes there. Went for a full swing and whiffed. Next batter steps in, trying to get the runner home from first. Takes ball 1. He squares the bunt. He gets it down. Right back to Sonia, who makes the throw to first for out number 3. So, sound defense from the team captain and the pitcher for the Food Hub Falcons. They're able to get a 0 on the board after allowing 9 runs in the first inning. They allow 0, and they'll have another chance to cut into the deficit after this break. Welcome back to inning number 3 in game number 4 of day number 2 of the Ahilyanagar Baseball League in Kopargaon. Ryan Oppenheimer along with Eli Wilder here as the Lavenders take the field with a 6-run lead on the Falcons. First pitch from Nagesh is a ball. And that is golfed. Foul outside third. So the count is even. Hope you're having a good night wherever you are, a good day, good morning. It's nighttime for me and Eli, that's for sure. Another foul ball. Tells me 17 people watching now. We appreciate every single one of you here on the live stream. And I look away for 1 second and it appears to be a base hit. Actually, I think it was caught. Here, we get the replay. That's what replays are here for. It's out number 1. It was caught. So the Falcons have one gone, nobody aboard, trailing by 6 on this Sunday afternoon in Maharashtra. Or Saturday afternoon, excuse me. I don't even know anymore. I feel like this has been a... Oh, Eli, I think you might be muted, my man. I don't know. I haven't been able to hear you for a
Yep,
little
I
bit.
just realized I was muted this entire time. So,
I thought you were
but
just, not feeling like talking for a little bit.
no, I was
Nah.
just working on my ventriloquism.
Sorry, if you want to continue your point, you're free to.
Well, as I was just making a couple of points before. A lot of the game has been lots of offense and just being able to put the ball in play. Because if you're putting the ball in play more often, you're putting a lot more pressure on the defense to actually make those plays. And the Bala Lavenders have done a really great job of that.
Now their defense on the field, and so far they've made the necessary plays as well. It's a 2-ball count. Now a 3-ball count. 3 balls and a strike. Nagesh still on the mound. Allowed 3 runs going into his 3rd inning of action, and that's a comebacker right outside, or right out of reach from the pitcher, and I don't think they got the out at first. Center fielder made a heads-up play to go field that baseball, or the second baseman, excuse me. I don't think they got it, but let's see the replay. There was a little bit of a
No, it
hitch
looks like they
in the
did
video.
get him, but it was a great play by the second baseman. It was just one of those that with the first baseman, he dropped it, but he was able to put his foot back on the bag. So a really great job to get the out that time. I mean, it was a bobbled ball, but he was still able to get on the ground and still be able to put the ball to the bag. So he's out for the second out of the inning.
He is, and that is an impressive play by the first baseman to corral kind of an inaccurate throw. Well, for the Falcons, they'd like to see at least a little bit of damage done in every inning. But now they're in danger of going down in order.
And so far, so good for the Lavenders. But 2 outs, a lot of damage done that we've seen so far throughout this entire tournament is things that are out or hits and batters getting on with 2 outs. So you never know where we're going to see here.
I would love
That
to
one
see
looked
the
like it should have been a
velocity.
strike.
I do think it should have been a strike. Not called a strike. That will be called a strike as it's a foul ball. And the count's 3-1. I don't think the pitcher can believe that he didn't get the call there.
Believe me, I don't blame him. I feel the same way.
And he gets the swing and a miss to fill the count up.
It could be strike 3 there, but an opportunity to try and sit him down in order this inning.
That would be a huge bounce back inning for Nagesh after allowing the 3 runs in the second. Here's the payoff. Swung at, hit to the outfield, and lands foul. And we will redo the payoff pitch. 3-2 in the dirt, ball 4. So 1 pitch away from an inning-ending strikeout. Really should have had it, but allows the base runner on the walk. Let's see if the Falcons can turn that into another run.
Well, this is baseball, so you know anything's going to happen at this point. That one just looked like a breaking ball that he gripped too hard and spiked that in the dirt before it even got there.
Very interesting check swing there from the batter. Looked like he was just maybe not even expecting the pitch to come that quickly. But he pulls back and it's
Or
a
that
ball.
much inside.
He pulls back again. Back pick attempt at first. Did they get it? I don't think so. He's safe.
Not a bad idea, especially with 2 outs. You never know. It's always something that you got to try and catch runners when they're sleeping on the base paths.
Next pitch is high and inside. So now Nagesh starting to lose some control. That pitch had to be a strike, and it is.
Good job getting back in the zone for Nagesh. And the big thing here, just keep working and throwing strikes because, and like I've already said before, a lot of the damage teams have done have been with 2 outs.
And here's another walk. Breaking pitch just missed low. And now 2 runners will be aboard with 2 outs. Falcons building a 2-out rally. Have yet to score, but now they got a runner in scoring position. And coming to the plate as, I believe, the pitcher, Sonia. He's going to swing at the first pitch. It's high in the air. It will land. Foul?
I believe that was foul out of play because, I mean, we would have definitely noticed if, foul ball out of play because now it looks like Nagesh has a new ball, so it will be starting out as an 0-1 count.
We play on here in the 3rd inning.
Ooh.
And I think he got the call there.
I don't think he
High
did.
part of the zone. You're right. It's ball 2. Here we go. Another swing and hard hit ball that's foul outside first.
So now I finally have a 2-strike, 2-out count here. The big thing is you got to either force contact or make him chase something out of the zone. But a lot of these hitters throughout the entire tournament have been very disciplined as to what they want to swing at.
The 1-2 count is called a ball high and outside. The back pick throw is away from first base. And the runners will advance. So runner will take third base from second. And I think there's a runner on second, but I'm not quite sure. I think he might have stayed.
No.
There he is.
Well, now there's
Now he
a runner on
steals.
second.
Just like that.
And that one was one of those pitches where it looked like it could have been a strike, but just missed inside the zone. And that runner wasn't able to move up until that pitch there because the fielder was literally on top of him, not being able to field the back picks. So now runners in scoring position for the Falcons.
Swung at low in the zone and it's foul. Count stays at 2-2.
It looks like the Lavenders are, they're trying to point out that the batter picked up the ball, but the rule is if the batter picks up the ball and what's going on? If they're walking off the, wait, how is that? I'm not really sure that's an out because typically the rule is if a batter picks up the ball in foul territory, then it doesn't really matter. It's just if the ball touches them in fair territory, they're out. But it looks like that was ruled an out. So innings over. Well, at least the half inning's over.
So you're saying he picked up the ball and that's an out?
In foul territory, the rule, how I understand it, if you pick up the ball if the runner picks up a ball in foul territory, it doesn't really mean anything. But if you touch the ball in fair territory, then you're out.
And that's what he did? I couldn't quite tell. I've been distracted because I just saw not one but two dogs just walk across the field and no one even batted an eye. I couldn't even begin to pay attention to what you were saying. That was an amazing thing to watch right there. But if that's really the rule, that's a very odd baseball rule. Especially
Or I
if he's
may be reading it wrong, but that's how I've always understood it.
Yeah, no, I believe you, but that's what the umpires decide, and here we are in the bottom of the third. So Sonia retakes the slab after getting out in the weirdest way possible to end the top of the frame. That's baseball. Baseball is weird. You can watch baseball game after baseball game for years and years, and you'll still be saying that every single time. Well, here's the 1-2.
You'll also be seeing new things every single game you watch.
You never think you always think you've seen it all until you haven't.
Indeed, and playing baseball for a very long time, all throughout high school and college, you start to see everything going on. And it looks like that one's a drop 3, and they will make the play there.
It is another baseball odd rule. That's out number 1.
Yeah, so the explanation behind that is it's called a drop 3. It's called the drop 3 rule. So if you have 2 strikes and if there's a ball in the dirt and you swing at it, you're allowed to run and try and take first. But if the catcher is able to field it and get the ball to the first baseman and he tags the bag, then you're ruled out. So it would still count as a strikeout.
Right. Yeah, and the way I learned that rule, because I haven't really played a whole lot of baseball in my life, was playing MLB The Show. I was so confused when I first saw that, and the way MLB The Show, sometimes sometimes errors happen at weird times. I feel like so many times playing MLB The Show, I've gotten on base after striking out in that way, which is like that never happens in real life. Like it's the easiest throw in the book for a catcher. It's just a practice toss to the first baseman, and yet I feel like I get the catcher missing the throw in the video game, every 15, 20 throws or so. Anyway, at any rate,
yeah, it's also one of those rules where, well, at any rate, it's also one of those rules where it's going to happen, and there are plenty of cases where batters do get on because even no matter how wild the pitch is, and if they do swing at it, it would still be an out.
Here's another lazy ground out to second base. The offense maybe starting to slow down a bit after an explosive first 2 innings. This batter likes to wear his
And
pants a
now
little
it's just
higher, bearing the
indeed.
calves like a football player. And he's going to chop that over the pitcher's head and into the outfield. It's got to be the pants.
Absolutely. It's definitely got to be the pants. It was just one of those high choppers that we've seen all game, and he was just able to get through and get on. So now, and as we noticed a lot this tournament, a lot of damage done with 2 outs. So now the Lavenders might be starting something up here.
Feels like the pitcher feels the pressure and starts to lose control when there's 2 outs, and you know that you're one good pitch away from ending things, but it just keeps on eluding you. It's an interesting phenomenon that happens. So 2 outs, 1 on base for the Bala Lavenders, up by 6, and he'll take a strike. And that one gets away from the catcher. He'll track it down, and the runner, I think, stays at first base. So good job running that ball down and keeping the runner where he is.
I mean, if you're the Bottle Lavenders at this point, you're already up by 6 runs, but a couple more couldn't hurt because you never know if the Falcons are going to have another breakthrough inning with at least another crooked number on the board.
Sonia spikes that for a ball and then gets the swing and a miss. High heat. That's strike 2. And swing and a miss, strike 3. Batter fell for the high fastball 2 pitches in a row. Would have been better off taking it, but we now head to the 4th inning. Still at 9-3. The Falcons not able to get anyone across. And onward we march. Bala Lavenders on top. And they will go to bat again. Or excuse me, Food Hub will go to bat again. All right, we now move to the 4th inning as the Falcons have another chance to cut down a 6-run deficit. It's the pitcher, Yashardeep Sonia, at the plate. And that's a comebacker that hits the pitcher, and he's on the ground in pain. It'll be an infield single for the pitcher Sonia, the Food Hub pitcher Sonia, and Nagesh clutching that left leg. Tough scene for the Lavenders.
And that's something you don't really like. That's something you don't really want to see at all. It's whenever your pitcher goes down, then you know there's going to be a lot of things to think about now. Is he going to be okay? Will he be able to come back? And who's going to take over for him if he's not able to go anymore? Because that's just a hard comeback or a line drive right on the foot too. So you know that's going to be very painful. I've felt plenty of those in my career, and they don't feel any better. Trust me.
Unfortunate bounce. It just happened to catch the Lavenders pitcher right in the shin, it appeared. And hopefully he's okay. Still on the ground. His team gathered around him as play stops for a moment. Looking at the Lavenders roster, just looking at what we have, the information we have from the player survey, they've only got 10 players. So they've got one single sub that can enter the game. And no one else is listed as a pitcher here in the spreadsheet we have. So
Question is, what do you do if you're the Bala Lavenders?
looks like we have a new pitcher. We'll get you his name in a moment if we can identify him. But thankfully, the previous pitcher able to leave the field. So we'll see a pitching change. And he'll get a couple warm-up pitches. All right, now he'll pass the ball off to another player. Not sure who they're going to end up going with. Multiple players taking warm-ups right now. And can't quite see.
Threw that one in for a strike.
And we play on. At least very soon. Well, for better or worse, the Falcons might be facing a pitcher with a lot less experience now. That the Lavenders' primary pitcher has been injured by the line drive. And we'll see how that impacts this game. Runner on first, no out. If I'm the Falcons, I'm waiting to see how this pitcher is attacking us before taking the bat off my shoulder. A lot of players in this league struggle with control. We'll see what this next pitcher has.
Yeah, the big thing here is that if you're taking out the best, you got the best pitcher out of the game now, so now it's just working on whatever arms are left. And with the Falcons, you got a really good opportunity to try and do something here.
It's no balls and a strike from the new Lavender pitcher. Fires one in low and away. So we don't have anyone on the roster, whether on the Instagram or on our spreadsheet, that's supposed to wear number 1. This could be a player recently added to the roster. He also doesn't have a name on his back. Maybe wearing someone else's jersey and
Here's
then just
the
had to
taped over.
tape it over. Yeah. Well, number 1 now trying to close this game out for the Lavenders and give them their second win of the day. And he's just pumping in these pitches, not really giving the batter a whole lot of time to breathe in between them. Throws a strike. And that's high, swung at, grounded to short, underhand throw to second in time, and at first, he's safe. They nearly get the double play, but the batter actually slides into first safely.
Yeah, it looks like it was a breaking ball at the top of the zone. It was a really good job fielding it cleanly, being able to guarantee at least 1 out. I mean, runner already had to slide into first, so it looks like Nagesh actually took over at first. So maybe the current pitcher was the first baseman. If we can try to identify him. But now 1 out for the Lavenders here in the top of the 4th.
Yeah, with only 10 players on the roster, it's tough to deal with any injuries that might come up. As hopefully Nagesh, if he's playing at first, hopefully he's able to walk off that ball to the shin. 1 ball, 1 strike. They say 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the 2-1. It's outside, skips away, and it'll be an easy advance for the runner on the wild pitch. But apparently the runner didn't take that chance. And he'll take the walk. Now there will be a runner on second. And digging in with a runner in scoring position is Ashish Mehetre, the left-hander. Takes the ball outside. Another scoring chance for Food Hub. This time they need to capitalize, as that is a swing and a miss.
Indeed, if they want to take advantage of the opportunity, at least get back into this game, they need a big hit, and they need a big hit right now because 1 out with 2 runners on, 1 pitch could end this game right here.
Yesterday, we saw a little bit of inconsistency with when the umpires decided to call the game. There was a situation where a team really should have walked off a game in the 3rd inning, but they decided to continue playing anyway, and then they ended the game after they made their 3 outs, even though they had already won the game. So we'll see. We were then told that it really comes down to how long the teams have been playing. They're given a 1 hour and 5 minute time slot for each game, and they just keep on playing until the time's up. We'll see how long this game goes, as the bases are now loaded.
Kind of interesting on the time because I'm fairly certain. I mean, if I read our schedule correctly, our game was actually supposed to start about 20 minutes ago, or at least game 5.
Yeah, they're still going here.
It looks
Six
like
run game.
Nagesh is back in.
Looks like he licked those wounds and now he's back. And he's throwing balls pretty high.
Yeah, the problem with trying to come back from a shin injury like that is that you feel like you can't put a whole lot of pressure on it. So now it's just your inconsistency becomes a lot more obvious, especially when you're out there trying to work through the pain and stuff.
Man, you could tell he's not 100% at all. Almost looks like he can barely walk.
Yeah. One thing's for sure, you should not be sacrificing your own health and safety or any player's health and safety for the sake of trying to win a game.
Especially with a 6 run lead. I mean, not that that matters, but really doesn't need to be doing this right now. He's going to let up a base hit. It goes all the way to the wall. Outfielder tracks it down, fires that pitch back in, and I would imagine that scores at least 2 runs. There's a runner on
No,
third. It's a
that
bases
cleaned them
clearing
up.
triple. It did. So this is a brand new ball game from 9-3 to 9-6 with one swing of the bat. And Nagesh, who's returned to the mound after leaving momentarily, is just really gutting it out. He's in some trouble now.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it was something. I mean, it was a mess that was already created prior to him getting injured. Well, it started out with him getting injured earlier in the inning and then eventually him coming back. But with that huge hit that pretty much just cleared the bases, and the Falcons are now back in it. And with on potential run here, um, the Falcons have a really great chance to try and get back in this thing.
Nagesh trying to get that rhythm back that he had in the first inning. And he's doing it on a hobbled left leg. That's fouled away.
All right. Well, here's a big pitch right here. If the Labradors have a chance to try and win this game right here, it's got to be on this pitch and at least get it to 2 outs.
Swung at, hit right to short, and the play made for out number 2. So the runner stays at third.
No, it looks like the runner
he
did
takes home.
score.
He scores. Wow. Comeback in the works for the Falcons. Still
They'll
have
have to
2
do it
runs
all
to
with
make
2
up.
outs. But as we notice, all the damage that teams have done have come with 2 outs, or at least most of the damage teams have come, or the most damage teams have done have come with 2 outs. So now we'll see what the Falcons can do here.
I think they're giving Nagesh a couple of...
No, he's just speed pitching right here.
Yeah, he
Not giving the
is.
batters any time whatsoever.
I thought they were warm-up pitches for a second, just courtesy warm-up pitches for the injured pitcher. But no, he's just pumping it in there.
Next thing you know, he's already got a 1-2 count on the batters, so now he's got a chance to get out of this inning right here.
And that is a soft grounder right back to the pitcher, and the throw in time. But this game has been flipped on its head from 9-3 all the way to 9-7. Food Hub with a major dent in what used to be a huge lead. We'll see how long these two teams keep on playing, but we appear to be headed to the bottom of the 4th inning. Here we go, guys. Bottom of the fourth. The Lavenders have seen their lead shrink as of late, but they have a chance to get some more insurance runs here in the bottom of the fourth. Food Hub Falcons in the midst of a comeback that they have put together gradually over the course of this game, as that is a high chopper back to the pitcher who makes the throw.
And a good job by the
pitcher, by
pitcher,
the way.
Nikhil. So, I mean, it was just a high chopper, good breaking pitch to make him force a rollover there, and fields it cleanly on the hop, and just a nice throw. Good play, and one quick out in the inning for the Falcons.
That's what the Falcons are looking for. Trying to complete the comeback. It would be certainly an impressive one if they're able to get all the way back. We appear to be headed towards a fifth inning. But you never know. Sometimes the umpires call games at odd times. Swing and a miss.
And that was a bit confusing. That pitch prior should have been a strike, and I mean, he still swung at that last one, but
that pitch misses inside. So a new pitcher in the circle right now for Food Hub, Nikhil Kadam.
pretty sure he actually started the game.
I think you're right. Well, hold on. It was Sonia on the mound for at least the middle innings. Can't remember if he started the game or not. But either way, Nikhil back on the mound. He usually pitches for this team.
And looks like that was a called strike 3, and batter was not happy about that one. I don't blame him. That looked low.
It looked plenty low. It looked nearly in the dirt to me. But that is out number 2. So Nikhil gets a generous call there and trying to retire the side. Chopper past the pitcher. Shortstop couldn't field it cleanly with his glove and won't have a play to make. So nearly got him 1, 2, 3. Not sure if that'll be called a hit or an error. Either way, it's a runner aboard for Bala Lavenders.
I feel like that one could have gone either way, because it was if the shortstop wasn't positioned closer to the middle of the infield, then it probably would have been ruled a hit. But either way, if he fielded that cleanly and made a play, would have been an out. So it could go either as a hit or an error.
So now the Lavenders have a runner aboard, and they'll try to bunt with 2 outs. It's down the third base line. Play at first. He is out. They got him. He slid at first, but the throw came in just in time.
And it's just one of those. That was a great bunt down the third base line to get it to try and force the defense to do stuff. But it was a really great play. Just a hard throw over, and yeah, it looked like the throw beat him there. That was a really good call.
By a hair. Okay. That's out number 3. And now the teams are lining up for post-game handshakes. That's the end of the game. So they seem determined to end games at the most unpredictable times. But here we are. Bala keeps their lead despite nearly giving it all the way up. You'd think if they went to a fifth inning, chaos might have ensued, especially with the injured pitcher that was still pitching for Bala. But he does not have to go out there again. And the final score will be 9-7 in favor of the Lavenders, who are now 2-0 on the day. What do you make of that, Eli? It was certainly an entertaining game. Had some twists and turns for sure.
Well, overall, it was definitely something that I enjoyed watching. It just kept it. I mean, it kept it close. When the Falcons tried to mount a comeback in the third inning by putting up that 4 spot, it definitely had me in my mind thinking, I think this game could definitely get turned on its head. But really great job by the Lavenders to really come in and shut it down. And Nagesh pitching his heart out, even after getting injured, and then coming back into pitch, being able to shut it down. Just a really great job there.
And there you see he gets the Player of the Game medal. I think well deserved. Let up his fair share of runs, but hey, whenever you're putting your body on the line for your team, that deserves to be celebrated. And he certainly shouldn't have been in that position, but he accepted the circumstances and he ends up closing out the win for the Bala Lavenders. So they moved to 2-0 on the day, defeating the Food Hub Falcons 9-7 here in Game 4 of Day 2 of the Ahilyanagar Baseball League in Kopargaon. So Day 2 marches on, and we head to Game 5 in a short moment. Let me recheck the schedule for you real quick. We will see the Lavenders play again in Game 5, and it'll be a matchup with the Spartans, who lost their first game of the day to the Falcons. So we'll see Lavenders Spartans. It was supposed to start at 2:30 p.m. IST. Right now, that I believe is the time already on the ground. So we'll see how long of a game break that they give them to warm up. But I would expect game number 5 to be underway very soon. And I'll be with you in a short break. After a short break. Thank you all for tuning in, and stay tuned. 2. Hello, everybody. Looks like we're back for game number 5 of day number 2 of the ABL, presented by Diamond Dreams Academy. I'm Ryan Oppenheimer, and I'll be with you for this game. I think it'll be just me on this game, a solo broadcast. And it'll be Bala Lavenders taking another crack at it after they got the win over the Food Hub Falcons in their last game. This time it'll be the San Giovanni Spartans facing them. And it looks like it'll be a runner taking second. It'll be a double to start this one for the Spartans. So it's my first time watching the Spartans today, but they were in action earlier, losing to the Food Hub Falcons. They'll try to get their first win here against the Lavenders today. So game number 5 of 6 here in day 2. And the Spartans have an early base runner. So this is actually their third game of the day. They also played the Rockers. As there's one out in the top of the first with a runner on second. Once again, we hope you're having an amazing day. Thank you to everyone tuning in right now. It says just 10 people. If you're here right now, you're a real one. And that's going to be hit into the outfield. And it'll put runners at the corners. It's a base hit. And a good offensive start here for San Giovanni Spartans. Lavenders had a little bit of adversity in their last game against the Falcons. They had an injured pitcher who was hurt but then came back out. And there's going to be a runner taking home plate. They went for a steal of home plate. Not sure if that's actually called a steal. But catcher tried to throw out the runner at first on a back pick. And then the runner at third decided to take home plate, and he gets there safely. Heads up base running, leading to a run for the Spartans. What a way to start this game. The Lavenders have seen their dominance slow down a bit as the day's gone on. They had a great start to that game against the Falcons, as that's a foul ball. And then they let up a few runs in the second inning after being up 9-0. And then all of a sudden, pitcher gets injured in the third or the fourth. I can't remember which one. And then 4 more runs score for the Falcons, and all of a sudden it's 9-7. They are able to keep the lead just long enough. So right now a runner stands on third base as the Spartans look to get a second run across here in the top of the first. Here's the pitch. Swung on, skied to short, and ranging back for it, makes the play. That's out number 2. So a new pitcher towing the slab for the Lavenders. And if our rosters are correct, his name is Shubham Popse. Typically plays third base, but right now he's stepping into the pitcher's circle. He'll try to pick off at first base. Nothing doing. And batter shows bunt, pulls back, and the runner on first steals second. There's no play, as they already saw a Spartan runner take home plate from third, wisely keeping the ball to himself there. That pitch near the helmet of the batter. Two runners threatening for the San Giovanni Spartans, wearing that hot pink jersey. Lavenders really need to get their pitching back under control. That's a hard hit ball to the left field or right field gap, but run down by the right fielder. And that is out number 2. Solid contact made, but didn't have quite enough carry. Well, actually, that's out number 3. That's going to end the frame at 1 run scored for the Spartans as they now take the field. And stay tuned for the Lavenders offense to take the field after this short break. Welcome back to the bottom of the first inning here on the DDA live stream. Game number 5 of day number 2. Hope you're having a good day wherever you are tuning in from. I'm coming at you from Portland, Oregon, on the western part of the United States. Hard hit ball to right field. That's a line out for out number 1. Put a good swing on that ball, but just didn't drop into the right place. Outfielder didn't have to move much. We play on here in sunny Maharashtra, India. Kopargaon is the city. And this dirt field has seen a whole lot of action over the past 2 days. If you're liking the action so far, be sure to tune in for Championship Sunday. Today's day 2 of the tournament. We're going to wrap things up tomorrow. Multiple best-on-best matchups there. The Lavenders are first in line to contend for a championship as they have not yet lost a game. That's a lazy ground out to first base. So 2 quick outs for the Spartans. And this first inning has moved along quite quickly. Two outs, nobody on base. The count is 1 ball, no strikes. Here it is. It's just outside. Now awaiting the 2-0 pitch. Swung at and lined right over the first baseman's head. It's going to bounce all the way to the wall. Right fielder picks it up. Makes the throw back in. And he will take second base. A stand-up double with 2 outs. So Bala Lavender's trying to tie this game back up. That was a very nice swing to keep the Lavenders alive here in this bottom 1 frame. Now this batter will try to get that runner home from second base. It's number 2 at the plate. And again, we don't have anyone here on the spreadsheet that supposedly wears number 2. A lot of players that we just can't identify, unfortunately. We're doing our best. We have a lot of information that was meticulously collected by people on the ground in India. But ultimately, things are still a bit imperfect here. So runner will take third base. And with 2 outs, batter should look to make solid contact here. Just get a ball in play. And as long as he reaches, the runner on third will be able to score. 1-2 pitch. Batter has the duck. Or 2-1, excuse me, now 3-1. Here's the next pitch. It is in the dirt, ball 4. Excuse me, it's a wild pitch. And I think they got the out at home plate. What a play, a bang play at home. Let's take another look. So it is a wild pitch that gets away from the catcher, maybe a passed ball. Catcher then retrieves it from the backstop, and the catcher covers home plate and makes the tag. What a play. We've just seen so much high-level defense being played by pretty much every team in this tournament. You gotta love it. That was Tushar Ramesh Jadhav making that excellent play, and the catcher delivering the throw as well. So that keeps the Lavenders off the board. That was the third out of the inning. And now we are in inning number 2. Pitching is number 14, Manish. Manish Gungar. Right-handed pitcher born in 2006. So just a 19-year-old. Just an amazing age range. The Lavenders definitely are one of the younger teams here in the league. Only one player born earlier than 2000. We even have a player born in 2008. We got a 15 or a 17-year-old on the team. That pitch is behind the batter. Lucky you didn't hit him. Here's the next pitch coming in. It's a 3-ball count, 3-0. And that's upstairs, ball 4. And the Spartans get a runner on board. It's a wild pitch. Skips away from the catcher. 2 balls and no strikes on number 33. The batter is Krushna Jadhav. Goes by KJ. He shows bunt and pulls back. So another 3-ball count as Manish struggling to find the strike zone. Needs to find it here, and he does not. It's upstairs, ball 4. So 2 consecutive walks issued by Manish. And a huge opportunity for the Spartans, who already have a 1-run lead. Now 2 on, no one out. And now the Lavenders continuing to get themselves into a little bit of trouble with control issues. That's in there for a strike. Maybe a confidence builder. Dinesh Lawande at the plate. Typically plays second base. "22 years of age." Facing a pitcher that is just 21 years of age. Or 19 years of age, excuse me. And gets the swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. And over the batter's head. Count even at 2 apiece. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. He is out on strikes. Excellent job by Nagesh, who is still playing hobbled. I thought I was looking at a new pitcher, and indeed I am. So the Lavenders continuing to make rapid-fire pitching changes. We had Manish pitching the first inning, and now it's Nagesh. Nagesh, of course, started the last game, but ended up taking a ball to the shin, and he hasn't been the same ever since. He's still hobbling, yet he's still in the game. Won the Player of the Game medal in the win over the Falcons, mostly for his Iron Man-esque performance, recovering from the injury and continuing to pitch. And that continues into this game. But the question is, can he find the strike zone? Can he regain his rhythm that he had in the first inning of game 4? So far, it hasn't looked like he's had that as he continues to miss outside. And it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Open first base. Swung at. Looks like it's going to hook foul. And I'm not sure where the ball went. That's a home run. Or is it a double? I think it might have bounced right before the wall. Let's get another look at it. Camera cut couldn't quite show us where the ball went. Yes, it did land right in front of the fence and then bounced over it. Wow. So again, getting so close to that ever elusive home run. Haven't seen anybody hit a home run in this tournament quite yet. But it does score 2 runs from second and third. 3-0 Spartans on top right now. Nagase has just really gotten rocked today, especially after getting hurt. His pitching location and velocity just hasn't been the same. And I think they made the catch over in left field. Well, I think it's actually going to be a foul ball. So no balls and 2 strikes as the batter once again digs in. And it hit him, but did he swing? Did he swing? I think they're calling him out on strikes. No, they say it hit his bat. It hit his bat. I couldn't tell if it hit the batter or the bat, but it hit the bat. There's another pickoff attempt at third base. Unsuccessful. So the batter continuing to fight. Still in the box. 0-2 count. The pitch swung at and hit hard. It's going to drop right near the fence and bounce over it. We've seen a lot of ground rule doubles in this tournament with the short fences. And that's going to score another. Man, Nagesh has just continued to be hit hard. That time he got nearly all of it. Got the barrel of the bat to it, but just not quite enough bat speed, velocity to get that ball out of the park. But it's 2-0, or it's 4-0, excuse me, on the ground rule double that scores a run. Okay, we apologize for this short break. Tune for more ABL action. Oh, no, here we are. We are back. As it's a 3-1 count to this hitter with 1 out and a runner on second. Here's a swing and a miss. And we're all filled up. And bouncer to second base. And a runner digging for third. Did they get the tag? Or not? I think he's out. He's out. He is out. A heads-up play from the second baseman. Zipping it over the third for the out. He's out on the base paths. And that's going to be fouled out of play. So now with 2 outs, Nagesh winding up for another pitch. And that's a walk. Two outs, one runner on. And that's going to land just foul, I believe. Spartans have extended their lead here in the second, trying to do even more damage. Up in the zone and doesn't get the call. Swung at, chopped down the third base line and into the outfield. It eats up the left fielder. He aroused it, but that's going to be a base hit. So now runners at first and second. Actually, it looks like the runner on first went all the way to third, so runners at the corners. And the Spartans have a chance to really jump on these Lavenders in the second inning and make it a very difficult game to come back from. Runner holds up at third after the wild pitch. We've already seen one player get a little bit too greedy on the base paths and get out at home plate. That was on a wild pitch. Swung at on a pitch in the dirt. That's strike two. Next pitch, hit hard and foul. One, two is upstairs. And we're full. Now he swings at the payoff. It goes right back to the pitcher, and the underhand toss to first for the third out. So the Spartans are able to get another 3 runs across. They did some damage. It could have been worse. They strand 2 runners on the base paths. And the Lavenders, still undefeated in this ABL tournament, they'll try to come back from a 4-run deficit to keep that undefeated streak alive. We will head to the bottom of the second after this short break. Back now for the bottom of the second inning here on ABL Day 2, Game 5. Lavenders down by 4, still have yet to score in this game. In fact, they have yet to score since the first inning of their last game. Luckily for them, those 9 runs in that first inning were enough to get the win. But they are right now in danger of suffering their first loss. Swing and a miss. That's strike 1. Pitch on its way. In there for a strike. So it's 1-2 now. And if you're the Lavenders batter, you got to be wary of a potential strikeout breaking pitch. At time tries to get the chase, but does not. Good eye from the batter. Now here's the 2-2. Breaks away and taken for a ball 3. Tushar Jadhav now has a full count on his hands. Trying to retire the leadoff batter of the bottom of the second inning. Here he comes. And again, I'm not sure whether it hit the bat or the batter, or it hit the bat. A bunt attempt is unsuccessful. Tried to bunt for a hit with nobody on base. I guess he really trusts his speed. But you've also got to really place the ball in a good place there. Okay, so now that I look at the replay, he definitely wasn't trying to bunt. He was just swinging at a pitch way inside. It almost looked like he was. Tushar continuing to throw pitches here. One ball, no strikes. And that's taken for a strike. Excellent breaking pitch, almost looked like a curveball. Here's the 1-1. It is well inside, but the batter evades it. That's 2-1 now. Swing and a miss. And the count is even. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. What a pitch from Tushar Jadhav. Almost looked like a slider. That pitch breaking away, diving out of the zone, and it gets the chase. That's out number 2 here in this frame. Trying to get out of the bottom of the second. Spotless. Jadhav has been pitching a gem so far. 2 outs, nobody on. Looking for a 1-2-3 inning. Jadov fires a pitch in for a strike. It is 0-2. And that's swung at and fouled straight backwards. O2 is taken low and away. The count is 1-2. It's Lavenders versus Spartans. And a swing and a miss. Jadov continuing to deal. Couple strikeouts in the inning. And that is going to do it. So Spartans keep the Lavenders off the board. And we head to the third inning, 4-0. All right, back now for the top of inning number 3, where the Spartans are on top and they have a chance to extend 4-0 on top of the Bala Lavenders. As the Lavenders have some work to do if they don't want to suffer their first loss of the day. That's a throw in time at first for the out. Nice throw coming from the other side of the infield. Hope you guys are enjoying the action so far. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer. It's just me on this game, but soon we'll have Kumar Satyam joining me once again for game number 6. Been another action-packed day of baseball at the DDA Diamond here in Ahilyanagar, Kopargaon, here in Maharashtra. If you aren't familiar with the league already, this is a Maharashtra-based baseball league where teams or players are selected to teams via an auction process. 8 players from each team are from the state of Maharashtra, while they can have up to 4 players from outside the area. So this is largely players who reside in the state of Maharashtra, which is really a baseball hotbed for the country. Take a look at that last play. It was good contact from the batter, got it high up in the air. And now it's going to be a shallow and lazy grounder to third base, and it's going to be a very quick top of the third. So the Spartans not able to get any more insurance runs. They maintain their 4-run lead, though, and they will take it into the bottom of the third. It's been a fast-moving game so far between the Spartans and the Lavenders. Game number 5 of day 2 here at the ABL. Ryan Oppenheimer here with you. Thank you all for joining. Hope you're having a great day. And Tushar Jadhav continues to throw pitches. He's got good velocity and break on his pitches. It's just been such a great display of the baseball talent present in the state of Maharashtra. We got to see a sneak peek of it all the way back in the Amateur National Baseball Championships in September. Maharashtra won that tournament. Even though the championship game was called early due to rain delay, they were still named the champions. And now we see, in a league made up almost entirely of Maharashtra residents, there is just a lot of talent up and down these rosters. You can tell these guys are learning the game. They're starting to get the defensive rotations down, and it's leading to a lot of really interesting plays. One. Or, excuse me, that's going to be ball 4. Leadoff runner reaches for Lavenders. Bottom of the third inning between the Spartans and the Lavenders. Lavenders still looking for that offensive spark. They've got the leadoff runner aboard, but they're going to need a whole lot more than that. Down by 4 runs. So we'll see how long this game ends up going. The scheduled start time of game number 6 would be in 15 minutes. But I would imagine that this game is going to go a little bit longer since they started later than expected. That's up there for ball. Runner on first. The count is 0-1. The pitch inside, ball 2. And that's going to be ball 4. So I thought it was ball 3, but apparently there was another ball mixed in. So 2 runners aboard now. And we'll see if they can get out of trouble here. And that's the thing. You know, sometimes these pitchers are able to deliver a good inning or even 2 good innings, but eventually they start to get a little bit wild. Start to struggle finding the strike zone, and that's, I think, what's happening to Tushar. He'll keep the ball and continue to throw pitches. Lavenders with their best scoring chance they've had all game. Just imagine loading the bases here and a bases clearing double. That could get them within 1. That is hit high in the air to the outfield and foul. No balls and a strike. It's Nagesh coming up to the plate. Still continuing to play, even though he's clearly handicapped a bit by the injury. One pitch. Swung at and pulled to short. And the force at third. And the out at first. That's a double play. So that is a very quick 2 outs. They do still have a runner at second base. So that changes a lot for the Lavenders as they just got a bad bounce there. One good swing away from getting 2 runs on the board, at least 1. But now they are on the ropes. That time he fouled it off of his foot. I thought he got the out at first, but I think they might have called him safe. And if they did, that is a big break for Lavenders, as that creates more potential for a rally here, as there's another wild pitch. Looks like the runners decide to stay at first and second. Nagesh is on second. They do advance, so they're second and third now. And breaking pitch did not get the call. I thought it was right down the middle. And it's 1-2. Or it's 2-1, excuse me. That's shot right back up the middle in the air to center field. And it drops. Base hit. And the batter banana loops around first. He'll stay there. And it'll score a run. So the runner from third comes around to score, and the runner from second holds up at third. It will put runners at the corners. So now, Lavenders have their first run. We'll see what they're able to do going forward. Still got a lot of work to do if they want to come back. That's in there for a strike. That is shot back up the middle. A ground ball, base hit. And runners rounding their bases. I'm not sure it scored anybody. It does. It scores 2 runs. And it's 4-3. My goodness. This is a brand new ball game again. Only 1 out in the inning as the Lavenders are beginning to really rally here in the third, back from down 4-0. And they are within 1 run of tying it. That runner is at first base. The winning run, or the taking the lead run, is at the plate. You never know when they're going to end these games. Multiple times now, we've seen the umps call a game after the winning team went to bat instead of after the winning team retired the last 3 outs or recorded the last 3 outs. Well, it's a 3-ball count as the pitcher will maybe get a new baseball here. And a quick infield meeting. Well, now they're going to inspect the baseballs, and maybe the pitcher's going to pick the one he likes the most. So a fresh set of pearls on the field now, and we will resume play. So this is shaping up to be one of the closer games of the day, with the Lavenders, who have shown themselves to be one of the best teams in the league, on the brink of a comeback against a Spartans team that's performed really well so far. They've had good pitching, good defense, and they've taken advantage of some shaky pitching from the Lavenders. The time he shows bunt, pulls back. Vishwajit is his name. Another player that we are having trouble identifying based on the spreadsheet. That is in there. Excuse me, no, that is a walk. I am not sure where that missed. But that is going to put a runner on second and first. So Ajay digs in, and he has a chance to either tie it up or even give his team the lead with one swing of the bat. And he wanted all of it there. Oh, are they saying they got the back pick at third base? They did not. They did not. Umpire deems him safe. We've seen the catchers try that move so many times in this tournament. Always keeping the runners honest. Kind of makes sense given that they're so aggressive at times in stealing. But runners at first and third. One out. The double play is in play. And now a pickoff at first. Sliding in safely. Or excuse me, that was actually the first baseman who was sliding to make the catch. Awaiting the next pitch. Showing bunt. Not sure he pulled back in time. The runners are safe. I would expect that to be called a strike. Well, either way, the count is one apiece. Here it is. That pitch is sharply grounded past the shortstop into left center field. And runner will dig for second base. He is safe. Wow, a bang bang play. And again, the batter would be better off sliding. Really would be better off sliding to get there in time and avoid the tag. He was living on the edge, just running lackadaisically into the base. Still managed to get there in time, though. That is going to be something that a lot of these players are going to have to work on, remembering that the best way to avoid a tag is to slide. But I really do feel like that will come with time. It's not a natural thing to do. If you don't play baseball that often, that's going to be a foul ball. But runners on the corners, and runners at second and third. This is a tie ball game now. The Lavenders have really turned this game around here in the third. Chance to take the lead now. Looks like he pulled back just in time to take that ball. No, it's a strike. They say it's a swing. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes now. The pitch looked like a slider outside. Tushar Ramesh Jadhav. He's had some good pitches today, but also hasn't been perfect. Two balls and 2 strikes. A long third inning for the Spartans defense. try to stop the bleeding. There's 2 outs. And number 4 will come up to bat. That's Shubham Phopse. A third baseman who played at LPU. I believe that stands for Lovely Professional University, one of the state's most premier baseball institutions. Of course, that's not the only thing they do. They're just an athletic powerhouse. Tushar's got 1 strike on him, and it's 0-1. Runners on second and third, 2 outs. Tie ball game. Pitch swung at. It's in the air. It's deep. It is foul, but I think it's caught. I think he reached his glove out over the fence and got that ball. And the runners are leaving their positions on the base paths. That's the end of the frame. What a play over in foul territory to end the inning and strand the runners at second and third. So, obviously, tons of damage done by the Lavenders, but ultimately, the Spartans do not give up the lead, and they're lining up right now like it's the end of the game. They're ending this. I still have no idea how to decipher when these games are going to end. This is a tie game, and they're deciding to end it. We've seen games go to 5 innings, 4 innings. We've seen games end after the winning team is at bat, yet continue after the team takes the lead. And now we've seen a game end after 3 innings in a tie. Granted, it has been a pretty long game with some long pauses and a lot of scoring in bunches. But this game is going to be called potentially because it's at the time limit. So 4-4, the final score as the Spartans and Lavenders play to a stalemate. The Lavenders still have not taken a loss in this tournament, but they just were tied. Hey everybody, welcome back to game number 6 of the day. It's day number 2 of the ABL here on the Diamond Dreams Academy YouTube channel. It has been another long and action-packed day of baseball, and we've got one more game in store for you between the Rockers and the Falcons. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer. We just got done with a very interesting game between the Lavenders and the Spartans that ended in a 4-4 tie, assuming that was because they wanted to get this game started in time. I mean, my response to that would be, why'd you let the other games go long? There were certainly a couple other games, at least, that went past their time limits when they really didn't need to. And that led to a time crunch that caused that game to have to end at a tie. But here we are. Here we are in game number 6. We move along as the Lavenders still probably have first place in the entire league, having not taken a single loss. And we got one more commentator back in here with us, Kumar Satyan. It's back. Hey, Kumar. Good to see you, my man. And, yeah. And it's nice to have some company back in here. You know, it's been a long day. I call it a football game, and I'm on my third baseball game here. I was running on fumes, but it's nice to have someone to talk to up in here. It certainly looked to me like it dropped. I think that is going to be a hit, but again, I couldn't quite see from my angle here. There is a runner on first, so 2 outs. There were 2 quick outs here. Very quick outs, but the Rockers have responded by getting a runner on base.
Indeed. I'll be quickly wanting to ask the results, Ryan, of the fourth game, Falcons versus Lavender. Who won that game?
Falcons versus Lavenders. Lavenders won that game. Lavenders won it. That was another interesting game because the Lavenders got up to a 9-0 lead, and then the Falcons slowly but surely came back, and then the Lavenders had a pitcher get injured, but because they don't have any substitutes on the team who can pitch, the guy had to go out and continue pitching on a hobbled leg, and he just completely lost control. He was not pitching well anymore. The Falcons continued to hit him really hard, and he continued to issue walk after walk. Next thing you know, it's 9-7, and it's a close game. And again, they just decided to call it early before the Falcons had a chance to really complete the comeback. So, that the Lavenders did squeak by with the win, but really, I think that they are really teetering on the edge of having a loss, but they're still the number 1 team in the league thus far.
Indeed, Ryan, indeed. This is the top of the first right now. 2 outs. We have first and the second base loaded. It is the Rockers who are batting. Falcons on the ball. He swings this one high in the air. This will be, yes, indeed, a routine catch. The team's out. 3 outs. Now we'll begin the bottom of the first. We see this replay. Nikhil, the number 22. He's been good, Nikhil, actually. Me and Calvin were commentating on this game, and Nikhil has been actually good with his pitches, Ryan.
Yeah, he's got a really confident stride and a good pitching motion, good mechanics. Looks like a good pitcher to me. And
Yeah.
he did throw a couple pitches in that second game against the Lavenders, but it was
Mhm.
mostly someone else. I think Sonia was the main guy throwing the pitches in that game, number 4.
Just to update
So
you,
he's
Ryan, me and Calvin covered 3 games. So just to update you, the winners, the first game was between Spartan and Falcons. Falcons won that game. The second game between Rockers and Lavenders, Lavenders took home that game. And the third game, once again, Spartans versus Rockers, Rockers won that game. So that was the update from the first 3 games that we were covering. And then Ryan, the games we were covering, Falcon versus Lavender. Lavender winning that game, and the last game, the fifth game, Spartan versus Lavender, that ended in a draw.
right. Well, hey, so it sounds to me like we're currently seeing two teams go up against each other that are 1-1 on the day. They won one game, lost one game.
For sure, Lavenders have for sure won 2 games and had a one draw. So I think Lavenders sit pretty comfortable on the top right now. Falcons have had one victory and one defeat, and the Rockers also have had one win and one victory. So actually, this game is a make or break game.
It is. So whoever wins this game will we'll see them on Sunday.
But one thing, Ryan, that on Sunday it's not your typical semi-finals that's going to happen. On Sunday, there is a system called qualifiers and eliminators. So each team from both days that finish on top of the table will play in qualifier. Now, what that means is that will give that team an insurance that even if they lose the qualifier, they'll have a chance to play the eliminator.
Mm. Yeah,
So
I think
both,
I've seen a tournament
yes.
similar to that, but this is still all very new to me.
Yeah. So if you want to gather more information about it, go and check the Indian Premier League, the IPL, the cricketing tournament that runs the club cricket in India. And this follows the same pattern wherein you are rewarded if you finish first. So the teams that have finished first on both days, the 1-1 teams will play the qualifier. The one that wins that qualifier goes directly to the final. The team that loses the qualifier gets one more chance to play against the team that have finished second on both days. So the team that have finished second, they play the eliminator. The winner of the eliminator plays the loser of the qualifier, and that's how
Mhm.
you decide your finals. And if you check the schedule, Ryan, this one I think he's safe over here.
Yeah, no, I see it right now.
Now he's gone. He's gone, Ryan. He's retired, I believe. I thought he was safe for a moment, but I think he's retired over there.
Good catch, Kumari. I won't lie. I was busy looking at the schedule for a moment for Championship Sunday, but here we go. It's bottom of the first, one out now.
The left-hander right now, always a good sight to see the left-hander. Anything can happen with them. They have a good swing, the left-hander. Natural swing. This time around, his swings in the air. Should be caught. Oh, drop save. That was a chance.
Man,
I
those
think
two
they'll secure the
fielders
base.
both had a chance to run it down, but it ends up dropping right between them.
This game, we are tuning live right now at DDA's baseball YouTube channel because this is a make or break game. Both Falcons and Rockers sit at one game. The team that wins this will punch their ticket to the final day, and the team that loses sadly has to depart from this tournament. Much at stake right now. It's Falcons versus Rocker at day 2 at the Ahilyanagar Baseball League Maharashtra edition. I am Kumar Satyam. Join me is my co-commentator Ryan Oppenheimer. Stay tuned with us. And if you like the coverage, if you like the commentary, if you like the broadcast, type something in the YouTube comment for us. Team Ryan and Team Kumar delivering top-notch insights.
Thank you, Kumari. It's always a pleasure to be on here with you. We have good conversations, I must say. That's going to be a grounder though through the 5-6 hole, and a runner will reach base. So now runners on first and second for the Food Hub Falcons.
And I'll tell you a story, Ryan, about the second game that me and Calvin were commentating. It was the Rockers versus Lavender. And Lavender at that point were trailing to the Rockers. And it was the bottom of the third where Lavender came to bat. They were trailing. Not only they equalized, they were somehow trailing 3-1. Not only they equalized 3-3, in the last innings, they went on to score 6 runs, sorry, and the final score was 7-3. That's how Lavenders made a comeback in that game, and that's how they are right now sitting pretty comfortable on the top of the table right now.
That makes a lot of sense. When they get going, they really know how to make contact with the baseball. They're able to just put balls in play and cause chaos, and that's why they're at the top of the table right now. As there's a wild pitch that allows both runners to advance to scoring position, and that shot up the middle, I believe it's speared at second base. That ball is caught, and he steps on second, excuse me, to get the second out. It's an unassisted double play by the second baseman. Let's take another look at this. This was a beauty.
Indeed, Ryan, as we look on the replay, the pitch was on the money, begging to be hit, but didn't make the connection he would have wanted straight to the second baseman. He wouldn't have pictured that any much better, straight in his hands, and I think yes, that leads to innings coming to a closure. Now we'll begin with top of the second, I believe.
That's right. So that's a very quick ending to what looked like a potential scoring inning for the Falcons. Everything ended in just one swing. Just happened to hit it to the worst possible place, even though it was good contact.
But
That's
as Ryan
baseball.
said, everything ended in one swing. That's baseball. But everything could begin in one swing, and that's the motto of Diamond Dream Academy. One swing can change your life. We got to put our hats off to the CEO, the Chief Executing Officer, Mr. Kanwal Sra, the founder and CEO of DDA, an alumnus of New York University. His vision not only to create baseball players, but to create leaders and role models and to establish India on the Olympic stage. Mr. Kanwal Sara, we tip our hats off to you, a man who's running DDA, making sure this non-profit organization comes to India and develops the infrastructure in football.
Got to tip my hat off to Mr. Ken Sra as well. I really appreciate him for bringing me on and to this amazing movement. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe he's actually in town for this tournament, seeing his
He is.
work come to fruition. I saw him posing
He
for
is,
a
Ryan.
picture in the field. So
Indeed, Ran. Indeed.
yeah,
If you watch yesterday's stream and if you go after the matches were ended, we saw Mr. Sra on the stage after the game was ended alongside Mr. Deepesh Solanki. So yeah, the main guys are over here in town making sure they watch their creation in full flow over here. The Ahilyanagar Baseball League Maharashtra edition.
this project would not be possible if it weren't for the passion of everyone involved. And our CEO Kanwal Sra really represents that passion, and I could
And also,
I could
Ryan,
recognize that from the moment I first spoke to him.
yeah, he looks like a man who's proper, well built. I was seeing him. That man speaks of passion and dreams. You look at him and you look at a man that's probably someone who's got wide vision, and wide vision is what Indian baseball needs right now. It needs the infrastructure, it needs building, it needs nurturing, and this is what Mr. Kanwal is doing. Also, if we are talking about CEOs, one more chief executing officer that I would like to mention is Melissa Siegler. She's the CEO, founder and CEO of Stashlet. We see that logo on the right side of the screen. Melissa Siegler doing a great job making sure Stashlet is actually DDA's fundraising partner, Ryan. So as we know, DDA is a non-profit corporation. So Stashlet is actually DDA's fundraising partner. And none of this has been possible without Melissa Siegler and her efforts and Stashlet's efforts. So once again, tipping our hats off to everyone involved. As we see right now, top of the second, 2 balls, 1 out. This is the Falcons at bat.
Well, the Rockers are going to hit this ball to second base, and the infielder playing deep is going to make the play.
My bad, my bad. The Rockers are at bat. Yes, thank you, Ryan, for correcting me. My bad. I said the Falcons are at bat. I think the Rockers are at bat. Yes, you're correct.
No, it's okay. Happens to the best of us. I've made my share of
And what
errors today, as have the players. But that's baseball. That's baseball. Here we go. Next at bat starts with a sharp grounder to second base. He's been busy in this inning, and he makes another throw to first. And that's going to be the third out. So, a defensive start to this ball game for both teams. The Falcons threatened, but they end up not scoring, and the Rockers are kept off the base paths in this inning.
And I think, Ryan, much like yesterday, we were speaking about, we'll continue this after the ad breaks. You see this beautiful ad in front of us. Indeed, learn baseball from the experts. I think that's Stan Exter. I'm not so sure. No, no, that's not Stan. No. Probably someone else, the head coach.
Well, either way, Stan still has a very heavy hand in this process and this movement here with DDA. He's always in there getting tips and tricks. He's in charge of really equipping the coaches that are on the ground in India at the training facilities with the tools to teach these players how to play the game. And I think he's also been out to India to help train because he's a former coach himself. That's a hard throw to first for the first out of the inning. Nice play from the shortstop.
Indeed, bottom of second, we are. Yes, Ryan, continue.
I haven't gotten to speak to Stan so much during my short time here, but I've already been able to sense how much of a love for the game he has because, just like me, he's been able to stay up into the wee hours of the morning just to talk to these coaches in India that help at the DDA training facilities. And he's always just dropping knowledge about how does a pitcher prepare for a game? How do you put together a bullpen session? What type of drills do you need to do to keep your arm flexible and to keep it able to withstand the workload of pitching in a baseball game? And he was teaching me things because me personally, I've never played baseball at a high level outside of playing in maybe second grade. So I had a lot to learn from a guy like Stan Exeter. And I think he's a really valuable part of our group.
Indeed, as Ryan pointed out, the key details, the small things, the pitching, the arm movement, the exercises, the conditioning. This is where an expert help comes into assistance. And Stan Exeter, we pay our homage to him as well. The man, the head coach right now for DDA, very, very important in shaping this Indian revolution. As we see, the batter gets a walk to first base.
A 4-pitch walk at that. And we'll have a runner on first with one out for the Falcons. They've had their fair share of base runners in the first 2 innings, but we'll see if they're finally able to get a runner across home plate.
As I was saying, Ryan, on this game, me and Calvin were commentating and we were saying that the hustle that these players show is real. This is a muddy ground. This is a sand ground. If you dive, you have chances of getting bruised and scratched, yet they are putting all on the line. Imagine what will happen if they get to play in the Gwalior ballpark. the first MLB standard ballpark in India, which is about to be launched very, very soon. The 5th of May was when it was inaugurated and built in partnership with IPS group of colleges. And everyone so that knows in the stream, it mirrors the iconic New York Mets Stadium, the City Field. I think Ryan has visited that.
Yes, I'm really excited to see this ballpark. You know, it's been a long time in construction. I think they're probably finishing it up around now. And once they finally get to debut it, I think it's going to be a really big part of the baseball community here in this country, and a chance for larger groups of fans to gather around a baseball field and take in a game. And I think that's another thing that this country needs to really become baseball obsessed, like America is.
One thing that Ryan said, very, very important, is the word fans. There is no sport without you, the fans. There is no revenue, there is no ticket, there is no people watching if you're not there. Fans are what make or break a sport. As we see this ball lofted high in the air towards the outfield. Tries to take a catch but misses. This will be profitable right now. They're gonna steal. They're gonna steal runs as much as possible over here.
And the relay to home plate, he tries to go. The runner is thrown out at home, trying to score from first base.
He could have
Wow.
played that safe and could have played that safe. Probably you could say he tried too much running back to the home plate. But look at that. Yesterday, Ryan was talking to me that one of the most exciting things for him in baseball is watching that relay. And this is a prime example of that, Ryan.
That was an incredible relay, and also maybe a questionable decision from the base runner trying to go for home there. But at the same time, the runner behind him was going all the way for third base, so maybe he had to go home. Either way, he was out by a
Yes.
mile.
You're right, Ryan. Maybe that was the reason, but it could have been a better, sensible decision if they stuck to third and second. But hey, who are we to question that? These are the boys that are putting all in, as we see the guy putting in his diving effort, but came well short of the ground in the end.
Either way, though, the Falcons still have a runner on third, 90 feet away from their first run of the ball game. That's a big swing and a miss.
And as Ryan said, 90 feet away. And when you look on the camera, it looks like a very small distance, Ryan. But when you are running those 90 feet, you gotta be quick, you gotta be pacey. Every step measured, every stride counts over here. And that's what the runner at third base, will try and do now.
That ball, I think, just missed the zone.
Yes,
Two
Ryan,
balls,
indeed.
one strike.
3 balls, I believe the scorecard says. 3 balls, one strike. Bottom of second right now we are. Third base loaded. 2 outs. We look at that beautiful split screen view. Thanks to our broadcaster, Sportwood. Here we go. The pitcher. Oh, he hits it. I think this is going to go in the foul zone. Yes, it does, indeed. But once again, the broadcaster, Sportswood, making sure we have different angles. Even with the split screen, gives a beautiful view. Lets you see two different emotions. And it's funny thing, Ryan. They all are playing the same game, but they have different motives, different agendas. The pitcher making sure the batter could not hit, the batter making sure he could dispatch the ball. Two people who love the game, but different motives and different agenda. That's this given a strike, and he's strike out.
It's
Oh,
actually
he's
going
given
to
us
be a walk,
ball.
I believe.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
missed outside, and now puts runners at the corners. Borderline
Indeed,
pitch,
indeed. That's
but
the
I think
ball.
that I do think that was the correct call.
Probably we were talking about it that we need to mention the umpires as well. These are the unsung heroes. They stand over there all day. As we see, this is Will given as a strike. These umpires, Ryan, they stand all day making sure that they give the best decisions, keep the game flowing. So a big shout out to all the umpires as well, who make sure that we have a smooth and in front of our eyes.
Yeah, umpires, I think they get a little too much criticism. You know, they're only human, and it is a really really difficult job. And okay, I'm not sure if he struck out or it's
There's
another
some
batter
discussion going
coming
on.
talking to the umpire.
There's some discussion going on. Not sure what's that about, but there's a discussion definitely going on with the umpire. Also, Ryan, I was meaning to ask, in the MLB, there must be iconic umpires, guys who have had their mark that people would have loved. Is there any name that comes to your head right now if you talk about iconic umpires in the Major League Baseball?
Here's the thing, Kumar. Usually, a good umpire. Usually, if an umpire isn't being talked about, that means they're doing their job correctly. Because you know things get heated. Uh, there's passionate fans, passionate coaches, passionate players, and they're all trying to get the refs. They're trying to get the umpires on their side. And you know, even if the umpire is doing a good job, there's always going to be people that are saying that should have been a strike, that should have been a ball, because they want obviously their team to succeed. You know, I think the way to tell that you're doing your job correctly as an umpire is if both sides think you're doing a bad job. That's equally. That I think is the right way to go about it, because ultimately you're not you're not umpiring to be the good guy. You're umpiring to make the game go the way it should.
Yeah, correct. Also, I would like to ask, with all these technological abundance now, Ryan, should there be a complete change to technology to judge what ball lands in the strike zone and what ball is out of the strike zone? Should technology be completely relied now? And for only for this part, should umpiring be considered as probably removing that? And for the rest part of the baseball game, still you have umpires. But for this part, which is very, very sensible, what are your opinion on
Well,
that?
that's a really big debate, Kumar, and it's been something that the MLB has contemplated for a long, long time. They've uh, they've debuted or they've beta tested, so to speak, different technologies, but they've recently approved automated ball strike system to take place next season. We're going to get a vast change to the way baseball games are called, and they're not fully going to an automated system in that the robot the robot umpire is there, but it's only there if there's a dispute. There's
Hmm.
only it's only there if a batter challenges a call made by the human umpire. So it's going to be done by a batter tapping their helmet. So the batter doesn't like the call, they'll tap their helmet and they'll be able to consult the robot ump, the ABS, they call it ABS, automated ball strike. And
Much like cricket, Ryan. Much
yeah,
like cricket, there's a system called DRS, that is called the decision review system. When if an umpire gives a decision, and if you're not agreeing with that, you can actually do this.
yes. So, you know, that's gonna definitely gonna change a lot, you know, because for baseball, it's very new, and you know they've obviously tested it at the lower levels of baseball, but you know a lot of people that oppose this system, the the main well, I recognize there's an ad going on. I should probably wait for this to be done.
Well, as the ad was going on, also I would like to mention that since DTA is a non-profit organization, you can always support us. You can always drop in with your donations and funds. So if you're really passionate about India's baseball revolution, and if you, by God's grace, you have the ability and the capability to help us, definitely you can be our donation partners. Much appreciated. As we saw on the ad as well, we have the scanner, which probably will be having much later as well. This ball struck up in the air. This will be a routine catch. No, it falls safe, and this will be an opportunity, very profitable opportunity.
Big throw back into the infield, and it's going to be a stand up double. So, still a scoreless game. Missed opportunities for both teams on the base paths, but the Rockers have a good start to the third inning here with a leadoff double.
Ryan, The time has flown by as we were talking, and I didn't realize we are at the top of the third and we are still scoreless. And just to let everyone know watching this, this is a decider. Someone's got to win this to advance to the final day between the Falcons and the Rockers. So very interesting. Who's going to break the deadlock right now? 0-0 the score, 0-0 right now.
Well, this is definitely a big chance for the Rockers, as that is going to be hit right to third base and an easy throw to first. So that's why they call it the hot corner. You got to be ready to catch those sharp ground balls. And that's exactly what the third baseman did. But, I wanted to revisit something we were talking about. It was, we were talking about automated ball strikes for a little bit. And yeah, the one thing I wanted to mention was, not everybody's on board with ABS, largely because removing the human element of umpiring balls and strikes also removes effectively the element of the art of framing balls as a catcher or framing strikes. That is a chaotic play at third base, and I think he's going to be safe. Runner went for third base, and he gets there. He is limping a little bit. Runner's at the corners. I think he's all right. Nothing he can't come back from. One out, two on in a scoreless ball game. Nikhil's still pitching. The Falcons team captain fires another in the zone, strike one. I think we lost Kumar. Hopefully we get him back in a little bit.
Ryan says, and I have to oblige coming back onto the stream, just making sure everything is right with the connection. We live in a technological abundance. And as this one,
wow,
wait for Ryan to
going
give
for
his
home
confirmation.
plate. I couldn't tell if that was a steal or just some aggressive base running, but I don't think he reached home plate safely. That's for sure.
That's for sure, Ryan. You're correct. I think he was caught in the process. As once again we see the catcher making sure everything is in aligning.
I couldn't tell if that was just a short chopper right in front of home plate, or if it was an actual attempt to steal home plate. But either way, more missed base running opportunities, and this game still is scoreless. We are headed to the bottom of the third, as both teams have stranded a good deal of runners.
And this is the moment where actually Falcons can now turn the heat and end this game, because it's 0-0 and you know that you are nearing time for the conclusion of today's day. So something's got to give up. Someone has to score a winner. And in this situation, Ryan, I've seen players actually take up responsibility. There's a kind of fire burning in them, because you now know that this is probably the moment where you can call yourself a hero. But this game needs a hero. This game needs a defining moment. This game needs someone to step on the mantle. And there could be someone waiting in the clutches just for this moment, as this game right now goes to the bottom of the third between Rockers and Falcons. 0-0 the score. My name is Kumar Satyam. Joined alongside me is Ryan Oppenheimer. The Indian time right now, 4:43 p.m. Ryan, what's the time over there?
It's 3:13 a.m. I am 13 and a half hours behind IST over in my Pacific time zone. But hey, still going. Still going.
So once again, if anyone's watching this, we say a thank you to Ryan Oppenheimer as well for bringing his insights and his knowledge because it's not easy to stay awake till it's not even midnight, it's morning now. As we see this one, it will be given as a ball, I believe. Yes, it is. Not easy, Ryan. Thank you for your efforts.
Hey man, I just I just love sports announcing. I love telling stories, and I love uh, just being here witnessing history. The first live
As you said,
broadcast ABL.
as you said, Ryan, you love telling stories. Tell me one thing. What is that one game that you will be never bored of watching, that you can rewatch over and over again, so that our fans over in India can actually go and watch that as well?
Man, oh man. There were some incredible games in this last MLB postseason. And I mentioned, of course, Game 7 of the World Series yesterday
You did. You did.
as the runner trying to steal second. He is in there safely. That was a bang bang play. I think he very easily could have been out, but the tag was just a tad late. Uh, I already mentioned Game 7 of the World Series. That was obviously an amazing game. Heroics from both sides. I'm actually wearing. I'm not a Blue Jays fan. I'm a Mariners fan. But this is just a souvenir shirt from the time I went to a Blue Jays game. I got my Vladimir Guerrero Jr. shirt. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these players in India had Vladdy as their favorite player because he is really a joy to watch at first base. Uh, he won a Gold Glove. This is a Gold Glove Vladimir Guerrero shirt, even though he's really not known for his defense. But somehow he won the Gold Glove one year, and yeah, he just had one of the most incredible, statistically, one of the most incredible offensive postseasons of all time. I think he OPS'd over 1,300, which means his on base percentage plus slugging percentage, which is oftentimes a really good indicator of your overall effectiveness as a hitter. He had one of the best in history for a single postseason. But
Indeed, Ryan.
to answer
Indeed.
to answer your question, outside of Game 7 World Series, my Seattle Mariners had some amazing moments. They fell just one game short of making it to the World Series in the first time in their entire franchise history. But they just had an unforgettable run this year. I'm going to be able to watch multiple games over and over again and never get tired of them. But probably, I'm never going to forget the memory of watching the Mariners advance to the ALCS, which is the semifinal basically of the MLB. They were in the quarterfinal, and their winner take all. It was a 5 game. The quarterfinal is a 5 game series, so best of 5, first to 3 wins. It went to Game 5. The Mariners quarterfinal between Mariners and the Tigers. Game 5 went to 15 innings, and I believe
Wow.
it lasted over 5 hours, maybe even close to 6. I watched it at a sports bar with my good friends, and everybody in there was rooting for the Mariners. We were all losing our minds the whole time because it was just a painfully beautiful baseball game. If I had to describe it in just a couple words. There were a lot of missed opportunities in those extra innings. Honestly, kind of similar to the game we're seeing right now. A lot of stranded base runners. The thing is, the stakes were turned up to 1,000 because these teams kept getting these teams kept getting leadoff doubles in extra innings, and somehow, some way, managing to not get those runners home. Like there would be crazy double plays, there would be just bad sends, outs at the plate, incredible defensive throws, and just time and time again, we would just be dumbfounded at how we're still playing baseball. It was probably the most tense sports viewing experience I've ever had. Probably the most stressful game I've ever watched. But ultimately, it ended in a Jorge Polanco uh, walk-off single to score that final run to win 3-2 in 15 innings and send the Mariners to the ALCS for the first time since 2000, I believe. So it was so many years in the making, so many years of heartbreak, and also so many years of just depressing, terrible finishes. It felt very vindicating to see that happen, to see our team finally come out on top. Ultimately, we didn't get to the ultimate goal, but it was still unforgettable. Thank you for asking. Thank you for allowing me to talk about my favorite team, the Seattle Mariners.
That was a long story, and I can see I didn't interrupt because you were truly in the groove. And I think that match was Seattle Mariners versus the Tigers, I believe.
It was. It
And
was.
that was a 15 inning thriller, I believe, that saw the Mariners advance to the ALCS. And as Ryan said, if you want to watch a game and if you want to believe Ryan, this is one game you want to watch: Seattle Mariners versus the Tigers, a 15 innings thriller that saw them reach the semifinals, the ALCS, for the for a long time, after a long time, I believe.
Yes. Yes. Hopefully, it's the start of something
Prosperous run, I'll say.
special for
Yeah.
yes. Hopefully, it's the start of a good run.
As of right
Unfortunately,
now,
unfortunately, Kyle Raleigh thought he was going to win the MVP, but nope, they gave it to Aaron Judge 2 years in a row. I swear, man, that guy wins it every single year. But not saying he didn't deserve it. I just you wish that both players could win it. That's going to be a run though on
Ryan,
a sack fly.
Ryan, Ryan, I believe we have the first run of the game, I believe, over here.
Yes, yes, and I'm not sure we've seen a sack fly happen because honestly, we haven't seen a whole lot of balls get put into the air like that.
But
But
I think we just witnessed our first sack fly of the day, and that leads to Falcons going in the lead, 1-0 on the board in favor of the Falcons. And just to remind, what I believe is this is going to be the last innings. And if this is the last innings, once again, this ball high in the air goes to the outfield, center outfield, and once again, there's secure bases. I think, Ryan, if this is the last innings, this is major, this is monumental because this could send the Falcons into the finals. Not the
I
final, the
I think
final
that's
day.
very yeah, that's right, and I think that's possible. But we've seen games go to 4 innings, 5 innings. Who knows? Who knows how long this
Yeah.
game's going to go? I think it's only fair that the Rockers get at least one chance to equalize, but we'll see.
Ryan Oppenheimer, ladies and gentlemen, for the love of the game, he wants Rockers to get one more chance to bat at the top of the fourth. As of right now, we're at the bottom of the third, two outs, runner at first, ball one, strike zero.
This is a tense moment, and that pitch way inside. Sumit is the pitcher. He's thrown the majority of the pitches for this Rockers team. Delivers another. That one's upstairs. Sumit wearing number 8. He is 25 years of age.
Ryan, I was researching baseball and I got to know about a term called the 40-40 Club. Now, I know about the 40-40 Club, but probably the Indian audience tuning in new to baseball would like to hear your insight on what is this exclusive 40-40 Club.
40-40 Club. Hey, thank you, Kumar. That's another interesting conversation topic. You are just an encyclopedia of amazing conversation topics.
Trying to
40-40
learn
Club.
more.
You know, 40 home runs, 40 stolen bases. That's basically the gist of it. Um, I will say that there is a new and exciting club that was just created called the 50-50 Club. And if you didn't know, that also means 50 home runs and 50 stolen bases. The only player to ever do that, Shohei Ohtani from 2024. So now it's like the 40-40 Club ain't even that cool anymore because you got one guy who's just like blowing everybody else out of the water. But still 40-40 is incredibly impressive. Some of the greats of the game are in that club. Uh, and that's
And
just really a show of offensive dominance. If you're able to hit that many home runs and you're fast, usually those two, like it's impossible to do every single thing well on a baseball field, unless of course you're Shohei Ohtani. Uh, Usually, those two things are kind of mutually exclusive. If you're fast, usually that means you're pretty lanky, you're not very strong, and you're not going to hit a lot of home runs. Uh, if you're a lot of the big sluggers, a lot of the big home run hitters are not fast at all. So the most exciting players are the players who can do everything on the field. And 40-40 Club means you're pretty dang good at two of the most exciting plays in baseball, the home run and the stolen base.
as Ryan says, some of the legends, as we see, there could have been a chance of out at second base. Not so sure what happened over there. A pile of dust right now.
Well,
Oh, another one secured. Ryan, they have secured another one.
you're right, and I think that was another exciting play there with a runner stealing first, a runner stealing second from first, and then a runner stealing home from third. You know, I
Exactly.
I always I always wonder why that didn't happen as much in baseball. But hey, these Indian athletes are always creative on the base paths. That is hit into left field. It's a base hit, and I think that will send the runner to third base. He'll hold up there.
And
So
as Ryan
runners at
was
the
speaking,
corners
the
again.
40-40 Club, an exclusive club, has seen some legends: Barry Bonds, Alex Rodriguez, Ronald Acuna Jr., Jose Canseco, Alfonso Soriano, and now Shohei Ohtani. But the fact about Shohei Ohtani is, and I'll tell you, he's the fastest to reach the 40-40 Club. I think he's taken 126 games to reach that.
Right.
So if you look at the stats, Shohei is the fastest guy, and as Ryan pointed out, he's no more in the 40-40 club. He's reached an exclusive club. Is he the only player in the 50-50 club right now?
He is. He founded the 50-50 Club.
There is no doubt why Shohei Ohtani is such a cultural figure throughout the world. Because when you have prowess as that, when you are a player of that caliber, I was talking with Calvin, and I think I was talking with you as well. There are some guys who appeal to the larger audience. There are some guys who are good players, and then there are some guys who are a cult of a player. They're like a cultural figure, cult of a figure. And Shohei Ohtani right now has become that. I don't care you from the USA, from Japan, from Asia, from Africa. Everybody who loves a bat and ball game has seen Shohei Ohtani, falls in love with him.
You know, it's he's impossible to not enjoy watching play. I mean, he's just incredible. He's the best player of our generation. Not much more needs to be said about him. He's pretty much silenced all doubters, and really hard to point out any weaknesses of his. You know, I can't really complain about the fact that he does strike out, a good amount because he also hits home runs more than just about anybody else. So, you know, well deserved MVP that he just won. I believe that's his third straight, probably his fourth in 5 years. I mean, the guy is just amazing. Another run on the board for Food Hub as well. Well, excuse me. No, that was just a. They scored that a while ago. But a runner on first with 2 outs. So it remains to be seen whether the Rockers will get another chance to tie this game up. But if so, they're going to want to try to limit the damage at 2 runs.
I think they'll have a chance only probably 10-15 minutes, because if they do not perform in the top of the fourth, I think that could be the end of the game. So maybe we could go to the top of the fourth just to see if Rockers could level the score, and if not, probably then we could have an end to the match, conclusion to the match, and that will send the Falcons into the final day. And I think on the first day, I think the team that finished first was Bet Hunters. I'm not so sure. We'll wait for
That
official confirmation. Because I think Hunters will face Lavenders right now in the qualifier one as of right now.
That's a good observation, and yeah, I did see the table from day one, and the Bet Hunters were on top. They were, I believe, 2-1, and I think there was
Titans were the
some
second,
sort
I
of
believe.
tiebreaker that had them above the other 2-1 team.
I think Titans were the other two and one team.
Yes, and then the Hunters beat the Titans. That's right.
So that means, as of now, Lavenders are facing the Hunters, and the Titans will face the winners of this game.
That's right. Well, here's a
Look
full
at this.
count.
All three bases are loaded. Yes, full count, full base.
Whoa, he unloads on that ball, and I thought that was going to go a little further. It's caught in left field. So that's going to end the frame. Remains to be seen how much more baseball is going to be played today. But right now, the Falcons have a 2-0 lead on the Rockers. And I think they're showing the table here. The Falcons 2-1. Lavenders.
The Lavenders,
So
I
one.
think, have
So
won
the
two
Falcons one and
and
one.
draw one.
Okay, so hasn't quite been updated with the third game yet, and we are still going to play. We're gonna play one more half inning to see if the Rockers can match the Falcons. So right now,
So we can see Lavender, they have played three, won two, drew one, and the points for them is five. So I think you're getting 2 points when you win the game. So two plus two, four, and one on the draw. So that's 5 points for them, easily sitting on top of the table. No one can touch them. Their deal is sealed. They're going to play the qualifier one.
that's right. I mean, that is unless they lose this game. Sorry, I can't remember. Are you talking about the Lavenders or the Falcons when you said that?
Yeah, I mean, lavender.
Lavenders, yes. Well, still, Falcons with a chance to close out this win, and if they do, they will be playing on Sunday. So the
Also,
Rockers playing for
Ryan,
their
when I was
championship lives right now.
indeed. Also, Ryan, when I was talking with Calvin early in the morning, we were talking about how the bats used in baseball differ. So when kids are coming up, growing, playing maybe college baseball, the bats are metal bats used. And probably when you go up in the league to professional, the bats become wooden. Asking you the same question, how much big of an advantage it is to use a metal bat, or is it the same, either metal or either wood?
I do think that a metal bat gives a little bit of a power boost. I think the ball just kind of bounces off the bat a little bit more forcefully when it's metal. Um, the wooden bat is kind of an artifact from an earlier time. It's just kind of there because of tradition and because everyone loves the crack of a wooden bat. And the fact that it is a little bit more difficult to hit with a wooden bat, uh, I think it's an added element to MLB baseball. It also, sometimes a wooden bat can break and it can create chaos in the infield. Sometimes a broken bat can cause a otherwise well hit ball to go not very far. So really, a wooden bat can definitely make the game a lot more difficult. But still, baseball's never easy. It's the same size bat no matter what, and it's the same size ball no matter what. It's never going to be easy to hit that baseball.
Indeed. And maybe I think these guys play with a metal or wood, Ryan, if you're sure, because Calvin probably said these guys are playing with a metal bat.
They do. They do.
Indeed. And so probably because I don't think we have seen any home run till now. I don't know. You can chip in, you can correct me, or you can just agree with me. I think because we had much rules that are probably not similar to professional baseball because we are growing the game in this part of the country. So probably I would like to pitch in that we can have the fences a bit more shorter just so that we can have some more excitement. I'm not sure about that because still we are in the budding phases of baseball. There are many rules that are not probably onto the level of MLB. So if we are doing some tweaks, maybe we can do some tweaks on the fences as well, bring them a bit more closure so that we have more home runs. Maybe Ryan, you can join me in, probably critique me or probably support me.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think that would be a pretty easy tweak to make, especially since these walls are temporary. Uh, and I think that honestly is my theory for why there haven't been any home runs hit
Yeah, the
is
ground is too
because
big actually.
the fences might be a little bit too far back. We've seen so many balls go right up to the wall but not quite over it. And by the way, I think the Falcons are 1 out away from victory, but we'll see. But either way, uh, back in the amateur national championships, we saw a fair amount of home runs, and I don't know the dimensions of each field, but you know, a lot of the same players are playing in that tournament, and other than it just being sheer randomness and and chance, I think that there's a good chance that those walls were a little bit closer in, and that was leading to the home
Yeah.
runs being hit.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. Probably we'll maybe we can do that in the next seasons, and that's also give them some motivation, extra motivation. Even that will draw some more fans into the game. Probably it could be a good thing to have the fences a bit more closer. And as we see this ball, I think this will be a catch.
I think
Yeah,
he
a
caught it.
flyout, I
He
believe it
caught it
is.
in he caught it in foul territory, and that's the ball game. I
And I think that's the end of
imagine
it,
it would
Ryan.
be. I hold on. I don't want to be wrong here. I've been wrong before. I'm not going to say anything until they start lining up on the foul lines. I think it looks like they're
That's
about
our
to do
cue.
that.
That's our cue because we have just finished the top of the fourth, and after that, still the Falcons are in the lead. But as Ryan said, we'll just wait for the official confirmation. Maybe they'll bat bottom of the fourth as well. Yes, they will.
Yeah, we're
Yes, they
still
will bat
playing.
bottom of the fourth as well. Yeah.
The catcher for the Rockers is donning the I think they call it the tools of ignorance. It- one of my favorite catchphrases in baseball. They call the catcher's equipment the
Tools of
tools of
ignorance.
ignorance because it makes it so that you're ignorant to the pain of a ball hitting you in the chest.
Oh, that's something nice to know. Actually, I never heard this one. Tools of ignorance, and I was not able to figure out why they call tools of ignorance unless you told me right now. Tools of ignorance. Much
Maybe there's
similar. Ryan, have you
another.
watched a game of hockey?
Have I watched a what? Sorry.
A game of hockey. So it's
Hockey.
hockey,
Yeah,
H O
I've
C
watched
K
hockey.
Y. If you've
I've
seen
watched
the
some hockey.
goalkeeper, if you've seen the goalkeeper, he also wears some sort of the same kind of equipment that the catcher does. He has a big helmet, he has those big pads, because in hockey as well, the ball is small and it is hit with such force, and the net, the goal area is very small as well, and the keeper has to stand in that area, so he has to protect himself as well because the ball is hard. So somewhere around, I'll call the hockey keeper wearing the tools of ignorance as well. Some similarities between two games if people can draw.
Yeah, and I was pretty spot on with my explanation, but really, I think the true definition of tools of ignorance is that they call it ignorance because it's basically they're saying it's ignorant to play such a physically demanding and difficult position like catcher. So if you're putting on catcher's equipment, that means you're ignorant to your sanity.
You're
I guess
being
there's a lot.
ignorant to
There's
your well-being.
yes. There's. I guess there's a lot of different layers to this. I gotta love a good baseball catchphrase. There's so many of them. But the Food Hub Falcons will come right back up to bat, and they'll have a chance to extend the lead. We're gonna play on here in the fourth inning.
Till yesterday, Ryan was believing Food Hub is the name of a city. He was not believing, he was just in dilemma whether Food Hub is the name of a city in the country. It'd be
Well,
very
I
funny to
know
have
now.
It'll be very funny, by the way. It'll be very funny to have a city named Food Hub. And actually, it could happen because there's a city in India called Gurgaon. And over there, we have different places known as sectors. And the sectors are famous as, like, there's some sector that has food hubs, there's some sectors that has clubbing, as famous as a clubbing hub. So maybe not cities, but yeah, small areas of this country are famous as some hubs. But definitely Food Hub is the name of an organizer or the
Yeah,
sponsor has declared that yesterday. But that's a good name. Once again, alliteration, Food Hub Falcons.
the Food Hub Falcons. Yes. Lots of alliteration here with the San Giovanni Spartans and
Puntamba
of course the
Panthers.
Puntamba Panthers. Yes.
And I was commentating with Calvin, and I told him the same thing that we were discussing yesterday, that most of the baseball teams' names are more ferocious and like more raw. And he agreed with me as well. I asked him, Calvin, what's your probably pick of the names in this tournament? And you know what? He agreed to us. He said, yeah, Lavenders is a pretty refreshing name because we've never had a team named after a flower. So that's pretty much a very refreshing name, and that adds a
Yeah,
different dimension to baseball.
it is. And you could also say, because lavender, you could also say is a color. There are plenty of teams named after colors, like the Cincinnati Reds, Boston
Yeah.
Red Sox, White Sox. Uh, but lavenders is definitely it's a pleasant surprise.
And also, Ryan, their jersey is lavender colored.
It
So
is.
they wear black trousers and lavender colored shirts, and their name is Lavender. And I think the whole organization at Lavenders is working together, and that's why they sit top of the table right now, and they're enjoying a one ticket right now that will give them an insurance that even if they lose tomorrow's first game, they'll still have one more chance to reach the final. That's what the qualifier gives you, one more chance. So as of right now, Lavenders versus Hunter is our qualifier one. Hunter is a very ferocious name. Bet Hunters.
The Bet Hunters, yes.
It
Wonder
seems
what
like
type of sponsor
90
that is. Is it some sort of
betting app.
yeah, sports book or casino? Who knows, man? Who knows?
Let me find that out.
Maybe they cover it on the Instagram page. Keeping the runner honest there with the pickoff. Food Hub trying to extend their lead. Still 2-0 here in the fourth. And he's going to get a free first base. Excuse me, did they call that a strikeout? That was way low, but, you know,
If they did, the umpire was too generous.
well, you know,
I mean,
it
it's a
was
funny
definitely
game.
on the bottom edge of the zone.
Generous for one, cruel for other. It's a very funny game.
Indeed.
One man's gain is another man's loss. Or do I say opposite? One man's loss is another man's gain. This is the game of baseball. You miss, I hit.
It's looking like a golden hour is setting in
About to
here
say, I
in
was
the.
about to say that with the sun onto this camera angle. I was about to say this is like in golden hour. And Ryan, you've just said that.
Yeah, the sun setting here on day 2 of
And
the ABL.
probably Ryan would say the sun is rising. Probably, I think it's more than 4 now.
It is 3:45 for me.
It's 3:45. Still some more time, but you have reached the morning hour, the 5 a.m. Dad's Club. Probably this is what the term is. When they wake up at 5, grind, get their morning coffees in,
That's right. You know,
see the rising sun. Ryan, tell me one thing. I'm very curious to know as we see this play executed to perfection. I'm very curious to know, has there ever been a play in baseball where a right-handed he begins at right hand and then he shifts to left? Because in cricket, this is a very debatable area wherein if you're a right-hander, you can shift to left and still execute the shot. I know it's not allowed in baseball, I think, but has there ever been a play of that kind?
well, there's something called switch hitting, which
Exactly.
which means that you are able to choose. You're able to hit from both sides of the plate, and typically you don't switch your position mid at bat. I think maybe you used to be able to do that, and they eventually outlawed it. That's going to drop, by the way, in right field, and I think the bases are now loaded.
Falcons just piling on the misery for the Rockers. They're already leading and now they have the bases loaded.
Well, this could be the knockout blow if they're able to get any of these runs home.
The sucker punch, as they say. Falcons looking to put that sucker punch and put this game to bed. If this is the last innings, then they are making sure that they go on a winning note and punch their ticket to the eliminator, where they probably will face the Titans. Number 7. Numbers, Ryan, do play a big part. We see the number 7 and the number 10 being worn famously by iconic football players, soccer players, Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. And numbers do play a very, very big part.
Well, you see the pitcher wearing number 7. I would imagine it's a popular number because of of those two players, and you know, just kind of reminds me of how there's a pitcher on the Titans who goes by Messi.
Exactly.
That is one of my favorite names here in this tournament. Favorite
And
nicknames.
you brought that up because in the first game, because yesterday we were talking about that hidden ball technique, as we see this one tries to complete the run, but I think he's out.
He is out. It's a force at home, so no tag necessary. You know, you see a lot of players slow up and forget to slide. At least he slid, but I don't think they're gonna give him the run there.
I think he was
Either way, though,
corralled.
that's the only play they have, and the bases are still loaded. Excuse me.
As we were talking, Ryan, I was speaking that to Calvin as well about that hidden ball technique that you were mentioning in yesterday's stream. And Calvin told me the entire story about what happened over there. So
Yeah, it,
Messi, what he did was he pretended that he has the ball in his hand. He gave the ball to actually the shortstop or the third baseman, not so sure. And he pretended that he has the ball in his hand, and he somehow got to execute the out from that. And that was a great story to hear from Calvin.
yeah, definitely one of the more unexpected things. That's the thing. You can't always pull that out because if you do, people are gonna start to expect it. But when you're able to to do it successfully, it makes the other team look really silly.
You know what?
Well,
For
Food
casual
Hub.
cricket fans, go ahead, Ryan.
Sorry, go on, Kumar. No, you go. You go.
For casual cricket fans, that's equivalent of a wicket keeper faking a ball coming into him. So if you see around a cricket pitch, there's two wickets separated by 22 yards, and a keeper's job is to run out the batsmen who are trying and attempting to steal a run. And what a keeper sometimes does, and this is what cannot be done each and every time because you get predictable. When a batsman is running towards the wicket, his back is against. He cannot see where the ball is coming from because he's running towards the wicket. His back is towards the ball. He cannot see it. So sometimes what the keeper does, he comes up close and the ball has still not reached him. But he just makes an action that the ball is reaching. He comes very close, rushes, and tries to dislodge the bail. That leads into the batsman panicking, and probably that panic confuses him. And this is what is a similarity in cricket as well as in baseball. So much similarities, yet much differences. As I was speaking, cricket probably is a
Yeah.
long lost sibling of baseball.
Hey, our resident cricket expert, Kumar Satyam. I'm always learning new things, uh, and I hope that watching these live streams can be an educational experience for anyone, whether you're a baseball fan, a cricket fan, or just new to
Indeed.
bat sports in general. Hopefully, it's an enjoyable experience.
I think I think it's a learning curve in terms of any sports. We discuss football, we discuss cricket, we discuss baseball, we discuss American football, we have discussed World Wrestling Entertainment, we've discussed plenty of sports. We discuss hockey as well. So there's a lot of learning over here. New casual joiners.
A lot of learning, a lot of learning, and
That marks the end,
I
I
think
think.
he got the strikeout there. And are we finally going to end this game? I think we might, but we'll see. Because I might have to eat my
Still,
words after someone starts putting the catcher's gear on again. 3-0. Food Hub
you're
currently
not,
on top. And here is the inning by inning score so far. First two innings, these two teams played to a stalemate after stranding multiple runners, but then Food Hub got 2 runs on the board in the third. I think that's going to do it, everybody, for Game 6. And that's going to bring Day 2 to an end here in the ABL. Food Hub wins 3-0 over the Rockers, and they will move on to Championship Sunday.
and as Ryan and I must said, this marks the end of day two. This is IDS, Ahilyanagar Baseball League Maharashtra edition. We played 6 games today, 3 teams, leaving it all on the line. As this time around, Lavenders and the Falcons are the ones that move forward to the ultimate day, the final day, the championship day. As we see the players just hugging it out, they have given their all. This game, the last game, this was Falcons versus Rockers. Falcons dominating this game, winning it 3-0, and a beautiful day of baseball has come to an end. Ryan, your parting words.
just another fun day at the ballpark. And we got to see a whole lot more defense, some really good hitting, and some interesting finishes. I really do feel like I see something new every time I watch a baseball game. And, these players always deliver an entertaining experience. And we saw a few standouts today, of course, the Falcons moving on. They look good. The Lavenders still haven't lost a game. Of course, they played to a draw, but they they sorry, excuse me. They are the team to beat right now. And of course, you can't forget about the teams that played on day one, like the Bet Hunters and the Serval Titans. Both of those two teams looked really good at times. And I think this tournament is honestly really up in the air because I think there's a lot of parity. There's great players on every single team, even the teams that aren't going to make it to Championship Sunday. They all have talent. There's balance, and I really have no idea. I think it's a toss up between the Hunters and Lavenders. Those probably would be my two picks to win it all. But who knows? Either of those two teams could be upset because it's not like they've steamrolled every single one of their opponents. They've run into adversity at times, and anything can happen on this baseball field. But a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun today, and I'm ready to do it again tomorrow for Championship Sunday. Ready to crown a champion, and unfortunately, I'm still a little sad that the championship game in DDA's last broadcast was ruined by the rain, and we're going to get a fair shot at calling a championship game this time around. I'm really excited for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close, the dawn of day second at Ahilyanagar Baseball League Maharashtra edition. We will see you tomorrow. It's going to be the championship day. One qualifier, one eliminator, and then again the qualifier as we see the final stand board leading. Falcons played 3, won 2, lost 1, their total 4. They finished second on the day. Lavenders played 3, won 2, lost 0, drew 1. They finished with 5 points. They are the number 1 on the table. And as of right now, Lavender lead today's play. They will go to the qualifiers. Falcons will go to the eliminator. That brings us to the close of day 1. Day 2,
Indeed.
I'm so sorry.
Day 2, yes. Well, it all comes down to day 3. Anything can happen. And I couldn't be more excited to be with my partner, Kumar Satyam. And once again, thank you to all the people on the ground for SportVot and for DDA who make these tournaments possible. Thank you to all the fans who tune in on the live stream. And pretty hard to believe. It says there's 6 people watching now. Thank you to anyone who's still there. You guys are real ones. And the Indian baseball movement continues to grow. Hope to see you all for Championship Sunday. And
Indeed,
I'm going to sign off.
My name is Kumar Satyam. Yes, my name is Kumar Satyam. Alongside me, Ryan Oppenheimer. We will connect with you tomorrow, 8 a.m., the championship day. For right now, me and Ryan are signing off.
Take care, y'all.